Hey friends, welcome in. Sorry it running a little bit late today. It's almost 1:30. Ouch. We had a power outage today. Like, I don't know, maybe an hour before stream was supposed to start, and it just screwed everything up. Like, it was strange. It wasn't just like, we've had two now in the last week. And the last time we actually were streaming on Wednesday, Sarah and I on YouTube. And we're playing Tainted Grail, and we had a power outage that was just like a blip. It was like a second. It was just long enough to like kill the stream, but everything else was fine. And then at some point today, this morning, there was an outage, and like my computer wouldn't turn on, and like my monitor wasn't working, my keyboard wasn't working. Turns out that that's a big obstacle to streaming. So anyways, took a little longer to get started than expected. Trombone, welcome in. Legends, nice to see you. Thank you for that posture check, Trombone. Starting me off strong, because I'm a little tilted, if I'm honest. So, the good news is, I had lots of fun playing this game, Legacy of You, last week on Sunday. It's a best of 13. You play it until you've either won or lost 7 times. They basically tell you, expect to lose your first game or two. And somehow I have beat the odds and I won the first 2 games. So I added, it's over here. I added a little win-loss counter down there. And we're going to just kind of grind this one out today and see how far we can get. I feel like I'm missing a building. Oh, it's right in front of me. Team Barbarians, that's right. So, Legacy of You. Oh, that was the other thing. For some reason, OBS decided to just like delete all of my hotkeys. Everything else in OBS, totally fine. Hotkeys, absolutely gone. So my fun little zooming thing, it didn't want to work anymore. So that was a neat realization about 4 seconds before stream started. But that's okay. We're here now, and that's the important thing. And, wait, why does it say you won twice? I thought you only played once. Well, okay, so I had one session where I played 2 games, and I won both of them, right? So we had a very narrow victory in the first game, and then I absolutely slaughtered things in the second game. So of the potential maximum, in order to play the campaign, you play at least 7 games. That's if you never lose. And a maximum of 13, right? So we've played 2 of those games, both of which were wins. Allison, welcome in. Nice to see you. Oh, and yeah, I set this up so like, hey, I can like add to it. Look, we can like increment that win counter, just in case we need to later. So, anyways, hope you guys are doing well. Let's have a quick refresher on Legacy of You, because I know I need one, even though I played it last week. I've been playing lots of games lately, actually. It's been feeling good. Played a couple games of Terra Mystica this weekend with my parents yesterday. Played as the engineers that I loathe and actually didn't totally suck, so that was cool. And what else did I play? Tainted Grail, I played on Wednesday with Sarah. That was a bit of a flop, honestly. We didn't like it very much. Sarah wasn't loving it, which made it difficult. We were moving pretty slowly, and then the power went out, which was just sort of the nail in the coffin for Tainted Grail for us. Ooh, I love a good counter. There you go. Barbarians need a stronger pressure. Okay, so let's talk about that. So in this game, Legacy of You, we are trying to defeat the water. The water is our primary enemy here, right? We are trying to build canals to displace this river so that we can, have farmland and all kinds of other good things like that. So our kind of current progress is indicated by this little barge here, right? We're working on this canal. And if this little bit of water, this wave, ever catches us, we lose. Okay, so that's kind of the primary purpose of the game. Build canals so that the water has a place to go. Okay? We have a little deck, which is ostensibly a deck building kind of worker placement game. We have a small deck of townspeople down here. If this ever runs out and we need to draw from it, we lose, okay? But we can add to it from these townspeople up here. Now, in order to do that, we're going to end up having to pay provisions, and we have decisions about whether we gain a benefit from them temporarily, like immediately, or we gain them into our deck, like as a deck building kind of way. We'll get access to their stuff later. They'll help us later. And making it complicated for us, Team Water. Yeah, thanks, Legends. You've played this game. Come on. Anyways, complicating factors is the Barbarian Menace. So this is the Barbarian deck, and currently we're going to add one additional Barbarian out every round that we have to deal with. Now, the Barbarians either kill townspeople, so we remove cards from that deck and then get closer to loss, or we have to pay them a ransom. Okay? And that's extra sucky. So we're going to add more and more of these every round. If we ever end up where this total thing is full of barbarians, we immediately lose. So that really is difficult towards the end of the game, where we have to be very careful and manage our resources correctly so that we can build this last section of canal while not getting overwhelmed by the barbarians. And because we won, the game's kind of self-balancing. So, you know, as a big FU to me, because we won the first two games, we need to also stockpile some food as a win condition. So we've got this little card over here. We need to get fish, meat, and grain in that order. Just one card of each, but we have to get one of each of these. And the cards, they come from our deck and they stay over here until, like, forever. We lose them, basically. But we have to stockpile some food as an extra win condition. And these barbarians built a frickin' fortress. It's the best looking barbarian fortress you've ever seen in your life. This thing is gorgeous. I'd become a barbarian to live there. You know? Team everything and everyone that isn't op cost. It is a pretty fortress. Like, it's gorgeous. I would live in the barbarian fortress. I don't want to think what they'd do to me there, but, you know, it's looking pretty cool. Now, the thing that's unfortunate about this is that when we are trying to remove the barbarian in this position, we have to also get rid of the fortress first. And it requires 3 extra workers to do. So this, normally you have to spend 3 workers to attack a barbarian, sometimes 2, but usually 3. And for this one, we have to spend 6. And I didn't notice before, but apparently the fortress also has a ransom on it. So I'm gonna take a wild guess that we have to pay double ransom. Like, this seems ridiculously hard compared to before. I actually kind of, I'm gonna check the storybook again and make sure I get this right. What is it? 45. Cause that sucks. Oh, here's, so I'm looking, there's a storybook here that we get to use to add things to this. Something I missed last time, it was end of stream, admittedly. This is the weakened fortress card. So that's like some, you know, foreshadowing about our future pain, you know? Oh wait, that's the one we get if we defeat that. I'm reading the wrong thing. Never mind. I screwed that up. I'm gonna pretend I didn't read that. Okay, it's gonna be impossible to find this in here. Never mind, I found it. Okay, yeah, so it does definitely increase our bribe. That sucks. That's awful. I don't like that. Something that I missed last time I read the rules, I actually lost. No, I did not. Nice to see you were streaming more of this. Yeah, I liked it a lot. Trombone, always with the quotes. I feel like we just stopped adding quotes, so they're all old and feel very disconnected, but imagine having a boring wife. I have no idea what that would be like, which I obviously, to be clear, I clearly said that, like, unironically. deadpan, totally straight. I meant that literally. I don't know what it would be like to have a boring wife. No idea. All right, so let's get into Legacy of You here. So the first thing we do is we harvest. So we draw 4 cards. Start with very few resources, which sucks. There's 10 cards in this deck. If we ever have to draw from it, like if we've eliminated enough cards that we have to drop to 5 and there's only 3 in the deck or something, we lose. So we start with 4. We gain 1 white worker, 1 shell, and 1 provision. We can get a lot more stuff in income here, but not yet. This is sort of the part of the game where I have no idea what's good, and I was expecting to lose and find out like, oh, actually that strategy sucks, but then we unexpectedly won, and that leaves me in the, well, shit, I still don't know what to do category. But as a quick refresher here, we can build these little farms over here. That gives us permanent additional income. Now, there are 5 colors of workers. We start with only these white workers, and they're going to be useful for building the canal here, but all of the barbarian attacks require us to have red workers, yellow workers, blue, whatever, all the other colors. So down on our thing here, we can get multicolored worker income there, 1 of them at least. We can also acquire those from our cards. These outposts let us kind of skirt that rule a little bit. If I built this one, then red and white workers are interchangeable. So anywhere it calls for a red one, I could use white and vice versa, right? So eventually, if we built all 4 outposts, the color of the worker would be completely of no consequence, but it's quite expensive to do so. We can only build 1 building at the start because we essentially remove one of these and place it here. So we have to advance the canal before we can build buildings and get our kind of engine going. And then there's these huts down here. When we build these, we get to flip over the back of the card, we get something. A lot of these are ways that we progress the story potentially. And when we build these, we also, underneath them is a spot that we can place a worker, like a worker placement game, to gain something. And we can also tuck one of our cards underneath that spot now, and it will provide us income for the rest of the game, right? If we talk to this card, for instance, it would give us wood and shell income for the rest of the game. But of course, it would be removed from our hand. So I will be the first to say, I have no idea actually which of these is the most important or viable or anything like that. And that fortress scares the hell out of me. We do not have to defeat the fortress to win. We do have to do this. So reading all the B's and the quotes seems like a theme. It said something else and not reading a wife. I don't know. I didn't say that. About not needing a wife, I don't think I said that. I think you guys are just being mean to me. That doesn't feel on brand at all. I've seen 2 bumblebees this spring. It might have been the same bee. Honestly, I have seen a very extreme lack of bees too. It's actually, I think, pretty concerning. We usually do the old no mow May for the last couple of years where we just let the dandies run wild. They are severe in our yard this year, and I've seen like a couple of bees. And normally it would be like a lot. So I'm trying not to think about it too much. I feel very powerless to do more than provide some early pollinators for the bees, and it makes me nervous. Like in a doom and gloom nervous kind of way, you know? But Legacy of You, let's divert some water. Surely there's no bees living in those fields where we're gonna flood with water, you know? Surely not. Surely not. What's the add quote command? I don't feel like going through all 4 options. I literally do not remember. I think it's quote add. It might be add quote. It's 1 word. It's one of those 2. I'm about 60% sure. I'm sorry, Trombone. I'm a pro streamer, by the way. All right, so let's get into it here. So we did our harvest. We get basically nothing, okay? Now, We know that the water here will advance and we will lose the game, but that only happens when we cycle our deck. So we have 6 cards here. We draw 4. So we have this turn and next turn before we have to build this canal. It costs us 2 white workers and 2 shells to do that. We'll earn some rewards as well, but we will also lose a card. So, which does come from the draw pile. So if it's not there, we would potentially, that could be a way to lose the game, but more likely it could potentially cause the canal to move. Anyway. All right, so what do we get? We got a handful of cards here. All the bees are in my yard this year. Feel free to send them an invite to your house. Well, listen, that's really reassuring because I'll be the first to admit I have a sample size of my yard, but it did seem disproportionately low. I would live in the barbarian fortress. I would. Did you see that barbarian fortress? That place looks awesome. I'm sorry that the ad quote didn't work. I know the bot is running because otherwise I couldn't do my win-loss thing. But it turns out, oh, it's neither of those. I suck. I feel badly. Well, you've tried 2 options. There's not very many more. I'm sorry, Trombone. Okay, so let's talk about what we can do with our hand of cards here. So, we can discard these to our, I don't remember what it's called pile. It goes right here. These will end up back in our hand eventually. Like any other deck building game, when we need to draw cards, we'll shuffle and draw from them. So if we do that, we gain the resources shown in the brown. So like for this card, for instance, we would earn a provision and a shell, but we would not earn a second provision in this red area. Now, we can get that, but if we do so, we have to discard the card like back into the town deck, basically, or to a discard pile beside it, where it's essentially no longer in our deck. Our deck goes from 10 cards down to 9. So we can get that, but it's sort of like desperate measures, right? And then because we're on like hard mode, they do also show the other things we'll need. Like we need to get a fish, some meat, and some wheat in order to win. So, but that also removes the cards from our deck. So we probably don't want to do that until we have a little bit of spare bandwidth for it. Oh my god, Trombone. Wow. Okay, Trombone is on Team Barbarian. All right. So what the heck do we want to do? Probably we want to figure out one of these guys to use for income. That sounds like it would be a good idea. And I found provision income was ridiculously useful last time. I didn't anticipate that. But it really helped us min-max on the barbarian threat and kind of cheesing the deck a little bit, where we were adding a lot of cards because we had lots of provisions in order to do so. I wouldn't mind doing that again, but we don't have a person here that will allow us to add a provision, like income provision to our board. So the question is, do I really need that, or can it wait till the next hut? I don't know. I think we should do it. So I think we're just going to try and do that same strategy or something similar. So we're going to hope that there's somebody in the deck here that can give us a provision worth of income somewhere. So we're not going to do that. So probably we're just taking the resources that are provided by these guys, adding some cards to our deck, and then hoping we don't absolutely flub it for next time, that we can move this. I think we'll be fine. So what does that look like? We can discard this. We gain a provision and a shell. Hey, James, it is quote space add. All right. I'm going to change that after stream just to frustrate you. Just kidding. That would be mean. Anyways, thank you for figuring that out. Honestly, not very many people add quotes, and I forget to mention it. So I should mention it more often. Add quotes. If I say something stupid, that's usually what they all are. So, okay, we'll discard that card and get 2 provisions. We'll discard this one and gain a brick. And we'll discard this one and gain another worker. Now we can send one of our workers here to earn us a provision, and we will get him back at the next turn. That makes these huts really promising. We get a lot of income that way. But of course, then we need specific workers and stuff, because if we get huts, we're not getting outposts, and vice versa. Now, when we build, we will gain an additional provision, but we would need a worker, a brick, and a wood to get a farm. I'd love to be able to do that. We could trade for the wood, but we would need 3 shells, and we have 2. So I don't think we're doing that round 1. It's just not going to happen for us. So instead, we're going to try and, like, the lesson learned from the first game, we barely won because we almost ran out of cards. And one of the things that happens is as we build these canals, we actually lose cards. This symbol here means destroy a card, take a damage. And as we got into these higher difficulties, we've added some of these cards to the deck. And like this one, we'll have to destroy 3 cards and 2 there. So like just in the last 4 canal builds, we'll lose 9 cards. Essentially our whole current deck. We would very rapidly lose the game. But adding cards to our deck is expensive. We can add any of these, we pay the relevant number of provisions, but they get more and more expensive as we go. So we want to add cheap cards while they're cheap, which is exactly what we're going to do. We can't get the resource we need up here. If we could get a wood on one of these, we might consider that so that we could build this round. Maybe this one. But for sure, we're going to add this person to our deck, hire them on for 0 provisions. And we're going to spend these 2 provisions to do the same with these ones. We could instead pay a provision and place them in a discard pile in order to get what is shown in the brown section there. And it is sorely tempting to do that with this one, to get that wood so that we can get our first round of income. I don't know whether it's really worth it or not, though. We're going to do it anyway because I'm foolish. So we're going to spend 2 provisions. We're going to discard this card, and we gain a wood. Which then means we can spend these 3 resources. A white worker, a clay not brick. Sarah will yell at me about Fields of Arl. And then we can build one of these. And the question is, I guess we could get the provision here, and then that means maybe we don't totally need a provision down here. I don't know. Or do we just get the worker income now while it's there? I don't know what's in my deck. This is 10 cards out of 30. We might have a ton of workers. We might have a ton of provisions. We don't know till we go through the deck. We're going to risk it. We're going to go provisions. We're just going to go provision heavy and see what happens. So we built this one. That'll give us a provision income every time. And then we place the building off here on this building site, and we collect that reward as well. So we gain 1 provision now, and then 1 every turn for the remainder of the game. I don't even think that needed to be a quote, Trombone. I feel like that was extremely self-evident, but here we are. Okay, so I think we're pretty tapped out. We could spend these 2 provisions to get this guy into our deck if we wanted, but he's going to slide over and be free next round. We already added 4 cards, which is a lot. So I think we're good. So we took our actions. We can only advance the canal once per turn, but we did not do that yet. And now, oh shit, I totally forgot about the barbarian attack. Like, I completely didn't remember it even a little. That's a downer. Okay, well, Team Barbarian! It's not going to cause us like a first round loss or anything, but it's sort of, it feels really stupid. So what's going to happen here is we have to either pay this bribe or suffer a damage, right? We don't have a clay or a worker of any color other than white. We don't even have a white worker either. So we can't pay either of these bribes, and we are going to lose 2 cards because James is an idiot. So these come off the top of our deck. Those would have been cool to have. A red worker would have been really nice for maybe defeating that barbarian eventually. But whoopsie doodles. And if we had one fewer card in the deck here, that would have caused us to lose. So, off to a strong start here. Maybe it's going to be, maybe we're going to run it down and get that loss real fast, I guess. Whoops. Okay, so we suffered our attacks, and now we refresh the card row. So this guy's going to slide, or all of these workers, townspeople, will slide to the left. This barbarian, likewise, I wish that I had the slider cam slightly more upward, but that's okay. He's going to move to the left and make space for a new barbarian friend. Oh, it's the one who wants to cook us for dinner. Cool. All right. So she's going to join. And then we're going to fill the remaining space with new friends who surely want to come help us. I swear I'm not going to feed you to the barbarians. That was bad. That was a near miss there. Okay, so now it's the next round. We begin with harvesting. So that's income. We get an extra provision. So we're going to get 2 provisions, a shell, a white worker. We get this guy back off the board. And then we get 4 cards. I guess that wouldn't have been a loss. We would have just... Well, yes, it would have, because we would have advanced the water and died. But anyway. Okay, so we have a pretty worker-heavy deck, it looks like. Or at least a good mix. It's not, you know, absolutely no workers in there. That's cool. So we know I'm going to screw this up, especially after that near miss. We know we need to advance the canal, right? And we know that that's going to require 2 white workers, which we can't gain here, and 2 shells. So we're just going to do that now before we screw it up. Or, well, actually, I remember this from last time. We're trying to min-max here. We want to add, we're going to shuffle our deck. We want to add cards to this before we move the canal. So we want to set this aside so that I can't screw it up. Those are not, I'm not allowed to use those. Not allowed. But I can use these. And I can use these. We can't build this turn. The only thing else we could do is we could gain this 1 provision, and we could tuck a card as income. Now, we do have 2 provision income right now, and we can get a 3rd. I don't actually know if the other provision income is as tempting as I thought it was. Maybe gaining a worker. Red and black workers. I mean, I don't know if the distribution... It felt like red and black were used a lot for barbarians, but it's probably actually an even distribution. I don't know. All right, so what are we at here? How are we going to make this work? We do get a wood and a brick when we build, and we lose a card, which sucks. Okay, so we're going to add this guy to our deck for free. And then we have 4 provisions here. So, I mean, this guy is like the guy we found last time, who's like the super helpful dude. He gives us 2 wood for free. Like, that's disproportionately strong. That would help us get an outpost out, for instance. But I don't know. What are we going to need at the end of this round? A white worker, which we are definitely not going to have. A colored worker and a brick. So we can have the brick. We can have one of the other colors of workers. We'll lose 1 card, basically. Okay, so we'll pay 2 provisions. That gets us these cards into our deck. Do we need these provisions for anything else right now? I don't think so. I don't think so. So let's add the super guy into our deck now, because then he gets shuffled in this turn. Okay. And then I think we can just put this person as a income, so I don't forget. This will be the worker that will pay as ransom to the fortress. The brick will be our other ransom. And that's kind of as good as we can do. So we'll use these cards to gain those. We'll use this guy to gain that. Provision and a shell. We've got some stuff here. It's tempting to send this guy to go get another provision, but then I don't think we're allowed to use him for ransom. So that's like a net loss for us, I think. We're a little bit short. Because we gain some resources, but we don't gain any other workers or anything. Anyways, time to move the barge, or build the canal. We're going to pay 2 white workers, 2 shells, set them aside so even I couldn't screw it up. Okay, so we're going to gain the resources shown on the bottom of the card, so a brick and a wood. And then we have to destroy a card. So this is going to go back in with the huts and canals. We got to destroy a card, which we can't do right now. So we're going to shuffle this deck. When we shuffle the deck, the water moves. So if we hadn't built that canal and we had to have drawn a card somehow, we would have lost the game. But thankfully that didn't happen. Oh wait, what am I doing? Cards out. Boom. All right. Good thing it wasn't our 2 wood guy. That would have sucked. Okay, so what's changed now is we have another spot available to build. And we have to be, I feel like this is one part where we have to be a little careful. It's a little bit gamey. As soon as we build this section of the canal, then we start drawing 2 barbarians per turn instead of 1. So the number of barbarians doubles, which is scary, and I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. But we can build another building next round. I mean, we could build one this round if we had a worker, which we don't. I mean, do we need to keep this worker? I don't think so. How many workers are we going to get? 1. Maybe we do need to keep this worker and just pay the ransom. Lose another card. Because we're going to get 1 worker from our income, and that's it. That feels... Or wait, we'll get 2. Screw her ransom. Let's take the provision. Alright. So, we're done taking actions. Barge comes back. We can only... This barge really just serves to indicate that we can only advance once per turn. And then we suffer attacks. We're going to pay off the one guy with a clay. We're just going to be like, hey, here's a piece of clay. And he's just going to be like, cool. Walk away, not kill us. And then the girl who wants to always eat us and our children is going to do just that. So we're going to lose 2 cards off the top of our deck. No! It was our friend. That was the top one anyway. I would have lost it anyhow. Alright, well, that sucks. We paid extra provisions for that guy. Okay, how many cards are in our deck? 12. So if we lose no other cards and always pay our ransom, which is extremely unlucky, or unlikely rather, then we have 3 turns before we have to advance the canal. What's more likely is we have to do it in 2. Alright. We add a new barbarian. And this is kind of where we were at. This was the cheese that I tried to exploit last time, that I'm going to try and do again, where one of the challenges with the barbarian, if we ever end up a 7, we lose, but it's deterministic. We add a set amount each time, right? And the provision costs, in the first game, I spent a lot of time paying these provisions to get rid of these barbarians to avoid paying ransoms, and I don't think it was worth it. So I want to only fight cheap barbarians. Okay, I only want to defeat them when they're in this slot or this or left of that, right? And I think I actually want them to be in both of these slots before I fight them at all, generally. But that depends. But basically, we want to not go too crazy fighting the barbarians. All right. We get our stuff. 4 of these. 1 white worker. 2 provisions. A shell. And a red worker. And what do we have in our hand? We got blue and white workers and provisions. So we can't fight these guys even if we wanted to, because we just do not have the right colors of workers. That's making it sorely tempting to actually have some choices and get this worker income. I think we might do that. It would also, however, be nice just to get another hut, and then we could get, you know, a specific color of worker. Now, the challenge with that, of course, is we would need 3 bricks, and we currently have 1. When we build the canal, we'll get another 1. But that's basically it. We can trade shells, these guys. We can trade these 3 to 1 for bricks. So we could get a second brick. But the problem with that, of course, is that we need those shells to build the canal. So I feel ill-equipped to do anything. We don't have the workers we need to attack any of these guys. We don't have the resources we need to build anything. I mean, I could build another farm. But then I can't build anything else, right? The farm probably is the play. We get extra white workers here anyway. We could also work on this. I don't know how hard this is going to be or how bad it's going to be when this happens. Hey, Gecko, welcome in. Sorry I'm late. I was learning how to crochet. It's hard. I definitely don't know how to crochet and don't think I could learn. I mean, I'm certain I could learn. I don't have the desire to learn. But it does not look easy. It does not look easy. What are you going to crochet? Okay, let's assume we're going to build this farm. That's the only like viable move we have with the resources we have now. We're going to build this one because we're going to need the white workers as well. So we also need, like, we're going to have to deal with barbarians next turn for sure, if not this one. So we'll do that one. We gain a shell when we build it. I hear thunder. I also hear thunder, Martina, and I'm just trying to ignore it because we have had power outages and so on and so forth. The good news here is I'm in a building that has no windows, so if the power goes out, I will literally die in the dark. I won't be able to get out of here very easily at all. So that'll be a thing. Surely it'll be fine. I tried really hard to crochet baby boots and failed. Oh dear. I feel like they're small. The baby's probably not very critical. I feel like that'd be a good place to start, but I guess built up. Built up. All right. So we have 4 provisions, and this is our last turn. We cannot kill a barbarian, right? These barbarians are buff. They all, like, this guy requires 6 workers and 3 provisions. We're not even going to talk about that. This one, 2 yellow and a black. This one beside it, 2 red and a yellow and 2 provisions. This is the only, like, remotely viable one that we could attack. But actually, no. Oh, you know what? Oh, even if I don't build this farm, we're going to end up paying at least 1 card. We're going to pay at least 1 ransom, and we only get next turn to do this. That sucks. This is rough. Okay, so we can't pay off the barbarians. This is our last turn. We know we're going to get a fourth one. So let's just use this as, like, there'll only be 3 guys up here that we can take going forward unless we defeat multiple barbarians in a turn, like a lot of barbarians. So we're just going to add these guys to our deck while we can. We're going to spend all 4 of our provisions. We can get 1, the other guy's free, 1 provision, 2 provision, 4 provisions. We're just going to add them to our deck. We're not going to take their special powers. We want to add our deck. It's going to be bleak now, but we scale. That's the idea. Now we can't actually do anything with these guys here, like productively. So we might as well just take their stuff. We can get 2 white workers and a blue. The blue isn't super useful, but it'll be useful later. And then we can get 1 provision and 1 shell. We have enough shells here to easily build our canal, so we can actually potentially trade for stuff if needed. And we can get an additional provision. We'll let that blue worker feel useful. We'll send him. Now, if we wanted to pay ransoms, we need 2 bricks, which we don't have, a white worker, which we do have, and any one color of worker, which we also have. I think we're going to pay 1 ransom. We're going to pay this ransom because we are going to end up, if we don't pay any ransoms, we're going to be down to like right about to, oh, actually we have to pay a ransom. We only have 7 cards here, not 8. Apparently I can't count. So we have to pay a ransom, or well, I guess we don't have to. Yes, we do. Because if we don't pay a ransom, we're going to lose 4 cards, and then we'll draw 4 and have to move the canal and lose. Do I move the canal now? No, I don't want to move the canal yet. I don't want to move the canal yet because then we get 2 barbarians and I'm sad. Maybe we got to pay 2 ransoms. Okay, we know we're paying 1 ransom. For sure. We're paying this ransom. That's done. We can't pay the clay ransoms. We don't have clay. I'm not trading 3 shells for a clay to pay a ransom. I refuse. That barbarian's not that intimidating. Surely. It was lovely knowing you. You have a flashlight near you. I do have my phone. Like, I could probably get my phone and not crash. It's just that it's like, you know, I have like studio lights and camera equipment and stuff like that all over the place out here. And it's like literally there's not a window. It is pitch black in here with the lights off. Can't see your, you know, hand in front of your face. You got this game, but you've yet to play it. I see you revealed the provision under the farm and not the white worker. Interesting. I don't think I ever revealed that one in all my games, but provisions are useful. Yeah, I decided I was going to try a thing, Zakun, but I feel like I regret it immediately. So here we are. Because I'm definitely short on workers. I'm trying to decide, am I going to regret not paying 1 more ransom? Right, because we have 7 cards here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we're going to draw 4. You know what? I'm just not going to pay it. We don't negotiate with terrorists, except for the one that we did negotiate with. But other than that one, we don't negotiate with terrorists here. So we're going to pay 3 ransoms. Or, well, we're going to suffer the penalty 3 times. That means we lose 3 cards, which is extremely painful. But we're just going to hope that that works out. And we'll see. Yeah, this game is like a resource optimization puzzle. And you're trying to win 3 times, or 7 times rather. It's a campaign. And it's sort of self-balancing. As you win, it gets a little harder. I have yet to lose, but it's feeling like that's imminent. So soon enough, I'm betting it makes it a little easier, but I don't know. Okay, so we suffered the barbarian attack. We've drawn new cards. Now we get our income. We get 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. We get our worker back. We get 2 provisions. We get 1 white worker. We get a worker of a color of our choosing, which is going to be yellow. And we get a shell. And a red worker. All right, so yeah, our income basically is, you know, all this spot down here. So we draw 4 cards, gain a white worker, a shell, and a provision. If we built outposts, we get additional shells. We don't have any. We also gain these 2 that we've unlocked. So an additional provision and a worker of any color other than white. And then because we tucked this card under, we gain a red worker. And then we get to spend whatever's on in our hand of cards here in order to try and not, you know, die horribly. But dying is feeling pretty close this time. We'll put that on your tombstone, totally. We don't negotiate with terrorists. Well, except for the one we already paid. Listen. Trombone, you make me sound so bad. Look. Would you negotiate with that terrorist? She looks like she's going to lie to me and then cast a spell on my family. I wouldn't negotiate with her. Come on. So she hurt us instead. Anyways, okay, so we have quite a few workers here, and we have no cards. So we are going to have to build the canal. So I'm going to, once again, just set these aside over here so that I can't screw it up. Because if I don't have those, we lose. And as soon as we need to draw a card, this water is going to move, which we have to be careful about, because sometimes you get, like when you defeat a barbarian, for instance, which we're going to have to start doing, this barbarian rewards us with 1 shell and a card. You cannot choose not to draw it. So if we defeat this barbarian right now, we lose. I don't like losing, actually. Now, this barbarian would just give us 3 shells, and then we don't have to pay his ransom. So that one's a little bit more tolerable, right? So I think we're going to plan to defeat him. That's going to require 2 red workers and a yellow worker. Okay. The clay we'll get here, we may or may not pay off the mean-looking lady with. I don't want to talk about it. And we can't build any further buildings until we advance the canal. But, just like last time, when we advance the canal, we're going to have to lose a card. That means we're going to be shuffling our deck. And we want to add as many cards to our deck prior to shuffling before we do that. So we want to spend the cards in our hand, as well as purchase new friends, bribe them into helping us against the barbarian menace before we advance the canal. So we have enough provisions here that we can defeat the 1 barbarian, and then we could use these other 2 provisions to add these friends to our hand. I don't think we have enough bandwidth to defeat this guy. We can't get a 3rd yellow very easily, right? This one up here. I don't like losing, actually. Still loses most of the time. That's stereotyping. It absolutely was stereotyping. Okay. All I know is that this lady shows up and says, "Yo, I'm a barbarian. Give me some clay." I don't know. I'm not compelled to. Yeah, she's just scary. Okay, I'm scared. I'm easily intimidated. That's where we're at. Okay, so if we needed these guys to defeat this barbarian, we can't also defeat this barbarian. There's no way we can do it. Which unfortunately means we're going to have to pay her ransom because I didn't build this building and I don't actually have that extra worker income, which seemed... Oh, wait, we can go in here. Okay, so let's purchase these guys. This one's free. These two, we're going to spend our 2 provisions. This is why we went for provisions. We're trying to put a lot of cards in our deck. Now, unfortunately, we're trying to make this be like a net gain. And what we've been doing is just not negotiating with the terrorists and losing all of our cards anyway. But we can dare to dream, you know? I think likewise, we want to use all of these cards now. I don't think we're going to do anything else special with them. We don't need, like, if this was a yellow worker on this and we could get a second yellow worker and potentially defeat that barbarian, life might be different. But that isn't what it is. So we can just discard these. We gain a provision and a shell, and then a white, blue, and black worker. Okay. And then we can send one of these guys to work to gain us an additional provision. And then let's go defeat a barbarian. We haven't done that yet. So we need to pay the provisions here, right? This is, we can defeat any of them, but we're going to defeat this guy because we don't have to pay as much to do so. And we're feeling cheap. Okay, so we're going to pay the 2 provisions here, and then we have to discard the requisite workers as well. We'll defeat this guy. We won't have to pay his ransom anymore, and we immediately receive this reward of 3 shells. That's essentially equivalent to like a clay or something. That's pretty okay. That's pretty okay. Oh my gosh. I'm easily intimidated. James trembling in his boots from the scary lady barbarian. At least you acknowledge that it is, in fact, a scary lady barbarian. It's not just any old barbarian. It's legitimately scary. She's mean looking. Okay, so we're going to use this to advance the barge, or build the next canal, rather. Which is going to make us cycle our deck. This is kind of where we've been stuck. I wish we were like about a turn ahead of where we are. But obviously we are not in that place. So we'll pay these 2 workers and these 2 shells. Cost shown here. And this barge comes off because we can only do it once per turn. We get these rewards. So we'll gain a brick, or a clay and a wood rather. And we have to get rid of a card, which requires us to shuffle. But this is already out of our way. Oh, now I remember why I left the box over here, so that I could place these in it. So we'll shuffle this up, discard the top card, and continue on our merry way. We didn't like provisions anyway. I hear they're for losers. All right, so the unfortunate thing now is we still have to suffer the barbarian attack. And because we have built that canal section, we've now revealed an additional thing here. So that means that we will be adding 2 new barbarians every turn. We're going to actually have to start dealing with the barbarians now instead of whatever the hell we've been doing so far. So that's a shame. Now, speaking of barbarians, what do we need to pay if we don't want to lose cards? Let's check how many we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So if we manage to only lose 2 cards, that means we can cycle this deck 3 times. We draw 4 every time. That's really important. If we lose 3 cards, it means we only get 2 turns before we have to build this. So we really don't want to lose cards at this point, if at all possible. So we're back to negotiate with terrorists. I feel like you think most ladies are mean looking. I do not think that. I think most of the ladies in this are mean looking, but they're self-described barbarians. It's kind of their deal, right? Okay, so if we want to pay this barbarian, that's a white worker. This one requires a clay. This one requires 2 shells. He's cheap. We don't even care. And then this is a worker of any color. Now, we really need yellow workers, like these are going to be the inexpensive barbarians to defeat. We don't have any, and we're going to need 4, which is problematic. We also need a blue and a black worker, but we don't need 2 black workers, so we will pay that one. So then we've paid all of our ransom. We're right into we negotiate with terrorists openly territory now. I like how Trombones. What would William Shatner do with those scary barbarian ladies? I think I can't describe that. It's a terms of service violation on Twitch. But this is going to be my most relevant quote for the rest of the game. Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be just there the whole time. Okay, so we paid off the barbarians, but we do have to add 2. Which means if we don't defeat at least 1 barbarian this next time, we will lose the game. These are the ones. This one looks less scary. But she doesn't accept bribes. So she will just remove a card from our deck unless we defeat her. So that's this is kind of looking bleak, honestly. I feel like I thought I had a clever idea, and in practice, it ain't feeling that clever. But we do still have 10 cards here, so we can still afford to lose 2 and play 3 turns. Which is what we're going to do, because otherwise it's going to be disaster. So, 4 cards, 1 white worker. We want a yellow worker for sure. 2 provisions. And a shell. And we get this blue guy back to come help us out. Now, when we build a building here, we gain a worker of any color other than white. And we're probably going to do that soon, because otherwise we're just going to lose the freaking game, because we need some stuff. We need lots of things. Well, we got the lots of blue workers cards, which rightly or wrongly, that's what we got. We do need blue workers, but over here in lots of high cost provision town, which I don't love. Okay, so let's think this out here. This lady might not be as mean looking, but will still ruin our day because we cannot negotiate with her. She's also less expensive to resolve, but costs 3 provisions. So if we can find a way to defeat her with our 3 provisions and then this guy, which is looking extremely unlikely, but maybe we can find a way, with a single provision. We have the black worker, and that's all we have. We need 2 yellow workers, like, from nowhere, basically. We need to just... I'm gonna go read. Someone make sure to keep James in check and remind him of quote 96 as it is relevant. Thanks, Trombone. It's the gift that keeps on giving, really. All right. So we can get a yellow worker if we build a building, right? If we build a building here, when we cover it up, we gain a worker. So that could be yellow. That means we have to find a way to get 1 additional yellow worker. We also have to build a building, which we can't do. We could build the farm with a white worker, a stick, and 3 shells that we would trade for a brick. So we could get the yellow worker, but then we need 1 more yellow worker. And this is like lunacy, where we are absolutely not considering in any way whatsoever what the costs are going to be at the end. Like, we're going to end up... Yeah. I don't think that'll work. I don't think we can do that. I think we might just have to plan that, despite my best intentions, we're going to need to build this soon. and we won't manage to squeak out that third round. I don't think it's gonna happen, which is a shame. But what are you gonna do? So, what are our other options? Now, if we build this canal, every other canal adds to the number of barbarians we get. But there's no reason why we couldn't build this canal immediately, other than it probably means the barbarians ruin our day. But it would free up extra building sites and things like that. So it's like potentially an option, right? I guess we can also just not pay the tons of provisions for that lady and do something else. Like maybe there's another move here. Maybe we can defeat these two and just suffer that card. Or I mean, this one would be better, but that's that same problem. We don't have 4 yellow, nor do we have any practical way of getting that many. So that hurts. Eventually, we'll unlock the ability to trade white workers and provisions for workers of any color, which would really help, but that's under here. And I don't think we have the bandwidth to build this and trade. We really don't have actually very many workers. I tried this provision strat. I'm not sure it was the move. Okay, so shifting gears. Can we get a third yellow worker? I don't think so. I think this is the only way I can get one. Not present on any of my cards. Got lots of blue. Wait, how do I not have a red worker? We haven't done anything yet. I didn't collect that, because I would have got that as income. Maybe we can defeat this guy and this one. We have 4 provisions. We need 2 yellow, 2 blue, and a red, which we can do. We can do that. And they only cost 4 provisions. It sucks to not get rid of this one, but we just don't have that many yellow workers. Okay, so what would we need? We would need the yellow from building something. So let's build something. White, stick, 3 provisions as a clay. We're gonna build this building. That feels wrong, but we're gonna do it anyway. That gets us a yellow worker, and we have really good income now for the rest of the game. So this is the mean lady. Well, this one makes us draw a card though. Or no, it was this one we were gonna kill. Yeah, okay. So a mean looking lady, and then we can get an additional blue worker, and that's enough to defeat this guy, right? So 2 provisions for her, 2 yellow and a blue, and we gain a shell and a white worker. And then this guy, we need 2 blue and a red. Blue, a red, and 2 provisions. And this guy's defeated, and we gain 2 shells and a stick. Feels like I'm playing Stone Age. Alright, and our resources are looking bleak. We will get the 2 white workers we need in order to complete this for sure next round. But, well, actually, we need 3. We'll earn 2 as income, and we got to pay 1 as a ransom, because we don't want to lose cards. So, ransom, we'll pay this guy. We can't ransom this one, so we'll just lose a card. This one's yellow, we definitely don't have, and this one's any other color, so we could potentially get rid of this black worker. I don't know. I mean, okay, so let's think about this. So we have 4. That's 1 turn, 2 turns. We have 2 spare cards that we can afford to lose. And that's it. So we can almost do this barge and build an outpost this turn. Like, we might even be able to do it. Let's see. I could discard this one out of the game, and I would have the 3 workers needed to move the barge. And then I would have the 2 shells that we would need. That would gain us a wood and a brick, and we'd have to throw 2 cards out. Okay, so then we would have 2 wood and a brick, and whatever we get from this. Right? 2 wood and a brick. We could gain a white worker here for free. And then if we can get just 1 more brick or 1 more wood, we could build an outpost. Right here. We have the wood here to trade for it. Is there a reason we wouldn't do that? This doesn't get us income, though. If it was bricks, it would be better. But we only have enough wood. We don't have enough bricks, and we can't trade wood for bricks. Or we could just accumulate stuff and not do the outpost and deal with that next turn. Let's do that. Let's accumulate our goods, and we'll build. We know we can build it next time. Then we're being less wasteful, because we're not going to get income from an outpost anyway. So getting it this turn instead of next turn doesn't help us. Let's discard this for a white worker. And these for a blue and a provision and a shell. And then we're going to send this blue worker over here to make him feel useful. He's going to get us that. And I think we just don't actually care. Man, we are adding cards to our deck, but even with adding lots of them, it's not like fast enough. We're really like not holding off the barbarian menace very effectively. But that'll get easier with more workers. It'll get easier. So we know we got to move it next turn anyway. But we don't want to lose these cards. They've been hard fought. So what kind of ransoms would we need to pay? We're going to lose a card. We're going to lose a card. I think we lose 3 cards. We pay this guy, and we lose 3. Because we could lose this black worker, but we're going to need him in order to get rid of that, that other one. Oh, there's the yellow worker we needed. Sucks to suck. Okay. So, we paid off the barbarians. We suffered their attacks. Mostly suffered. We'll put out 2 new barbarians. Another unbribable one. He also looks mean and angry. Oh, and a 3rd unbribable one. I've shuffled this barbarian deck so hard. We have never played through the deck so far and not had those all come out together. I mean, we've done it twice now, but still. All right. That's going to hurt. But let's see how this goes. So, income. Oh, wait, we get these 2 as well. And we get 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. We only have 3 cards left, so we know we gotta move the barge this turn. We get 2 white workers, a red worker, a worker of our choosing, which we're probably still doing yellow, I think. Though, mind you, I don't even know. I don't know how. We need so many yellow workers. It's rough. We don't have like any yellow in our deck. We get this guy back. we get 2 provisions and a shell and a red worker. Okay, so we have lots of workers. If we had spots down here, we could put them to work. But building huts is hard without clay, and we don't have a whole ton of clay, as it turns out. Let's see what we got in our hand. Provisions, white and black workers. I feel like we just, you know, we've kind of, like, one of the variables that's hard to account for in this game, obviously that leads to some variability with play, is like what's in your 10 card deck is totally random. It could be that you get, like, you know, only white workers and provisions, or only no white workers at all, and, you know, whatever, or anywhere in between. And I think that it's like, obviously we get to choose what we add to our deck, but I feel like we've had a disproportionately low number of the workers that we need, which is unfortunate. So we're gonna have to solve that, but I don't know if we can. And we haven't even seen cards that have clay on them generally, because I would love to build this. It lets us get a worker of any color, but like 9 shells or something is a lot, you know? Okay, so once again, we have to do what we have to do. We're gonna need to build that. That does get us a clay, which is important. We also lose 2 cards from our deck. So on principle, we're gonna end up, we're not gonna cycle this immediately. So we have until the end of the turn to figure out, like, even if we do that now, we're not gonna cycle this. We're gonna throw 2 cards out, but it won't cause the water to move yet. Which means we have more time to add to our deck. Just the order that we resolve the turns, I suppose. But that means we could do a building, for instance. We could trade for an absolutely absurd number of clay to build this hut. But I think that would basically consume our turn, and then the barbarians will crush us with their, you know, lovely barbarian faces. Let's see. We could defeat these 2 with these guys. That's 2 provisions. And these guys and 2 provisions. We basically have a stick, 5 shells, and a bag of fish heads with which to figure the rest of this out. And I think we can do it. Probably. Let's try. Okay, so 3 workers and 2 shells. That lets us complete this. This gets set aside. We gain a clay and a wood. And we discard 2 cards from the top of our deck. They're out. We go over here in our discard. Blue and black. Those would have been probably useful, but at least they're not yellow. Okay. That frees up a spot where we can place a building, which will get us a provision. It also means from now on we can trade a white worker and a provision, which we have lots of generally, for any color of worker. Okay. So that is useful for us. Now, I wish there was a place we could get some frickin' clay, but there isn't. So let's set these aside. A white worker and a provision and a shell. Okay, this is a clay. These 6 shells are 2 more clay. And that's enough for us to build this hut finally. Years go by. So let's try it. Let's just go for it. I mean, the other thing we could do, we could save our shells and use this to build one of these, and we could get like the yellow one so that white workers could be yellow as well. But it's not like we have an abundance of those. No, we want the hut. We're gonna live with our failures from earlier, going hard on provisions, and we're just gonna build this hut and hope that it works out. So we gain a provision. We get to flip this over and resolve what's there, which could be good, could be bad. Probably it's just a shell. We draw a card. Okay, well, we had one. It's into our hand now. And then we have a spot free where we can send a worker to get us a worker of any color, which is nice. And we can place a thing here as income. Now, the only unfortunate thing about the income is we basically have to use the cards that we have in hand if we want to do that immediately, which means we can either get card draw and a shell, which is like, I don't know how I feel about card draw. The more cards that we draw, the fewer turns we get before the wave moves. But each turn we have, you know, an additional card with which to manage things. Thank you for that hydrate, Risto, taking care of me. Appreciate you. 3 minutes ago, I've just been monologuing my face off here. Okay, let's start by defeating this guy. He gets us an extra worker back. He's going to cost us 2 provisions, 2 red, and a black. Needs defeated, and we earn 1 shell and 1 white worker. Now, we'll need to actually go to these spots with workers to get them, but like we could use... I don't think we have enough extra workers where we're gonna be able to get, like, we don't have enough provisions to come kill this guy, and we don't want to anyway. So we could like use the blue, and then he can get us a blue worker, right? Or wait, that's dumb. Why would I do that? We need the yellow workers. Let's use the yellow to get us a yellow worker, because then we'll get that one back next round, and we'll need it. We know. So then we can spend our 2 provisions and our yellow and blue worker to defeat this girl. That's going to give us a shell. There are only 2 workers, those ones. They can't be bribed. They're easier to defeat, but you get way lesser rewards. Now, we can gain 2 black workers here, or 3 if we wanted, if we were desperate. I don't think we're desperate. I don't think we want to do card draw. I'm not feeling it this time. Shells and a wood. This, if we, you know, I kind of scoffed at resource production last time, but when we did have it, it was really nice. At the same time, we could potentially, you know, if we place this here, we then get 1 additional worker. We'll get 3 white workers every turn, and then we can start focusing on getting outposts, so that those white workers can be used for other kind of purposes. We also need white workers 3 every time going forward for all of these. So I think let's do that. Let's try that. We're going to focus on workers here. So this means I want to free up the huts and the outposts, and it's clunky. Of course, that's the game, right? So, what are we going to need if we don't want to lose cards? How many cards do we have overall? We got 2 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 10 cards. We started with 10. We have 10. Now, we can add this guy to our deck. And, or we could just not do that. We'll end up losing a card anyway. Because if we worked this with our worker to get the provision, then we can't pay this guy. This is getting spicy, and we're going to have to still get rid of 7 cards from our deck, and we're adding enough barbarians that there's only going to be 2 available to add to our deck each time. That sucks. Okay. If we don't work the provision, we lose 2 cards, and we can spend this one. We'll lose 2 cards. So we basically add 2 cards and then lose 2, and we'll be at 10 still. I think that's essentially the best we can do, and we don't get this provision. Provision's not worth a card. Okay, so we're going to spend 1 provision to add this guy to our deck. We'll get this guy to our deck for free. We'll pay this guy off. And we'll pay this guy off. So 2 of them are paid off. And then the 2 unbribable ones, obviously we're not paying off. I mean, I could have killed that guy maybe. Whatever. Too late now. I don't want to spend 3 provisions on principle. And then this guy gets us a provision and a shell. So we've paid, or I guess we would have done that. We set aside those resources. Imagine we hadn't paid them yet. If I was doing this properly, we would have spent these cards, and then now we would have reconciled these. We would have paid this guy, and then we have to defeat these, or we have to suffer the damages for those 2, which we don't have. So we'll shuffle, we'll move this, and we will get rid of 2 from our deck, a red and some provisions. So we should be back to 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 cards in our deck. We've basically done nothing. I mean, we haven't lost, and we've got a lot more income now than we did. But overall, I don't know. This time's feeling bleak. Now the good news is we have the inexpensive guys to defeat in like cheaper spots. Now the problem is we need magically to have 3 black and 3 yellow workers, which we don't. But that's never stopped us before. Surely this will be fine. All right. We got 2 turns before we need to advance it, and then we're getting 3 barbarians. So we need to find a way to start killing more barbarians each time, or we will lose. All right, so we get 4 cards. We get 1, 2, 3 white workers, a red worker, 1, 2 provisions, and a shell. The shell income seems a little pathetic. Okay, so it's like the office, like, I don't know. Ugh. This is not what we need. We need yellow and black cards in our deck, but by the time we get them, we'll have defeated those barbarians and we're not going to need them so significantly anymore. But this hurts, like, bad. Oh, I guess I got to put these guys out. This is like the dream card to add to our deck. I just wish it was in, like, if we use it to get a red worker. We don't need red, we need black or whatever. Anyways, we need that in our deck. I just wish it was in our hand now, basically. Oh, we also get a worker of our choosing, which I didn't take yet. Because this was our yellow leftover guy. So we can take another yellow. Or do we take a black? Black. We take a black. Okay. How in the hell are we going to save ourselves from ourselves? We don't have any space to build, so we don't have to worry about that. But we do want to acquire some resources so that we can do that later. And we basically want to defeat these 2 barbarians. I'd really like to get rid of this one. We just don't have any yellow or black in our entire deck. So I don't think we can do it. So, I mean, we have this one. We might end up throwing this card out to get that 1 yellow worker. But we have at least the 1 guy. If we get an additional black, like, these are the ones we can't negotiate with also. So they're particularly crufty and mean. So let's send one of these guys to work here and take a black worker. This is what we need in order to get rid of those guys. We can't negotiate with them anyway. So let's just do that now, I think. 2 provisions, a black and a red. This guy's dead. We gain a shell. Living the dream. Yellow, black, 2 provisions. This guy's dead. Gets us a shell. Living the dream. Alright. I haven't spent any of these cards yet. We're not advancing this yet. So we don't really have to be worried about, you know, that extra barbarian. But man, if we could get rid of this stupid barbarian, then we would have 1 extra slot of townspeople to add to our deck inexpensively, which was kind of like our whole strat. I'd really love that for us. But I don't know. What would we need? We would need a provision and 3 workers that we don't have. We can get 1 of those workers here, and we could trade 2 of these and 2 provisions for them, which we don't have. I mean, provisions are 2 to 1 on shells, so we probably do have it. Okay, I think it's worth it to get ahead of this. We want to keep the barbarians to here, not here. So let's do it. Let's make it work. So we're gonna discard this guy out of our deck. Okay, we get a white and a yellow worker for that, because we get the red banner as well. We haven't done that yet this game. We're gonna use these 2 shells as a provision and pay a white worker to get 1 of any color. We'll take yellow, and then we're gonna do that again, and we'll take black. So there's 2 yellow and a black, 1 provision. And we can get rid of this guy. Oh, it makes us draw a card. Oh well, whatever. We got to do it eventually. We gain a shell. And we draw a card into our hand. More white workers. Okay. So next turn, we got to advance it, for sure. What's our ransom situation look like? This guy wants a stick. We have a stick. We can just pay that guy. This guy wants a provision. We have a provision worth of shells. We can just pay that guy. Our provision income is okay. This one is a multicolored worker. We do not have that. We could turn this one into one. Or we could just give him the blue guy. That's what we'll do. So we can pay all of our ransoms. We won't lose any cards from our deck. Now we want to add these cards to our deck. This one we can take for free. And this other one we need a provision for, but we can spend this card to gain a provision and a shell. And then we'll just spend that provision to get this one. Our deck is slowly fattening up again. We'll use these 2 to get 2 white workers. It's not super useful, but because we have lots of that of income, but maybe it's, I don't know how we're ever going to get an outpost. We need resources. We need them bad. But we can work here to get a provision. And then these guys are just extra. They're just hanging out. We got nothing to send them to do unless we build these. But of course, if we build these, then we're still stuck with all this white worker income and no outposts, which is yucky. I think outposts are probably the move. I mean, this one, this next hut gives us that resource spot, which could be useful. Alternatively, if we get outposts, that increases our shell income, and shells we can just trade for resources. So, I don't know. But overall, this is feeling a lot more bleak than the last time we played through. I don't know. I was very confident heading in. Less so now, for sure. Okay, so the barbarians attack. We put our barge back. I didn't do that last time, I think. Anyways, the barbarians attack. We lose a log, a provision, and a worker. We don't lose any cards. We gain 4 cards. I guess we can move these guys over. I mean, we have this surplus of workers. Maybe now's the time to deal with this stupid fortress. like anticipating a loss, but attacking the fortress and resolving the story event. That might be a thing we have to do. Also, we found all of the resource guys now, so we don't pay, you know, we don't have to pay our workers anymore, but now we have an abundance of workers, and now they want resources from us. Those damn sneaky barbarians want our wood and our clay, and we don't have any. Let's see where we're at. We're at 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 cards in our deck. So our deck is still way too thin for us to successfully navigate this. We're going to have to be aggressively adding cards, but not losing them to barbarians, which, as we know, has been historically challenging. So, and we haven't done this at all. So, man, it's like, I think we got really unlucky where we discarded cards, and every time we lost cards to the barbarians, it was all the ones that we needed for the barbarians. Because we just have, like, no yellow or red in our deck anywhere. And it is hurting. But the good news is we get 3. We get a shell. 2 provisions. A red worker. And one of our choice. Which could be yellow or it could be black. Either one would help us. Let's go yellow. Alright, we have to do this turn. Same thing as last time, we're going to cycle our deck as soon as we do that. So we want to add cards here first. We want to use these and we want to buy these. So I don't think we need to defeat the barbarians first, do we? I don't know how many of those we can do. Okay, let's spend this. We have 5 provisions worth. We need 6 provisions in order to defeat the barbarians and add all these cards to our deck. But we can get a 6th one there, so we're cool. We're cool. Okay, let's just spend these. Black, white, blue. And then we need... Oh wait, we need a 7th provision though. Right, because we need to turn one of these guys into a different color. Because we've got... Actually need to do it twice. Okay, so if we... do that, we have enough provisions for 1 attack. We don't have enough for a 2nd one. That's enough for another one. Let's just send one of these guys here and do that now. We have just enough to do these attacks, but not add anything, any cards to our deck other than this one. We have no extra at all. I mean, we can get a provision here, but we'd have to discard the card, which doesn't help us anyway. Right? I think we spend 1 provision to discard this one to get 2 provisions back. Doesn't add it to our deck, but better than failing horribly. We can spend this to get our white worker still. I don't remember, but don't you have to satisfy the food card in order to win? Yes, you do. I mentioned that just a minute ago. We've done nothing to solve this. I've just been treating that as a problem for another day, but I have a strange feeling that this is trending towards a loss. So, there's that part of it, you know? Well, I guess we can get one of these here. We don't have to do this. Okay, I'm retconning that thing I just did. Instead of spending a provision for 2 provisions, I'm going to wait and see, because I failed to recognize I can do this to get a yellow one. And then I can spend 2 yellow and a red for 2 provisions, defeat this ugly barbarian, and gain 3 shells, which is also more provisions. Yeah, I definitely can buy that card instead of discarding it. Yeah, because that would do it. 2 black, a blue, 2 provisions. I guess it's another white worker they don't really need desperately. Anyways, let's just do that. So a black, a blue, we'll spend a provision and a white worker to turn that guy into a soldier or whatever, and then 2 provisions in order to defeat this guy. So we gain a white worker and a shell. Is it just me, or is James glitching? Smooth stream for me. Well, I hope it's... I don't know. Let me know, anyone else, if you're having problems. The old frame drop counter says it's doing good. Cool. Okay, so we want to add these cards to our deck. We defeated the barbarians that we could. Life's going to get really crappy for us starting now, but we're going to add these cards to our deck first. This one's free. This one's going to cost us a provision. And this one's going to cost us a provision. And this is probably the last time we have any chance of getting 3 cards. And then we have like an absolute boatload of these workers, but we have never invested in an outpost, which is killing us. But that's coming soon. So we're going to get 3 white workers, 2 shells. And we're going to do this. So we gain clay and wood. And then we discard 2 cards. 1. Move that guy forward. Now we have to add 3 barbarians every time. Love that for us. Black worker out of the deck, because, you know, that's not the ones we need ever. We are like top decking in the exact way to screw ourselves, and it is a lot. Okay, so we can gain some workers here when we build. We have 2 spots that we can build on now, which is big. And we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So in theory, we would have 3 turns. We have really struggled with this. I think, like, I feel like totally offset, where we didn't have enough workers or the right resources to build an outpost, but then none of the cards in our deck are the ones we happen to need for the barbarians, and every time that we have to lose cards, it's like the ones that I've added so that I get the ones I need for the barbarian. Like, our deck building, we've just been getting kicked in the teeth. Now, I don't think we actually have the resources available to build anything anyway. We do not. So we won't be building it this turn. And instead we have to pay off our friends. And that means we're either losing a card or turning one of these guys into a, like, spending a lot to turn this into a multicolored worker. I think we just lose a card. We're going to end up losing a card somewhere here. There's no way we have enough bandwidth to pay off the barbarians the whole time so that we cycle this 3 times. So we have 2 turns. We suck. I can't seem to get it today. And we're going to pay... Do we keep one of these so that we can actually get one of these stupid buildings? I don't know how we're going to get the resources for them. Merpu's Law. It's true. It's true. And I mean, I appreciate that the game's self-balancing. It just seems that it's been unfortunate this time. I've tried. Like, we needed yellow workers so badly, and I looked for opportunities to get them, and then, like, none of them materialized. Just, you know, I think once this time we've drawn a card that had a yellow worker on it, despite us trying to make that happen. Okay, how many of these do we want to pay? Well, these make us draw cards too, so we have to pay some of them. That sucks. Okay, let's just pay the resources and be done with it. So we're going to lose one card. It's just a white worker, thank goodness. The ones we can afford to lose, because we have 5 left over here. We need an outpost so bad. But then having more resources would also be fabulous, you know? Anyway, bad news is 3 barbarians time. So the losses, here they come. All right. Let's see what we can do. 1, 2, 3, 4. We gained 3 white workers. This was not seeming worth it anymore. I regret this immensely. We get 2 provisions. We get a red worker and a worker of our choosing, which I don't think it matters. I think we're like hooped. I think we're going to take a blue one, because I think we're going to just anticipate this as a loss and try and destroy this fortress. Hey, time roller. All right, well, let's take a second to welcome in Time Roller. Thanks for that raid, friend. How you been? Hope you're doing well. Do a little shout out here. I have a strong pro streamer. There it is. I have a strong feeling that most of you here in chat are familiar with Time Roller, but if you're not, Time Roller is a fellow board game streamer. You should definitely check him out. What were you guys playing today, Timey? Hopefully something fun. I had extreme confidence. I'm playing Legacy of You. So I played this last weekend, and we played 2 sessions. It's strictly speaking, like a best of 13, right? You play, it's a campaign game, and you play it until you either have 7 wins or 7 losses. And I won the first 2 games. It basically tells you, hey, expect to lose the first game or 2. And I was surprised to win, and I came in with a lot of confidence to this game, and I have been getting my teeth bashed in by barbarians, which was really hard to say. So, anyways, welcome in. Thanks for coming. Space Cadets 9-handed. Whew. Spicy. Will the streak be broken? I think there's a very low chance that I succeed at this. In fact, I was just strategizing when you guys raided in. So Legacy of You, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, it's a solo-only game, and you are trying to build canals to divert water. And you need to, in order to win, you need to build 6 canals and survive. Okay? So, presently, I've built 4. Okay? And here's the... You know, the evil water is coming to... It's ever present, really. Okay? So, you are trying to build canals. It's a resource management game at its core. But the challenge here is that as you're building these canals, some people don't like that and get a little pissed off. So there's these barbarians up here. These guys at this end. They don't like your canal building ways. And... if you ever get 7 barbarian cards up here, you immediately lose. We currently have 4. Actually, no. We have 5. My mistake. And yeah, if the water ever gets to you, you don't have a canal built ahead of the water, you also lose. If you run out of cards to draw, it's a little deck building game, you also lose. So there's plenty of ways to lose, and all of them seem highly likely in the next turn or so. So I think we're going to be up in that loss ratio pretty soon. Barbarians at the gates, exactly. We don't negotiate with terrorists, well, except for the ones we already paid. Truer words have never been said. So basically, I've been struggling this playthrough with the barbarians. You gain workers, okay? And the workers, you need workers of specific colors. And I'm getting a lot of these white workers, but the ones that you need up on the barbarians, you need blue, yellow, black, and red. All the other colors, okay? And I've just been struggling to get any meaningful income of those types of workers. And we're at the point in the game where we've kind of scaled up here, and we add 3 barbarian cards every turn. So if we ever get to 7, you immediately lose. So I basically have to be defeating 3 or 4 barbarians every turn, and like there is no shot that that's going to happen. I tried this strategy with provisions, and it ain't happening. Everything, this one's feeling like a loss. So what I thought I might try to do is do the cheesy thing and destroy this barbarian fortress. So last time, as you win the game or lose, there's story elements that happen, and as they happen, you gain you go through a story deck, this huge story deck here actually, and add things to the game. So it's sort of a little self-balancing. As you win, you add cards that make it harder. As you lose, presumably there's things that give you a little boost. I don't know, haven't lost yet. Stay tuned though, it'll be soon. So we added last time the world's most pretty barbarian fortress to our playthrough, and this has basically sort of doubled the effectiveness of the barbarians. They've been exceptionally mean because of it. So I'm considering trying to ransack that fortress as I, inevitably lose. Because I think that's sort of, it's looking like is going to happen here. But let's see. Okay, so did I collect all my income? I drew my cards. I got my workers, including the red worker, I think. I did not take... Yes, I did. I took a blue worker for that. I got my 2 provisions, and I got my 1 shell. So, because we had basically nothing at the end of last turn except for workers. So we have no resources with which to build these buildings. Those are an absolutely lost cause. It's just never happening. If we want to advance this, we need 3 shells and 2 white workers, a blue worker, and a black one. So we can discard this for a blue worker, and we can discard this one for a black worker. And then, so this was what we need in order to advance that, because this is also a story card. I'm basically giving up. This one's a loss, and we're just going to try and advance the story and do some stuff on our way out, basically. I don't think I can fight these guys off for 1 more turn, but we're just gonna lose anyway, so I might as well get a couple of these things on my way. So if I want to defeat this barbarian, I need 3 provisions in order to access him, and he's in his fortress, so I need 3 white workers, 2 red, a blue, and 3 provisions, which is extremely expensive. But we're pretty close to that right here. So 3 white workers, a red, a blue. And I don't actually... I mean, I have the provisions if I had that other worker, which I can get here. I'll send this guy away, and we'll get a red worker. And then I'm going to go blow up that fortress. And there's a real chance here. There's an extremely high chance that I'm going to defeat this fortress, and we're going to get it replaced with, like, a worse fortress. I think that that's, like, highly likely, but we're just going to give it a go and see what happens. So, 2, 3 provisions, 3 white workers, 2 red, and a blue. We defeat this guy, which gives us 2 shells and a clay. And we blow up this fortress, which means we read story part 45. Let's see what we get. For weeks, they taunted and raided from their walls, this bastion of chaos and rebellion. But today their fortress fell. The dragon of our warriors surged and surged again, beating at the fort like fang and claw. I know not if it was a lack of supplies or warriors to hold the walls, but the gates finally fell, and my soldiers burst through, like a river breaking its banks, routing the barbarians that remained. We were not without loss, and that cost is always high, but those who have fallen fought for their emperor and all who live here. But glorious death does not hold fortresses. We've taken too many losses, and the enemy may come again. We cannot stay here and must withdraw. I cannot risk being caught on the road by pursuers. I have asked Bo Yi to take some workers and undermine some of the fort's defenses before joining us. Sadly, I have no doubt that the barbarians will take refuge here once more, but if we must come back, let it be harder for them to hide. It says file the fortress card under history. So this one goes in the box. And it says, find card 38 in the story deck and file it in the box under other setup cards. This is the weakened fortress card. It will be added to your next game. The same rules apply. So, okay. Bo Yi is like a craftsman that we met last time, who, in theory, we recruited into our deck, but then we immediately discarded him because we suck at this game. He's handy. He's gonna undermine the fortress. Oh, it definitely looks a little shabbier, maybe. I kind of feel bad, actually. This was the nicest looking barbarian fortress ever. Like, it went from gorgeous to slightly less gorgeous. You know, it's a little foreboding and terrible now. I almost feel bad. I don't, but I almost do. All right. So what's this guy gonna do? Oh, that sucks. Okay, so the fortress has been painful because it essentially, like, it's extremely expensive to get rid of barbarians in this spot because you need lots of provisions, especially early. And the fortress doubled the ransom you would need to pay in order to not lose to the barbarians. And the new fortress is cheaper. It only costs 2 to destroy, but it only it just destroys a card from your deck. You can't pay a ransom for it. So that's sort of like good in one way and, you know, not so good in another. Now, if we kill one more barbarian, we can, like, you know, eke out one more turn. But I don't think we can, honestly. We just need other colors of workers, and we don't have a practical way of getting them. So I think instead we're going to build this canal and resolve this story event and feel happy that we did 2 story events before our eventual barbarian oppressors took over. Trombone will be happy. All right. We're going to build this canal. We have to discard 2 cards. And then we resolve story event 44. Which hopefully makes things easier, but everything we've done in the storybook, I mean, I guess the destroyed fortress is probably easier, but everything else has been like a net loss, basically. All right. It's fine. James just destroyed the fortress. I did destroy the fortress, and I replaced it with the ugly beat-down fortress of non-prettiness, Trombone. But rest assured, while I may have destroyed the fortress, the barbarians are still going to crush me this turn, and I will lose. So, don't worry. All right. A commotion drew drew our attention over to the river today. This is the story from building this section of the canal. Shouts and crashing sounds bellowed from the forest. As we watched and listened, a resounding roar echoed out through the valley. This sounds like a big flood. This sounds really not good. My people flinched back from the shore, even though we were across the surging waters. A second yell preceded a figure breaking from the tree line and running for the river. It was a short-lived attempt at escape. For moments later, the source of his dismay came crashing from the forest. Oh, it's not water at all. Oh, Jesus. Apparently, I can't hold a book. A huge bear, blue and brown in the fading light, arrows protruding from its fur. The man was running as if spurred on by his ancestors, but the bear was faster. I'm not sure what the barbarians did to anger the creature, but it was clearly unhappy about it. I think the arrows might have been, Anyway. Once we are sure the animal is gone, we will send some men to bury what is left of the man. No one should be left like that. So we file this constructed canal card under history. And we find card 54 in the story deck. And we put it in. So we've replaced the card we had with card 54. I think is this one. Yes, it is. Okay. And maybe the barbarians aren't going to win because it says discard the leftmost barbarian from above the board if possible without gaining its reward. So that story actually, that story passage unusually has actually saved us because now we can tolerate having 3 more barbarians and we won't actually lose. Which is weird, but true. I'm not sure what to do. I was expecting to lose immediately, but I guess not. Today's my lucky day. No loss for me. So now next turn we'll have 6 barbarians out, and we don't have a bunch of resources, so we probably lose quite swiftly next. But we also have this thing already. We don't really have to worry too much about the river. We can go here and work for a provision, and we can spend that provision to gain these 2 guys into our deck. We need to pay a clay, a wood, which we don't have, and a red worker, which we also don't have. We could get a red worker by discarding a card, but then, I mean, I guess instead of discarding a random card, we get rid of this one, and we gain a white worker for it. So let's do that. Let's discard this. We gain a white and red worker. So we're going to negotiate with terrorists this time. Now, we can't get any wood, but we can just use this and gain 2 provisions. And, we didn't do anything to make our future rounds better, like to gain more resources or anything, like, for instance, building a building. So I think we're still fast tracking for a loss here, but we get 1 more round out of the deal, I suppose. So the barbarians are going to attack. How many cards do we have? We got 5. 10. Oh, God. Yeah, okay. Yeah, a win is pretty fleeting here. But we're going to pay our brick and our red worker. We don't have a stick, so we're going to lose a card. That one. That had a stick on it. Unlucky. And our barbarians are going to move to make space for the 3 new barbarians. Also angry. Well, these ones look slightly less angry than the others. And we get 1 townsperson, because we're on the brink of defeat here. All right. Well, it's fine. Totally, it's fine. All right, so we get 4 cards. We get 3 white workers. We gain a red worker. We get a worker of our choosing. I don't know that it matters. I don't think we can kill enough barbarians for it to matter. But getting rid of these guys that take our resources that we don't actually have would be cool. So let's take a black one. We gain 2 provisions and 1 shell. And what do we get in our hand? Oh, more white and red workers that we really don't need. Story of the game, honestly. So, let's try to win. Like, this was a sequence of events. I thought I didn't know we were going to rando delete that barbarian and get an extra turn here. So we might as well try and make something happen. Exceedingly unlikely, let's be clear. If we don't remove at least 3 barbarians, we lose. So, that's going to cost us 9 workers of various colors. We've got 2. We can get another one, but it's the only color that we don't really need very much. So that's really unfortunate. But that's okay. We'll find a way. We'll find a way. So, I don't think we're going to find a way on it. This is doomed. This is absolutely doomed. Let's just use these. 2 provisions, 2 shells, a white worker. Do any of these gain us workers? No, but this one gets us to draw a card. Let's start with him. Let's go here. We'll get a black worker. We'll play 2 black, a red, and a provision. We'll defeat this guy. We gain a shell. And we draw a card. We don't have a card, so the water will move. And we shuffle our deck. I guess I should have put this in first. I'm just going to do that retroactively. Because it's free anyway. What do we get? A red worker, the other color we really don't need a ton. It's the same guy. It's the same freaking guy. He just keeps coming back. Ugh. Story of this game. Okay, we're going to take that red worker. We're going to find a way to make this work. We could defeat these 2 guys. We just need 3 blue workers, of which we have 0, and 5 provisions. We have 5 provisions. We are 1 shell short of being able to do this. We can do it. We can do it. It's going to be stupid. We're going to go here and get a provision. Okay. We are going to spend a white worker and a provision to get a blue worker. We're going to do that again. Get another blue worker. And then we're going to send these guys and their 2 provisions off to go defeat this dude. This lady. And we get a shell and another white worker. The exact thing. You know what I was thinking? Wow, I could really use another one of these guys. Heaven forbid we get any other color of worker that might be useful. We don't want that. Oh. Okay. Now, we're going to complete the same process, but for this guy. So we're going to pay a provision and a white worker to get a blue worker, and then that's the only workers we need, but we need 1, 2, 3 provisions. I don't know why I'm prolonging my suffering here. There's no way we would convert this to a win. But this guy dies, and we gain a shell for our trouble. And this is looking awfully similar to what we had last time. We basically are left with no resources whatsoever. And we're just barely holding on because all we need to do is actually get some of these colors of workers in our hand, and we have never made it happen the entirety of the game. But here we are. We're living some sort of dream. We can't pay this ransom, we can't pay this ransom, and we can't pay this ransom. So we're going to lose 3 cards. Which puts us very dangerously close to losing. We don't... I mean, this would have been nice. The clay would have been really nice to keep in our hand. But otherwise, we don't care about those. And we're going to add out 3 new barbarians. We get the super mean barbarian who I had somehow shuffled right to the bottom of the deck. He kills 2 cards. We're dead next turn. There's no way that anything other than our death happens next turn. Because if we even managed to, like, you know, find a way to build this, you still have to survive the end of the round. And that involves adding the barbarians. So you have to add 4 barbarians and not die. And we would have to complete this, which we haven't worked on whatsoever. Maybe we can complete this card and stockpile this on this turn just to get rid of it before we die. Because death is imminent. Hey, a yellow worker! If only that was in our deck for the entire game. Alright, what do we got? We got provisions, red and blue. Hey, red and blue are not white. That's cool. We get these guys back. We get 3 new workers. We get 2 provisions. We gain a shell. And we get a worker, a red worker, and a worker of a color of our choosing. We're going to go with black because we're going to try... I mean, we could do this, but it doesn't actually help us. It does, yeah. Because we won't survive. Whatever, we'll take yellow anyway. On principle, because we've had so few of those workers. Okay. So we need to do this in order. Fish, meat, wheat. We only have wheat. We don't have any of the other ones in our hand. And that means we can't do it. I should have thought of that last turn, but I didn't. And we need to achieve the whole thing or it doesn't matter. So the only thing we could do is we could potentially try and draw cards, but we can only draw a card 1 time. I guess we can get more provisions. Let's see if we can top deck what we need in order to complete this. So we're going to pay 2 provisions and 2 shells to take this action here. This is a golden +1 card, which means that instead of us drawing a card like usual, we're going to draw it right from the deck here and add it into our hand. It is a fish. Okay. Step 1 complete. We're going to go work and get another provision. And then we're going to discard this gal for another provision and another shell. And we're going to do the same thing. 2 provisions, 2 shells. And we're going to top deck. Surely this one has a big fat juicy steak on it. Holy shit, it does. There's no way. Okay, well, we tried to do this and somehow it worked. So we're going to pay our fish, our steak, which gets us a shell, I think, and our wheat. And then we get to resolve story number 23. I cannot believe that shit worked. I cannot believe it. All right, what do we get? Hopefully this is the last time we need to stash these. Our stores only just managed to get us through the winter, but every stomach is full, and the workers are healthy enough to carry on our work. I've assigned more foragers to search wider for resources. We've come a long way to redeem the losses from the fire that swept our camp, but there is still need for more. Each year the camp grows, as does the mouths to feed. I don't like how this is going. With all the comings and goings, it is hard to find time to figure out just how the fire started. I have assigned Bo Yi, my faithful and dedicated assistant, to investigate. He seems to believe we are still losing food from the store, and he has made it his mission to solve this trouble for me. Still no sign of demon monkeys. We file this under history. The townsfolk cards go into the discard pile. They're out. And we get card 27 from the story deck. And we just basically graduated to a harder food storage card, probably. So maybe that wasn't worth it after all. But here we are. Oh no, it's just different. Oh. We get different story events as we collect each of these, which is Team James for the win. I appreciate that, Allison. You're literally the only one who said anything remotely like that so far. It's been Team Barbarian, Team Anybody But Opcost, you know? So I appreciate that. Now, unfortunately, I've got this loss counter ready to go because there is not a hope in hell that we survive this next thing. We would need to kill 3 barbarians, which I don't even think is possible. We could perhaps kill 2. And then we would also need to add a bunch of cards to our deck. And complete this. Yeah. We would basically need to kill 4 barbarians this turn, which would require 12 workers, which we don't even have, even if they were the correct color, which they're not. So, I don't know. Let's see. We can't afford to discard these cards because then we just won't have enough cards to draw and we will lose. But we also have to build this turn. So, we get a red and a blue worker. I think it's actually fundamentally impossible for us to win. I don't even know that it's actually... I don't even think I should try to play, because we're going to need to draw cards next turn, which is going to move this. But if I build this, I'm going to lose 3 cards. So we'll only have 3 cards in the deck. I need to draw 4. If I can't draw 4, I lose. And that's ignoring the fact that I would need to kill 4 barbarians, which, or 3 at least. No, 4, which ain't happening. So, yeah, this is a loss. We can, we kind of simultaneously lose to the river and the barbarians, but we're gonna chalk this one up as a loss. We did resolve those story events, so that was cool, and we can always try again. We'll increment this loss counter. Sadly, blink. I like the second game we played was like an easy victory, I would say, compared to the first one, and I thought this third one today was going to be not that bad. That fortress was awful, and I just couldn't get ahead. Like our card draw, also terrible, and I just couldn't seem to get ahead of it. But now we get to resolve a loss card, so let's see what we get. I'm just a rebel like that, definitely not a Midwest mom. Oh, so it actually matters how we lost. Okay, because we get a different thing depending on whether we lost to the river or lost to the barbarians. So we couldn't have killed the barbarians no matter what. There was no way we were killing enough barbarians that we didn't die to the barbarians this turn. We could have built this canal to advance the river. It would have meant we would lose due to card draw, but that also is a river loss. But like we would have lost first from the barbarians. So we're going to call this a barbarian victory. So we resolve story 18. Well, that's in the book. What am I doing? It's a disaster. Yeah, it was, you know, it happens. It happens. That win streak felt really good for the 2 games that it lasted. Oh my. This is quite the novel here. Take a sip of coffee here first. All right. Glorious Tushanshi, it is in times of our greatest doubt that we must seek out the voices of those closest to us, to realign ourselves to who we truly are. Though you remain in our home and I am far from you, I often find myself stopping to think on what you would say to me when I cannot see a way forward. Today is such a day. We will not complete our work in this region before the rains start to fall. We worked hard and many gave more than they had to make our great work a success, but you can only do so much in a day, and the barbarians took and took until we had nothing left. I wholly agree. Maybe I did not pay them enough heed and spent too much of my time with tools in my hands in the mud and the water. My hands are raw and still ache from the blisters as the rain continues to fall. I must return to my work, dear one. This coming year will ask much of me, and I must be ready. I will have to use everything I have, finding a way to draw out even just a little bit more from all who have joined me. Perhaps there is a way to reorganize the village that would suit our needs better, but I will not bore you with such things. I must focus on the future and remember all I have learned this year. For learning is a treasure that will follow its owner wherever they may go. Wow, that's deep. All right, so we file this defeat card under history. And we find card 35 in the story deck and file it under setup cards. It's a fortuity card. So some sort of fortuitous, wondrous thing happens to us, presumably. It looks like that is the shell that that guy who kept coming out, that we kept getting, that we didn't want. That is the exact thing he was holding. I would swear it. Where is that guy? It totally is. Look at it. This master craftsman who wouldn't leave us alone, he created this thing for us. I guess. What's it say? Place this card face up alongside the board. It is an ongoing ability that rewards you with one shell from the supply each time you place a worker at a hut space, in addition to the other items you gain. Additionally, you may choose to file it in the box under history to discard the leftmost barbarian card above the board and place a townsfolk card in its place. But then you lose the ability for the rest of the game, or the campaign rather. So I think free shells is pretty cool. Like with our current thing, we were using these every turn. That's basically a free resource every turn at the current state of the game. Kind of cool. They'll definitely help us out. Okay, I got my butt kicked. That's 1 loss, 2 wins. Sucks to suck. I think the plan here, I'm going to try again, but I'm going to take like a 5-minute break real quick first and come back, set this up. And this time, like, evil barbarian lady, it's not happening. I'm not scared of you anymore. Okay? You might have creepy claws and a somewhat broken looking hand. I'm not scared. So yeah, we're gonna come back. I'm gonna try again, and we'll see if I can do better this time. I'm probably not gonna try that provision strategy again. It did not work, but we'll see at least. Anyways, so I will catch you back here in about 5 minutes. Be right back. right, friends, I am back. Got a fresh coffee and a dream, you know? A dream to win at this game like we did last time. So let's make it happen. I'm going to reset here. And we do have that little fortuity card that's going to give us a little boon when we use our huts. I kind of already favored huts over outposts, probably irrationally, but that makes me favor them even more. So we're going to give that a go, see what happens. And we did beat up that barbarian fortress, so it's less awful now. So, you know, that's fortunate too. I don't know. Maybe we can make it happen this time. Maybe we can make it happen. So, what do we need to do? We got to grab these things. We still have to do our food. We still have the barbarian fortress. It's just, you know, it looks more foreboding because it's run down and shitty now instead of being gorgeous. So I feel kind of badly, but then they're barbarians and they're stealing our stuff. So I don't feel that badly. All right. Let's make it happen. So the fortress this time, instead of stealing a multicolored worker as a bribe, there just is no bribe. It's destroy a card. Every turn we have to destroy a card until we destroy this fortress, which costs only 2 white workers. Though we did have an unusual abundance of those last time. Okay, it's gonna be a while before we're able to do that. Now, we do shuffle up our town deck here, townspeople deck. And this is where a lot of that variability comes in because we, you know, I was in Dominion, for instance. It's a deck builder, and you start with the same 10 cards every time. You know what your second hand is from the first one, for instance. Whereas this game, we just play with 10 cards from this deck, and they can have all sorts of different things on them, and we really don't know what we're gonna get. We do need to redo these huts and stuff. Do that first. Essentially, to get a little bit of variability in this, there's pairs of cards for the first and second, third and fourth, and fifth and sixth canals. But I think right now we end up adding to these as we like go through the story deck, and I think right now we actually only have a choice in the 5 and 6 category, and the other ones it's just where they happen to appear. The order is the only thing that gets randomized, but they're very samey anyway. So let's do this real quick. We'll shuffle up these 1s and 2s. They're literally identical, so that didn't help. And then the 3s and 4s, they might be identical as well. I don't know. There were story ones in here, but we removed them. They are also identical. Okay, so shuffling, not really worth it. But there's 4, 5s, and 6s. So we'll get a little bit of variability here. Whoa! Well, that's spicy. Okay, so we got the, you know, eliminate a ton of cards. Love that for us. We didn't get one of the easy ones. We just have to get rid of 6 cards in the last 2 canal things. So that's going to be really tough. And then these huts, we don't get to look at them. They have a reward on the back. Some of them are story rewards. Usually it's like gain a shell. But we don't get to see them until we buy them and flip them. So that is that. Don't believe we get anything else as part of setup, but I'm going to double check just to make sure I'm not forgetting something stupid. Because, you know, I've been known. It's happened. Nope. That's it. All right. We don't even get these. So, we do, whenever we take these actions, we get a shell. That's a third of a resource, essentially. Or half of a provision. That's useful. We do need to collect these things in order to win. And these each provide us with a story thing, which is odd. We do have to do them in order. Meat, wheat, and then milk. But it's unusual because last time it was only a story thing when we completed all of them. So I don't know whether that's going to be good or bad as we resolve those as we play. But I suppose we will find out. So let's harvest. We gain 4 cards. We get a white worker, a shell, and a provision. That's it. That's all we start with. Let's see what we get in our hand. Oh, you know what? The other thing I didn't do, I didn't put these townspeople out. Oh, it's like the game is taunting me. What the hell are these yellow workers, and where were they last game? The first 3 all have a yellow worker on them. That's irritating. Anyway, we're just not going to think about that too much. It's fine. Alright. So, what do we get? We got white workers, wood, and provisions. Not horrible, but not what we need in order to get around one farm without doing a trade. But that's okay. We can probably do that anyway. So, if we had, you know, just for shits, we could get rid of that barbarian fortress on the first round, maybe. There might be a way. Because we do have these yellow workers unusually. Right? Yeah, Martina, yeah, it's so funny. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I'm loving it too. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so if we discard this card from our hand, it's out of the game, we get enough provisions to go here. We would need 2 white workers. That could be these. And then we need 2 yellow workers and a blue worker. Okay? We can get a yellow and blue worker by discarding these cards. And we can get another yellow worker from up here by discarding one of those. The only thing is, this is our 3 provisions to go. Oh no, if we discard these, we can do it. Because we get blue, yellow, and yellow for free. And then this is our 2 white workers. And this is our provisions. Let's just do it. Let's do the round 1, get rid of this barbarian fortress crap. Then we don't have... We're going to lose 2 cards to that this round anyway. Because of the resources that we have. So, why don't we just choose the 2 cards we lose and eliminate the threat so we don't have to deal with it for the rest of the game. Is that a good play? I have no frickin' idea. Are we doing it? You bet your ass. So, alright. We're going to discard this and gain a white worker. We've got these provisions here. We're going to have to discard this guy out of the game. I guess we get rid of 3 cards, but whatever. That guy's out of the game. We gain 2 provisions and a shell. Okay? We're gonna, for free, we can take the yellow worker from this. We don't get to add it to our deck, though. And then we need these yellow and blue workers. Right? The alternative is that... You know what? Okay. I think I miscalculated this slightly. If I hadn't discarded this guy, we would have 1 fewer provision. Right? But I would keep him in my deck because I can discard this one, or discard it, for a yellow and a white. And then I can send that guy here to gain a provision and a shell. And then I can discard this guy for a wood and a blue. And we have exactly what we need right here. And we have a wood and 3 shells left over. And we did get rid of 2 cards, but we would have got rid of 2 cards anyway. And now we don't have to deal with it ever again. And we get to, the story, they get to burn down the fortress or whatever here. So, all right, let's do it. 2 white workers, 2 yellow, and a blue. This also potentially means that we can't advance this next turn and we just lose the game. That's a realistic maybe outcome of this. Actually, no, it's not, because we get this worker back. So we will have the 2 white workers we need. Okay, so we paid all of our workers. We got to pay 3 provisions. This guy dies, the ugly lady, the mean, nasty-looking witch. I swear she's cursed my family already. That's why we could never find those yellow workers last time. We gain 1 shell and a white worker. And then we get to resolve story 6 for the fortress here. I'm very surprised we managed to do that turn 1. I did not want to be right, but with wisdom comes the ability to foretell heartbreak. And once more I stand before the fortress. This time is different as I watch the spark of the rage rise into the smoky air, mixing with the cheers from the people around me. I place one hand on Bo Yi's shoulder. His work was good, as it always is. When we came at this fortress again, they did not expect us to breach the south wall. The surprise was effective, and once the enemy was quashed, we made sure that none would reside here for a long time. This scorched earth will stand as testament to our conviction. Nothing will stand in the way of our great work. We file the fortress in the box under history. Oh, and we gain a reward. It says, construct 1 building for free, discard any 1 barbarian core above the board without gaining its reward, or draw 3 townsfolk cards into your hand from the draw pile. I think it's turn 1 and we want a free building. The cards are cool, don't get me wrong, but we can find other ways to get cards. And a free building means we could take like a hut that would normally take us a long time to get, and gets us extra rewards, and gives us extra opportunity for income. So let's construct a building for free. And let's construct this hut. It's gonna go there. We're gonna get a provision. And what do we get? Story number 1. All right, we're just blasting through the story here. The promised workers arrived this morning. Among them was a young man, skilled and honorable in his trade. He has settled into the camp and will be valuable in the work ahead. We file this and we add card 10 to our hand. It's a dude staring at something. I'm not quite sure what it is. What's that? Gem? A rock? Some jade? It's some jade. I think it's jade. Chunk of jade. Okay, so this guy's in our hand now. He is like Bo Yi in that when we play him, it gains us 2 wood. If we discard him, we gain a worker of any color. And if we use him as income, we get a yellow worker. So I think we want to keep this in our hand. The problem we had last turn was not enough resources. We got an early hut. If we get 2 wood, we can do that this turn. Then we can potentially try and get like an early outpost maybe. And that will alleviate some of those worker constraints. Now, we will need to advance this before we're able to do that, right? But at least we have, like we're kind of accelerated here. We got this hut early. That's good for us. So let's spend this card and gain 2 wood. We have 3 wood. We have enough wood for an outpost. We just need a place, put it. And I don't know if an outpost is actually what we want right away, because the challenge, of course, is then we are only gaining 1 worker every turn. I think this might be the move, but I don't know. We kind of need both, right? Okay, so what can we do? We can gain 1 of these workers that's worth a provision into our deck. That gets us a yellow worker or a blue worker income. And if we spend 2 shells, we can do that again. That gets us a yellow worker or black worker as an income. We have 2 spots. We haven't used those yet, but whatever. We cannot afford any more of them because there are too many provisions, but we can place this guy here and get a worker of any color and a shell. So we'll take our shell, and then I don't actually know what color of worker we want because we simply don't know what's going to be on the barbarians. Yellow plagued us last time, but we have a couple of those that we know are in our deck now. So I think we take black or red. Let's go with black. And that was our turn 1. Win or loss, that was like an extremely productive turn 1, I think. Like, we blew up the barbarian fortress. We don't have to pay any ransoms or anything like that. We'll be able to move this next turn. We got an early hut. That feels pretty good. So, what do we get for our barbarian? Oh, exactly wrong. Those are all the yellow ones. Oh, it's the evil witch lady again. Ugh. And she wants a red worker, which was the other choice that we could have made but didn't. Anyways, we're probably not going to pay her off because it's too expensive to continuously find the provisions for that. But let's do income. So we get these 2 workers back. We get 4 cards. We have to move the barge this turn, or build the canal rather. We gain 1 shell, 1 provision, and 1 white worker. What do we get on our cards? Oh, a whole host of not just provisions and white workers. Now, we don't have a lot of provisions actually at all. Maybe this is leaning into that same we need to do this again strategy. I don't know. Okay. So, we are going to destroy 1 card when we do this, but 1 card isn't enough to cycle our deck, so let's just do it now. We're going to pay our 2 white workers and our 2 shells. This goes away, and we earn a clay, a wood, and we get rid of this card. What do we get rid of? A provision. Provisions actually might be our restriction this time. Okay, so we're going to ignore that barbarian. We want to add a bunch of cards to our deck, and we can build another building. But what building do we want to get? We have exactly what we need here to get an outpost. Outposts give us flexibility in which workers we can use, because we can use multicolored, like if we get this one, our white and black workers are then interchangeable, right? I don't think we want to do the outpost until we have more worker income. And because we've unlocked this spot, I think we want this one immediately. I think we actually just wuss out and build a farm. Whoops. And that's going to go here. It's going to earn us a shell. And now we're going to get 2 workers every turn. And then I think we want to try and find ways to potentially get some income here. So yellow and red workers, I mean, worker income could be fine. Like, we would get, right from the get-go, a red, a yellow, and 2 white workers if we just drop those in there. Alternatively, we could get brick income, which is going to facilitate us getting more huts. Huts giving us shells. I don't know. Let's do this. Let's get a yellow worker, because that was such a thorn in our side last time, and get a brick and a shell as income. Does mean we're going to lose a card this turn, this card, but I think that's okay. I mean, or do we want a red worker? I mean, we lose the dude anyway, no matter what. Let's just do that. Okay, so we get a blue and a clay. And with our remaining workers here, we can gain a provision, and because of our bonus thing, we get a shell. And then we can get a worker of any color, which we know yellow, we get yellow income. We have a blue already though, so let's take another yellow worker. And we get a shell. And then we want to add some cards to our deck because we know that we have to get rid of a ton of cards later. So we're just going to add as many as we can here. This is also getting us, that's a black worker. It's a blue worker, which, you know, we have yellow worker income and we added yellow to our deck already, right? For one more provision here, we can get this one. And then I think we might actually, because we kind of have a little bit of a surplus on shells, maybe let's take these 2 shells and use them as 2 provisions, and we'll just take the red worker from this, and then we don't lose a card. And then we haven't lost any cards except for those couple that we threw away. We've definitely got like a net gain so far, because we can just pay this ransom instead. And I think we're kind of tapped out. We've got the canal thing sorted out. We've done these. We could build, but only if we had a place to build, which we don't have. So let's not worry about it. And let's move on to the next round. So far, it's looking really good. Lots of opportunity for me to flub it, don't worry. Ooh, we got the nasty barbarian. This one is like, this one probably is worth eliminating immediately. 3 provisions, but she takes 2 provisions or you lose 2 cards, and she requires 3 workers of any color other than white in order to defeat. But when you do so, you get to just add a card to your hand from the deck. So it's actually really good. Also, probably I feel like provisions are a thing that we need to get more of in our hand. We have lots of workers. We don't have very many provisions. Gaining these extra shells to spend as provisions is probably going to be pretty important, actually. So, let's do this. We get 2 white workers. We get 4 cards. We only have 1, so we have to advance this, and then we're going to shuffle this. We should have about 10 cards here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, okay. So we have had a net gain of 1 overall in our deck, but we need to add way more because we're going to eliminate 11 cards over the next 5 canal builds. And that's if we never pay a ransom. That's our whole deck right now. So we got to be adding as many as we can right now. Okay, so 4 cards, 2 white workers, a yellow worker, a clay and a shell, and then a shell and a provision. Well, we certainly have a lot more resources than we did last game, that's for damn sure. Oh, and our friend with the 2 wood is in our hand again. Nice. Okay, so as soon as we advance this, we start getting more barbarians. So we want to add to our deck now while we can, instead of advancing it. Unfortunately, we did not get any provisions here. But there are provisions on these cards. We need them in our hand really bad. We could also just advance this. We will get more barbarians, but that pushes the barbarians over into the other spot, and then like we're kind of already accelerated anyway. We got that extra hut really early, right? Adding cards is going to be really tough this turn because we're going to pay the 3 provisions to get rid of the super mean barbarian lady, and maybe we do that first and see what that card gets us. We also have to not forget this. So the problem right now is we only have 1 provision. So are we going to do this turn? I don't know. We need yellow and blue for this guy. So let's send this guy and get like a red worker. I don't know. This will be the team we send to defeat the super mean barbarian. And we get a shell when we do that. And then I guess we're not doing this turn. I mean, I guess we can use these guys. We're not doing this turn. So let's send this guy. And in fact, I'm going to just retcon that. This gets us a provision and a shell. So we got our team, 2 red, 1 black, 2 provisions, and 2 shells as a provision. And we will go defeat this lady, the meanest barbarian in the deck. Okay, but we get to add a card directly into our hand from here. We got the other really good guy. Okay, we don't need 4 wood every couple of turns, honestly. That's kind of absurd. I don't know even what we'll do with it. Like, this is, I mean, we can spend it on outposts, and if the barbarians come up that require wood as their ransom, we just leave them there. Because we'll have a lot of that. I don't want to waste these guys for this. They're the wrong resources generally anyway. So we would need a red worker in order to not lose a card. I don't know that we can do that. Not easily. But we can, instead of gaining a clay, we don't have great, I mean, we have clay income. Instead of gaining that clay, we could just complete this thing here and resolve story card 33. Let's do that. Bo Yi came running to my tent this afternoon, his urgency beset by his own haste, as he had to catch his breath before being able to share what he had discovered. And what a discovery it was! While pursuing my own musings that the fire would have needed something to help it start, he had uncovered evidence the fire was started intentionally and tracks leading away from the camp. I don't know how it took a month to discover that, but here we are. Someone has been stealing our food. We have mustered a tracking party and sent them on the trail. I have chosen Zhu Ying to lead them, as her reputation as a master hunter and tracker is not false praise. Even with her skill, it will take time to discover where this trail leads, but I will not tolerate this thievery. My people will not starve after working to feed others who wish to eat for free. Find card 66 in the story deck and place it face down underneath your ready pile. If this was added already during a previous game, instead gain 2 wood. So card 66. I think this is our ready pile. Oh, I guess we see what that is. It's her. But anyways, she gives us 2 provisions. So that's cool. That was probably worth doing. We already worked these. We can't do a building until we build that. We could build the barge this turn, but then it just means extra barbarians. We get like essentially an extra round of income if we don't do that now. I don't know whether we need to bother doing that. We have lots. I don't know. We should do it. We should min-max. I'm going to regret not doing that later. Let's just send these guys and get 4 wood for an inexplicably high amount of wood. We have 7 wood. We got to build an outpost, I guess. And then these guys get us workers. And that's it. If we want, it's the same as usual. We could get rid of a card, or we can discard this card, because then we get a white worker and a red worker. We're getting rid of one card either way, but this way we get rid of a card and we gain a worker for it. And then this guy, we just take the worker. And I think we are done. We're not going to build that this turn. We could have done this as the wheat instead if we wanted. Yeah, we'll do that after. We'll get there. Yellow worker is a useful thing to have in our deck, even with the income. We needed them so bad last time. Okay, so we are done. So we're going to put the barge back. I think I was supposed to do that last turn and forgot. And then we suffer attacks, but we're just going to send that guy off. And we refresh the card row. Oh, wait. We didn't buy cards. That's what we can do. This guy can go into our deck for free. And then we don't have a ton of provisions, but we have 1 where we can spend it on this guy into our deck. Whoops. I'll just pretend I had remembered to do that during the action phase. All right. There we go. So, what do we got for barbarians this time? So they're taking workers, black and red, the ones that we don't have income of. Rude. Generally just not nice overall, I think. Strictly speaking, we don't have to. We have enough cards that we don't have to build the canal this turn. This is how we won that second game, was by like abusing this deck so that we're moving it forward slowly and controlling the rate that the barbarians attack us, right? We got nothing but workers this time. 4 cards, we get 2 white workers. We get a shell and a provision. We get these guys back. And then we get a yellow worker, a clay, and a shell. Okay, so we have 4 yellow workers. We're over-indexed on yellow for sure. We're almost at the point where we're gonna not be able to take wood because, you know, it doesn't. There's a limit on the number in the supply, and we're almost at it. There's only 2 left, so we probably want to build an outpost or something because we know those guys are in our deck. We're just gonna end up cycling it again here soon. We are shy on provisions. Provisions is a genuine problem for us. And I don't know, like, this doesn't get us provisions. This doesn't get us provisions. Nothing, this gets us 2 shells, which we could use as provisions. Mind you, if we have a ton of workers and we just use these every time, we get kind of a provision and a half worth of shells. So that's a thing. Also, outposts, they also work like provisions. I don't know. We don't really desperately need these resources, though. Hard to know what to do. Thus, you know, such is the game. Okay, we're going to ignore the barbarians, I think. Because we don't have the provision income to deal with them at 3. Now, we need red and black workers to deal with them. We can get the black worker from here. Okay, so that's our ransom. The red worker we could get from here. These are just ransom workers. I'm sorry, friends. You're you know, taking one for the team, I guess. We're not really getting anything from collecting income right now because the only thing we're getting is additional workers, which we can't really use. So I think it's at the point now where we probably just build this. So doing so will not cycle our deck. Let's spend 2 and 2. We gain a clay and another frickin' wood. Because why not? And we destroy a card. That one? Oh, it's a provision. That sucks. We can build a building. Now, we could build one of these. Well, what one do we build? Like, I don't know. Having yellow and white be interchangeable isn't super useful. And we don't actually have like a ton of extra white workers. I mean, we could build blue. And then we can get blue. Like, we can use our white workers as blue. which we'll need here pretty soon. If we're building one of these, we don't need to build it this turn. We could build it next turn once we see what the barbarians are. That's always an option because it doesn't give us income, and it lets us take a worker. If we build this one now, we can use it immediately. And we could get income, but these income, we don't want more worker income. We want like provision income, I think. So it's tempting just to build another stupid hut. I think we're gonna do it. We're just gonna lean into huts. We got this thing to give us shells. We got lots of workers. We're gonna get a ton of huts and just work things. So what do we get? Story 2, wow. Okay, we're hitting all the storybook. Even as we make room for more workers, the space is quickly filling. Just today I met a craftswoman from Yangcheng. The clay she is sculpting is exquisite. I feel her skills are wasted on making rice bowls and jars, but the flood is a beast that respects no work and no one. So we put story card 11 face down on top of our ready pile. So we're gonna draw this immediately. Oh, and it's like she's like the other people, except instead of giving us wood, she gives us extra clay, of course, because she's a, clay worker. This also means we're not going to advance the ship this turn because we'll now draw 4. But that's okay. Not a problem. We probably want to build this immediately next turn and then build another building under it. Maybe that's when we pivot into outposts, perhaps. So we're not going to use these guys for income because do we want to just go hard on worker income? What do we get right now? We get 2 free workers. We don't actually have that much. It's just that we haven't been spending them. If we have lots of workers, we can always get the stuff here, and then that means we can always get shells, which we can use as provisions, essentially. Though if we had, normally the cards are like a provision and a shell, so we could still use a worker to get the stuff. We'd have to have the worker though. Whatever. Let's just lean into what we've got and make it work. I'm going to use this one. And then we'll discard these 2. We get a blue and a white worker. We got a ton of workers. We're not going to do those. We're being disciplined. We don't have red or black, which is unfortunate because that means that we're just going to suffer the consequences. We're going to lose 2 cards. Oh, that means we're going to lose this card, though. Wait. Okay, we don't want to do that. Because this girl is the one on top of our deck. I mean, whatever. She's also just 2 brick. Do we need 2 clay? We need it for this, I guess, if we want to keep doing that. Oh, crap. Okay, so what did we do? I mean, I don't think there's ways for us to really get red and black workers. They're here on these cards, but we would need to pay 4 provisions. Which we haven't got. So we wouldn't have these 2. We have 2 provisions. If we work here, we can get them right there. Okay, so we go here, we get an additional provision and a shell. And if we go here, we get a resource of our choosing. We'll choose a shell and we get an additional shell, which makes it into a provision. And then we can spend these 4 provisions. This is yucky. I don't like this. I want to add these to our deck, but I also don't want to. I want to keep this card in our deck because it's better than average. So we're going to spend 4 provisions and we're going to take a red and a black worker from these guys by discarding them. Oh wait, we had a red and black worker set aside for our ransom. I suck. Okay, we don't want to do that. We're just going to take our provisions and stuff back. I feel really dumb now. Okay. We can add things to our hand. Let's start here. 1. We have 2 provisions. 3, 4. Do we want the clay guy? Sure, whatever. We can always throw him out. We are going to install this guy as a thing. And we are going to get the white and the blue worker. I forgot that I had already done that. What a doofus. Okay. Do we want these guys in our hand? Red workers. We're going to get black as income. Red we do not have. Let's just take that now. Let's spend 4 as 2 provisions. And take this one. We've really added a lot of cards. We got lots of income and stuff here. Life's good. Hey, I'm actually around to tune in today. Hopefully someone has been here to give you a hard time. I lost once already. Trombone was giving me a pretty rough time. She's on Team Barbarian. Nice to see you, Jared. How you been? Hope you're doing well. All right. I think I'm done now. So, we get our barge back. Our friends, the barbarians, attack. I have that ransom that I had set aside earlier. Whoops. And we got to make space because we're adding 2 barbarians every turn now. Hey, blue and yellow. Okay, that's acceptable. This is the guy we need in our deck. Super bad. The provision dude. Let's collect some income. So, these guys come off the board. And we get 2 white workers. A yellow worker, a black worker. We're basically out of yellow workers in the game. We have almost all of them in front of us now. We get a clay and a shell. That's all of this stuff. And then we get 1 provision and 1 shell and our 4 cards. Of course, I missed a loss. Basically a given. Yeah, it's true. It was like we managed to turn that loss from a like shameful loss into like a reasonable victory. You know, like we progressed the story a lot. There was a evil barbarian fortress that we blew up. We never have to worry about it anymore. We got some things done, but did ultimately lose the game, which was a shame. But that's okay. That's okay. So, what do we want to do? What's our win condition here? We want to spend some wood. We will probably want to build an outpost that gives us additional shell income anyway, and we can advance this without advancing the barbarians at all. Now, we want this guy in our deck. We need provisions. Provisions are the thing that we have in shortest supply. So I think we have a provision card in our hand, but I think I want to keep that the hell out of here. Probably I want to take this 1 wood because I don't care about that wood, and it would make me feel great if I removed that card from my deck because we're gonna shuffle this deck in a second anyway. So I'm gonna set that in there now. I'm gonna spend my 3 white workers and 2 shells to advance the barge, or to build a canal, rather. So that'll go away. We gain all the wood in the game is in front of us. We have a clay, and we discard 2 cards. Now, we can't discard, so we're going to advance the water. We're actually well ahead of it, right? Because we have another spot for it to go, and we're just shuffling our deck, and we have, 4, 8... We're going to draw, 2 or 3 times. If we don't take too much heat from the barbarians, we have 3 more turns before it advances. And then we have more turns after that before it advances and ruins our day. A moral victory. It was absolutely a moral victory. 2 cards we got to get rid of. Did we already get rid of one? No, I don't think so. We got rid of a brick. That's perfect. And a provision. That sucks, but we'll survive. It wasn't the 2 provision lady, at least. So, what now? We want to build here, and we want to start making this a little easier on ourselves. So we want to build an outpost. We also need to spend wood, or we won't be able to collect anymore. So we'll spend 3 wood, a clay, and a white worker to build an outpost on this spot. And then I don't know which one to actually build here, because we want to kind of invest. We want it to be like yellow and white, because we get a lot of those. And then eventually when we add another outpost like the blue one, then blue, yellow, and white will all be interchangeable and life will be easy for us, right? Or red or something. So I think because like yellow's the least useful now. Maybe we'll just do red now. Okay, we get a provision. So now white workers can be interchanged with red workers. That means we could pay this ransom, but we're instead going to obliterate that lady. Right? What do we need? We need provisions, which we don't have a ton of. But we would need 2 yellow and a blue. We got that. And we would need 2 provisions. That gets us more wood. God damn. And then for the other one, we need 2 blue and a red, so we can use this guy instead. But we need provisions, which we do not have. So we're going to have to send these guys out working to find those provisions. So that one gets us a provision and a shell. This one can get us... We definitely don't need the resources. I mean, if we take a clay here... Well, we don't need to, because we'll get the clay anyway. We don't have a spot for that hut to go. So we're going to take 2 shells. And then this guy can get us a worker of any color other than white. It might as well be that red one, I think. And then a shell. Okay, so this is exactly what we want. We want to be deleting these 2 barbarians, the ones that cost us fewer provisions, especially because we are so provision shy right now. Also, we can use these guys, so why don't we just do that now? We can gain 2 provisions, a blue worker, and 2 clay. So 2 clay, blue worker, and 2 provisions. So, let's get rid of this one first. 2 blue, and red and white are interchangeable. It really doesn't matter. We'll do that. Actually, maybe we'll just use the legit red one. In case we want to build this next turn or something. I don't know. Anyways, regardless. We also pay 2 provisions. He's gone. We get a shell and a white worker. And then this one, we're going to spend a provision and 2 provisions, or 2 shells as a provision. 2 yellow workers and a blue. And she gets deleted as well. And we get 2 shells. And, oh, thank goodness, a wood. That's what we needed. Saving the day. Did I spend these provisions or set them aside? I think I set them aside and didn't spend them. So I don't feel like we had 2 extra provisions. So, we're basically kind of tapped out on all of our stuff here. But we want to add more cards to our deck, especially this one. So, this one's free. This one costs us 1 provision. And then honestly, I don't even know if I want to add this one. We don't need wood. We have like almost all the wood in the game, and we have 2 cards that give us 2 wood each that we're probably going to draw in our next hand. I don't know if we want that one. I guess it is fodder for this. I don't know. Let's just take it on principle. We need lots of cards in our hand. Let's take it while it's cheap. We'll regret not doing it later. And then I think we are done. We have what we need for our to pay these guys off. 2 shells and a wood. Thank goodness. This guy we're going to keep on the barbarian row forever. Because we have so much wood, basically we never have to consider them. right? We'll fight harder barbarians. It'd be worth it instead, just to never have to pay that ransom. This guy's also actually really cheap. But we are done. So, barge comes back. Barbarians attack. We pay them a wood and 2 shells to go away. And we refresh the card row. Oh, this is the guy who can't be bribed. So that's a good one for us to eliminate anyway. This guy also needs a wood. Maybe we eliminate these 2 and then just let the wood dudes just hang out and use this up. I don't know. What do we get for townspeople? Provisions, that's good. We need that. Blue worker, less useful, but still good. Double provisions, we really need that lady. Okay, cool. So we're making strides here. This is working out. So, we get our income. 4 cards. 2 white workers. 2 shells, because we have an outpost out. A provision. And then all the stuff at the bottom. A yellow, a black worker, a clay, and a shell. And then we also get all these guys back. Okay, this is like the opposite of the way the game worked last time. We got our butts kicked. I have like more than I know what to do with this game. You know, we can't build because there's no space. But we have like an abundance of things. The only thing we don't have a ton of actually is white workers. We'll need 3 to do this. And then to build underneath it, and we actually only have like we have 4, so we could build 1 building but not 2 this round, which feels like a shame. And we don't have any present on these either, which is also kind of crappy. So how do we want to do this? Probably we want to. I think we want to advance this turn. We can handle the barbarians, but we got to get rid of... We want to leave these 2 guys. It sucks because they'll be in the cheap slots, holding them up forever. We can basically ignore them because their ransom is super low. Until we're ready to defeat them. So if we want to do that, we have to get rid of these 2, which means we need 2 red and 3 blue. That might be harder to do than it sounds like. We don't have that. We could discard this red lady. We could discard her. That would get us 2 red. Or I guess we can use white as red. Never mind. Oh, but we need white here. Oof. Okay, you know what we'll do? We'll build this, because then underneath it, when we build a building, we can get a red worker back. And then we just have to figure out how to get blue ones, which will be magical. So, 3 white workers, 2 shells. We can only do this once per round. We're going to be adding 3 barbarians now. I hope I'm not doing that prematurely. Should we just wait around? No, that feels cheesy. Let's just do it. Okay, so we gain 1 of each resource and we discard 2 cards, which is sucky. There goes another provision. Hate my life. We're top decking all the things that we like. When we're discarding, we're getting rid of all the things that we want to keep, which sucks. But we freed up a space now, and we do have enough here that we can build a building. So we could make this more flexible. We could add the yellow worker in so that we can use yellow as red or as white. That gives us a ton of flexibility with what we're facing right now. We're going to have to kill these guys, I think, because otherwise we need too many provisions. Shame. Do we want to build the outpost? What does this get us? Draw an extra card. We do have a pretty thick deck. Not exceptionally, actually. It's less than I thought. It's 14. I mean, that's because we just deleted... You know, we have to get rid of 6 more cards before the end of the game. I don't think this is the move. I think it's the outpost. Or, I don't know that the extra provision makes sense either. I don't know that we need this worker either. I don't know what the hell we need. I don't know what I'm doing. You know, that's a real problem. I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's build the farm now, because that gives us income, and then we'll build an outpost on there. And that gives us flexibility. Skill issue. Oh, I missed you. Welcome to watching smoke billow from James's ears. Listen, this is the exact type of game that I like. I was so surprised at how badly I got beaten. The loss you missed, Jared, was a rough one. I was so disappointed by how thoroughly trounced I was. But I've been enjoying this game a lot. Okay, we're gonna spend 1, 1, and 3. Forget that income on that worker. Income's for losers. Now, red, black, and white workers are all interchangeable. We're going to get this red and this black. I guess that doesn't solve the blue problem for us, though. But that's okay. I don't actually know that it is okay. We don't have a practical way of getting provisions, really. These ones. Let's send the yellow guys here. So everything about this game, using the colors, makes me feel like extraordinarily racist, and I'm just leaning into it. I have to refer to them by their colors. It's just the way. Like, it feels yucky, but what else do I do? I don't know. What am I going to need? 3 provisions, 5 provisions just to attack those guys. And I really want a 6th provision if I can. And I can go here and get a blue worker and gain a shell. And then defeating this guy will give me... You immediately thought that. Yeah, I know. I don't like it. I don't like it, but like, what do you do, right? Like, that's what they're called. Like, I don't know. It's like, if I had like convenient other colors or names to refer to them by, I think they're fighters and spearmen and archers and whatever, but it's too difficult for me to remember which is which. Okay, let's go defeat this guy, because then he gives us more shells. So we spend 2 blue and a red. And 2 provisions. And this guy gets defeated. And that gives us 2 shells and a wood. And then we can either just tolerate this person destroying our stuff, because we would lose 1 card, or we can pay basically everything we have to get rid of him. But wait, we still need a blue worker, which we don't have. So how can we do that? I don't know. We would have to pay a white worker, which could be our yellow worker, because they're interchangeable. Or sorry, it could be our black worker, because they're interchangeable. And a provision. So we're 1 shell short of what we need in order to be able to do this. And we can't get a shell from any of these things. We can't trade. We could discard a card for shell. We could discard this 2 wood, that we really don't need that much wood. We have another 2 wood card anyway. Or we could just use this guy to complete this wheat thing and see what happens. Maybe we get something. Let's do that. 43 in the storybook. Monkeys. I would laugh if I wasn't so furious. A small band of thieves and bandits, bearing a standard of a monkey, have been raiding our food supplies and selling it to the local barbarians, laughing at us all the while. Bo Yi and the trackers stayed long enough to hear their retelling of setting the fire and making off with our valuable supplies under its cover. He acted as my sword, and while it was not without cost, we will no longer be feeding our enemies in this endeavor. And it seems that we were not the only ones these demons were stealing from. Okay, draw the top 2 barbarian cards from the barbarian draw pile and look at them. Gain the rewards shown on the right of each barbarian card. Then place them into the discard pile. If you draw one featuring a storybook, discard it and draw a new one. Okay. And then we take a damage. Okay, so we got rid of the unbribable lady and the... I swear that looks like the guy on our side. Mean dude. So unfortunately these rewards kind of suck, but we get 3 shells and a clay. Those barbarians are out. And we take a damage, which means we discard a card. We got rid of a card with 1 wood on it. That's the one we put in literally just so that we could potentially discard it in the future. So that worked out all right. Okay, cool. Well, I like not having to deal with the unbribable barbarians because they're rude. They're shitty. I don't like them. So let's get rid of this other unbribable one. So we're gonna turn this guy into a blue dude. Or wait. Instead of turning him into a blue one, hold on here. Let's think this through for a second. I have another spot here. I can use red or black as though they were white ones for building. I could just build another outpost. I have tons of resources. Why don't I just do that? I still have enough wood left over to pay off those guys, even if I didn't use this, which I can. Okay, let's just build another outpost. So, blue. And we get a black worker. A rider. We get a rider. I'm going to try and use the right term. We gain a rider. And now everything except for yellow, which we have income of and have a surplus of, we can use interchangeably. If we get this last outpost, we can use all of the workers interchangeably, which would be pretty cool. So now let's go defeat this guy. So we have a blue and red. What's blue and red? A fighter and a spearman. I'm going to remember these. We have to pay 3 provisions, though, which kind of sucks. We get rid of this guy, and we never have to look at him again, and we gain a shell for our trouble. And then we can spend this guy to get 2 wood. We still have a huge abundance of resources. We can pay these 2 off. Because we can't defeat... I mean, we could defeat this guy this turn. She's in the 2 slot. Instead of paying her a wood, even though it's cheap, it's better just not to do it. Because these guys are all interchangeable. Oh, yellow isn't, though. Oh, yellow's the only one. Oh, what a failure. If I only had that one more yellow guy, we could do it. Or if I had 1 extra shell, which I don't have. What a shame. Oh well, we'll pay her wood and we'll call it a day. So, we want to add some of these to our deck. This one's free. It's a provision. That's the thing we need most. This one we desperately need because it's 2 provisions. And we're just going to be burning cards in the future, so I think we just take this one now while the getting's good. Because we're going to have 5 barbarians on the board next turn, and we're going to be sad. We still aren't going to move the wave. We're way ahead. Is there anything else we can do? No, I don't think so. We want to get this... We need milk to finish this card, our surplus supply thing, whatever. But we're done. Barbarians attack. We're going to pay them 2 wood because we do negotiate with terrorists, it turns out. We put out 3 new barbarians, which... That's the last unbribable one. and 2 twins that really like clay, which is fine because that means we don't have to immediately get rid of them because we have an abundance of clay, as it turns out. Sweet. We need to put out 2 new townspeople. This townspeople deck feels really thin, which is a good indication that we have a lot of cards, which is exactly what we need, because over the next 2 canal builds, we'll end up destroying 6 cards, which is rough. Okay. Income. We draw 4 cards. We get 2 white workers. Shell and a provision. And then yellow, black, clay, shell. These guys come back. All right, so our challenge here is we're back to, we need to fight 3 barbarians. I mean, strictly speaking, we only have to defeat 2 of them in order to not lose the game. But I think we'd prefer to beat back 3. We also want to do this. So we can use any colors of workers for this. And we have the 3 shells here. Then we immediately lose 3 cards. Which I don't love for us, but what are you going to do? If we advance this, we can do more building, which we have the resources to do, which our biggest gap right now is we need provisions, right? The problem is, if we spend our shells doing this, are we going to have enough provisions to actually beat these guys back? Because it's going to cost us 5 provisions to kill 3 of them. 3 provisions to kill 2. Okay, let's go here. Provision and a shell. What's the only color? Yellow is the only one that... We don't need yellow up here very much. And we get some yellow income, and there's only 1 yellow worker left. But we're going to spend some yellow workers. So let's go get another yellow worker and a shell. And then let's go here and get 2 shells. So what do we got? We get a lot of shells from defeating these guys, right? So let's just start there. We can just go... All these workers are interchangeable, so it really doesn't matter too much, other than yellow. Okay, so let's use these guys and 1 provision and go defeat this girl. We get 3 shells. We're also going to convert some of these shells into provisions. We're getting close to the limit. The problem. Okay. And then blue and black, those are all the same as well. We don't have the worker that we need in order to defeat that ugly lady. Well, I mean, we do have, I guess we got these. We can get 3 more workers here. We also need to be able to do this. So we might only be able to kill 2 barbarians if we do this round. But if we do this round, I don't think we can build on it anyway. I mean, I have to kill at least 1 other barbarian before I lose. Hey, you're back. Welcome in, Gecko. I mean, our need for wood is kind of mostly over, right? So I could discard this guy out of the game and get 2 wood and a worker of my choosing. That could be a thing that we could do. Bo Yi, I think that is Bo Yi, I think. Or at least that's what I had understood from the story before. I don't know. I also wanted to use one of these for the milk here. But do we need the worker? I mean, I don't have to do this. It's just that if I do, then I can get additional income, right? I could build one of these and get that extra, what the hell are these called? Fish head thing. Why? Provision. Extra provision every turn would be really helpful. So let's think about this. Okay, so this is what I need to defeat that guy. But then I don't have what I need to beat down any remaining barbarians, which would mean I lose. However, because the colors are interchangeable, I could use like any of these to get, and 2 provisions to get what I need in order to remove, say, this guy. And then I have the ransoms for the other 3. And we'll add 3 cards out, and I'll survive. There'll only be 1 slot available for townspeople, but I'll live. And then I have this guy free to do this. So let's do this first, because sometimes the story events really screwed us. So let's use that for story 4. I see you've lost once. I knew it would happen. Yeah, I lost badly, Gecko. It was rough. But we accomplished a lot. I blew up the fortress. There's no more fortress. In fact, I blew it up, and then I blew it up again this round on turn 1. Like, it's gone. All right, so story event number 4, we're stockpiling milk. With the thieves behind us, we can also leave worry in the dirt. Our stores have been boosted by all that was recovered from the monkey's camp, and our foragers have renewed vigor in their work, spurred on by a desire to restore all that had been lost and more. We are close. One last push. This season should put an end to both the rationing and the worry that hangs over my head. And yet I still feel like something follows me. So this gets filed under history. These get discarded. And we're going to need to do one last food shortage card. It sounds like card 53. Hopefully this is the last time. We don't have to do it this turn, but we do have to do it next time we play. Win or loss. We did have to complete that in order to achieve victory today for this playthrough. So we're doing really good there. Okay, so that didn't really affect anything. So let's do this. I don't know that we're going to be able to build on it because I don't think we're going to have the worker that we need. But maybe. So, I mean, we are going to also throw out 3 cards. I don't know, whatever. We're going to try it. Okay, so these guys can be used interchangeably. So we'll do just that. We'll spend our 3 shells. And we will complete this next section. We gain a clay. Yay, another one. Perfect. And then we discard 3 cards. Now we do have to cycle our deck in order to do that, which means this moves. We are way ahead of it. I feel like I had to have forgotten to have moved at one time, but I don't know that to be true, so I'm just gonna leave it there. We did add a shit ton of cards, and we didn't lose basically anything to the barbarians. So 1, 2, 3. What do you get? Double provision, wood, which is fine, and a black worker. So the double provision one stings. We wanted to keep that in our deck because provisions have been our problem. But what are you going to do? So now we have space here where we can build, and we can also spend provisions and shells to gain from this deck directly into our hand. Normally, if we take them from here, we have to shuffle the deck before they get added in. I should have put this guy in for free first, but I didn't. Oh well, mistakes were made. We still have these guys available. How many cards do we got? We have to discard 3 more. We have 3 in our hand, and then 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So we have 12 cards total. We want to add more cards to our hand yet, like to be sure. But it'd be swell if we could build. So we have to remove this guy. We have to kill this guy or we lose. We're adding 3 barbarians, or this one alternatively, but we have to defeat somebody. Now, I think our need for exceptional amounts of wood is largely over. We can always get one here if we're desperate, or we can trade for it. So I'm going to say we're going to use this guy and gain a white worker. We're going to use this guy and gain a white worker. I should have done this before I cycled the deck. That was a real mistake. And then we're going to discard this guy out of the game. And we're going to gain 2 wood and a worker of our choosing, which we're just going to choose to be blue, I guess. Just because we can. And then we actually have some provisions still, because we didn't end up needing to swap workers like I thought we were going to. We never have to do that because we can just pay for it. So, white worker, a clay, 3 wood. Now, all of the workers in the game are interchangeable. The color doesn't matter. It's just we need X number of workers. And it doesn't matter what color they are. They're all identical. So, we can pay this guy's ransom and these guys' ransom. So we still want to remove this person. And she costs the same amount as that one anyway. So let's just get rid of her. Let's spend our yellow worker. So we're adding more yellow workers into the pool, just so that we're not like stuck on a limitation there. 2 workers, 2 provisions. This one's eliminated. We gain a shell, and we can just like feel really dreamy about that. Really good about our place in the world. And then we have only 2 workers, so I mean, we are going to add 3 barbarians. So getting rid of another one would be really good. We almost have enough. We can do it. We can pay 1 provision. This puts a red worker into our hand. And then we have 1 provision and 2 shells. And these 3 workers, which is enough to remove this guy. And then we gain 3 shells back. And then I think we're like really super tapped out, right? We're gonna get these 3 workers back. We can add this card to our hand for free. But other than that, we're done. Oh my god, the questionable emotes there. Alright, so we're gonna add 3 barbarians. Let's make space. None of those are particularly nice to us. I don't love that. We need provisions. These are good people to add to our deck. Let's take our income. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What am I doing? 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not 5. And we can kind of hover here for as long as we need to get to a point. As long as we're eliminating 3 barbarians every turn, it doesn't get any worse. And we have to be really careful, because as soon as we do this, we remove 3 cards from our deck, and then we start adding 4 barbarians. And we basically need to be able to do this and eliminate enough barbarians that we have room to add 4 and don't lose, right? So we have to have like 2 or fewer barbarians at the top and complete this in 1 turn. So we're gonna need to stockpile here for a little while. But we have, like, the river can advance twice before it gets there. So we got time. You hear the cards smacking. Yeah, totally. We finally found some provisions, but still not very many. So what do we get? We get 2 laborers. provision and a shell. And then we get 4 additional shells because of our outposts, which is basically 2 provisions, which is big. These guys come back also. And then we get a yellow, black, so what's that? An archer and a rider. Another clay and another shell. So we collected like 6 shells in income. That's 3 provisions worth. And we can get an additional one here. So the provision thing isn't as bleak as it feels like it is, but it's not as good as it could be either. So okay. So what do we need to do? We have to delete at least 2 barbarians, but it's better if we get rid of 3. Okay? All of the colors of workers are interchangeable. That means we need 9 workers every turn to stay at equilibrium. We gain 1, 2, 3, 4 without using our cards. And that's like quite a few. That kind of puts things in perspective. That's spicy. So is there any reason we don't just start by deleting this guy and draw another card and see what we get? I don't think so. Let's pay our 1 provision. Actually, you know what? We're going to pay with shells, but we're adding shells to the pile because we are resource constrained there. And then we're going to spend 3 workers. And this guy's dead. We gain a shell, and we draw a card. Okay. Oh my gosh. You guys are going crazy. Okay, so we got rid of 1. We need to get rid of 2 more. We only have... or we need to get rid of at least 1 more. But then we would really have to get rid of a lot on the next turn. So, I think we want to build this hut. I really think we want to build this hut. Because we can put it here. Or we get this stupid provision. Do we need the provision? We do get a lot of income now. We can still get more here. Provisions are hard to come by, though. Or do we want the other worker? Because we're using 9 workers a turn. 1 extra worker sounds like a big deal. I don't know. I don't know, honestly. The hut would give us, this lets us draw a card. That's actually really good, and it gives us half a provision. And we can put stuff in it. Which we could put a provision and a thing. It would be better than that spot. Objectively better. Doesn't get us a worker unless we put a worker as income. I don't know that we care, though. Okay, let's build this hut. So a white worker, whatever, any worker, 3 bricks, and a wood. Our last wood. Ducks. What are we going to do? We gain another worker. And what do we get? Oh, story 11. Man, we have been hitting all the story cards with our huts this time. It's a disaster. What is it? It is not a disaster. There's no disasters here. Did that actually play? I didn't hear it, which is weird. Usually I would. What was this? 11, I think. Yeah, we have been progressing through a lot of story stuff. While walking among the workers today, I spoke with a forester who had the most wonderful ideas about the ways we are using the trees we fell as we dig. This will surely make our work easier as we move downriver. Okay, so we just file this card, and we get card 40 for future games. Which I happened to see, and basically it's like one of these cards, but we don't actually lose any cards when we complete it. So that makes things significantly easier. That's nice. Okay, so what else do we need to do? We can't build this or we lose, right? If I have the resources right now, can we win this turn? No, because we built... Did I build this turn already? No, I should have put this back. I just forgot. Okay, so if we ever have 7 barbarians, we immediately lose. So if I completed this with these workers, we would add 4 barbarians. We would need to still remove 2 other barbarians in order for that to work without us dying. So we won't be able to win this turn. That's an absolute certainty. And we will need lots of provisions, because we're going to have to spend at least 5 provisions defeating barbarians in order to have enough space to not lose. Okay? So, I don't need this provision this turn necessarily. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I just jump into the provision income, or do I need the worker income more? Let's do provision. I can always spend the shells to gain a worker. Or actually I can spend shells to gain provisions more easily than that. Okay. Which of these is the most important or least important? 2 wood? I actually have no wood anymore, and some of them ransom me for wood, so... Okay. We'll put the worker there. Install that guy for more income in the future. And then we can get a provision and a shell. And we can get a blue and a black worker. So this would be enough to defeat 3 barbarians. We would need 4 provisions. Then if we can just find some magical way to gain 4 additional workers this turn, then we could win. But I suspect we're not going to find a way to do it. Now, if I defeat this guy, I don't need to ransom any wood. I also need to ransom 2 workers if I do these. We don't have workers. We're going to lose cards for those. So, I think I discard this one out of the game. I gain 2 wood. That's going to be the rest of the wood we're going to need for the rest of the game, I hope. And we get a worker of our choosing. And then I really want to I want to use these, but they also require having extra workers in order to use them, you know? So let's see. If I use this here, I gain an additional worker and a shell. I'm going to spend 4 shells. I'm going to set aside this stuff. Same thing as last time. I don't want to screw this up. There's the barbarians I need to defeat. But I can spend 4 shells to gain an additional worker. And then I can spend that worker over here to get a provision and a shell. I like provisions. Provision's good. Then I can spend this guy here to draw a card. Oh my god, it's provisions. Cool. And I gain a shell. And then I could discard this for 2 provisions. And life's looking good on the provision front suddenly. Things are going a lot more better than they were just a few minutes ago. Do I think I'll get a worker from that card? I don't know. Let's try. Let's spend 2 provisions and 2 shells. And I get to add this card to my hand. It does not have a worker. It has more frickin' wood. I don't need the wood. I'm just going to discard this. I'm going to get the wood and the worker. And then I'm going to spend that worker here, and I get 2 more shells. And then I'm going to spend 4 shells to get another worker. We did a whole lot of jazz there. We now have 5 extra workers that we're going to have at the start. So we're going to have our 9 workers without doing anything special to achieve it. We also get to draw another card when we kill these guys. So let's go do that. We're going to kill the first dude. Defeat this hideous barbarian with our 2 provisions. That gets us 3 shells. And then we're going to defeat the other hideous barbarian with our other provisions. And that gets us a shell and a card. Which gets us 2 clay. Listen, this lady's nice. Like, you know, she seems friendly enough. But, like, do we really need that much clay? How many cards do we have left? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not that many. Not enough that I can throw her away, sadly. I mean, I could, but I won't. We're actually at the point here where if I did build this, I would win, right? Like I would win. We have enough space for the barbarians. And life would be good. But I would need 4 workers in order to do it. And I can get 1 off this card, and with my 4 shells, I can get a 3rd. But I can't actually get a 4th. So we can't quite win this turn. We're gonna have to just like tank it for 1 more turn, I think, in order to get this to work. But we should be able to do it next turn. Probably. Given our shell income is really high, do we collect more than 6? What do we get? We get 1, 5, 6. We have 6 here? Okay, so we have enough shells. We can just trade one of these for a provision. And then let's add these guys to our deck. We'll spend that provision to do it. Just so that we don't, like, make some stupid flub and lose by not having enough cards. And then I guess, like, we get 2 clay from this girl? Like, what the hell are we going to do with clay? Also, I care more about the cards in my deck than the workers, I think. So maybe I'm going to spend these 4 to get an additional worker. And then this is actually my ransom. So I don't have as many additional workers as I thought. But yeah, I guess we get more clay. I could discard her for a worker, but like... let's discard her for a worker. I'm going to screw this up. I'm going to throw away too many cards and lose. I can feel it. I can feel it. But regardless, I want to win next turn. We're close. We just need just enough workers, and getting there is hard. Okay, so we got to pay the ransom. We'll pay these 2 workers because any of our workers are interchangeable. These guys move down. We put out 3 new barbarians. One of them's the easy to kill guy, though he's more provision heavy. And we have no extra provisions because I spent them all like a fool. But we're at the point of the game where if we can kill 3 barbarians and do this, we win. Okay, so surely we can find a way. We add 2 cards to our deck, then we have to shuffle, which means that this moves. We get 2 more cards, so we're at 4. We don't really care about cycling our deck too much. We have 5 workers. We get 2 white workers. Well, they're all the same. We have 2 workers, a shell, a provision, 4 more shells, and then another worker, clay, another shell, and another worker. Okay, so that worked out pretty okay. What do we got here? We had 5 leftover workers, and we have 9 workers 10 workers. Oh yeah, because we get 5 as income now. We have 10 workers without using our cards, and we have sort of some provisions. Okay, we got the 2 provision card into our hand. Okay, how many cards do we have here? We have 3, 6. We're going to destroy 3 when we do this, and we're potentially picking up more when we defeat these barbarians. So, we probably need the bandwidth of an extra worker. We need at least 12 workers in order... Actually, we can get the workers just off of these. Okay, so 2 provisions. This is our boat squad. Okay. Discarded the 1 card. We still have enough to win. That gives us enough extra workers here where we can put 1 here to gain a worker and a shell. And then we can send that guy over here to gain a provision and a shell. We'll get provisions also from as we defeat these guys. So it'll be fine. I think we have enough here to win. Chia Kitten, that is a lot of emotes. You're serious. They're cool shades. All right, so I think we got enough here to win. Let's do it. So 3 workers and 1 provision. That lets us defeat this lady. Okay, that gets us a shell and we draw a card. It gives us another worker. That's cool. Let's just take that worker now. What else are we going to do with it? Okay, and then we got another 3 workers. And 2 provisions this time. That gets us this guy. He gives us a shell and another worker. And then it doesn't really matter which of these we defeat. We can actually defeat potentially extras. So 3 workers and 2 provisions. Right? Now that gets us this guy. And he gets us a clay. Woo! We can add it to the pile. And 2 shells. Okay, and then we need 2 workers and 3 provisions to defeat that last guy. Well, we got 2 workers and 3 provisions right here. So let's do it. 2 workers. Three provisions. Each pair of shells is a provision. Trade like that. And this guy's dead as well. That gets us another shell. So, I set aside the things we needed for this so that I wouldn't screw it up. But we have defeated 4 barbarians. We'll add 4 more, and there will be plenty of space for them. We have no more workers, so we cannot defeat any more. We don't have the provisions to attack this guy, even if we did. We can spend these 4 workers and our 3 shells in order to complete this here. Okay, we gain a wood, and we discard 3 cards. Those were all of our provision cards. That would have been really sucky if we had been continuing through here. And now this spot is available. We're going to put out 1, 2, 3, 4 barbarians this turn. But we have plenty of space for them. And that means we win. So I don't think we need to do anything else here. Not that there's really any other min-maxing to do. We have 2 shells, which we can't really do very much with. We could get a worker for free. On principle, listen, we could get a worker for free. This guy can get discarded over there and give us a worker. We could either just take the victory and be happy, right? Or we could build this last hut just because we can with a worker and 3 bricks and a thing. It might have a story thing on it, which could be good or bad. There was a story thing where we added a barbarian. And if we added, like, say, 2 barbarians or something, we would lose the game. But I feel like that's really unlikely, right? So do we take the victory, or do I, on principle, build the last hut? What do you think? What do you think? I think everyone's going to say build the last hut in the hopes that I just have some spontaneous death here or something. Build. Okay, let's do it. I mean, it's probably like gives me a shell on the back side of it or something. I get to add a card to my hand from here when I build that. And then we get to flip this over, see what happens. It literally just has a shell on it. Okay, so we didn't get anything exciting. Nothing exciting happened at all. We got just the most boring of huts that had a shell on the back of it. And we gained a person into our hand, which isn't enough for us to do anything like good with. So we're done. We're done. Okay. So we suffer our attacks. We have to pay a provision to this guy as a ransom. So we'll pay our shells for that. And then we add out 4 more barbarians. Yeah, I could shuffle this, but it doesn't matter. We win, right? We're going to add out 4 barbarians. We're going to refresh this. And then as long as we didn't lose due to the barbarians, we win. So there's only 5 barbarians up here. That's a win. I'm going to chalk up another win on this counter. 3 wins, 1 loss. Living the dream, really. Living the dream. Good win-loss ratio so far. I feel like this was the literal opposite of last game. It's interesting because it's been very peaky so far. It's either been like an absolute disaster or like completely easy. And with like not much in between, right? So we get to draw a victory card. This one says 16. So we get to look in the storybook and see what happens. Probably something awful that makes the game harder for us next time. Treasured Tushanchi. It is difficult to carry on some days, to put nothing before this great work I have undertaken. I hope you do not think less of me. I heard your cries as I passed our home, but I could not turn my head. I had to continue on in this endeavor, but I will return to you when I can. You may be wondering why I'm journeying back upriver. It seems that some of the work we have done has become undone due to heavy rainfall this year. I have taken men with me to work on the repairs to the canals in the west, and once they are set to the task, I will once more resume my own work in the east. It will not be easy. The loss of these workers will slow us greatly, but when adversity comes, one can only greet it as the rising sun. So, this is going to be fun. So we file this card and both of the middle cards, the 3 to 4 jade cards. So those are huts. Where are they? Oh, you know what? I'm looking in the wrong spot. They're right here. So we get rid of these middle river cards. Okay. And then we find cards 12 to 15 in the story deck and file them instead. So, the middle ones were generally like, you know, destroy 2 cards and you gain 1 of each resource. So let's see what we get from 12 to 15. So instead of getting, oh yeah, okay, that sucks. So all of these are more expensive. They all require, normally it was 3 workers, but they were all just white. So these have specific color requirements. And then they give us like half as many resources, basically. So that's nice. Not like a huge change in terms of difficulty, but that doesn't make it easier for sure. So, rude. All right, that's it. So we're up to 3 wins, 1 loss. This is a best of 7 game. Or not best of 7, sorry, a best of 13. 7 wins or 7 losses, and the campaign ends. So I think I might try one more game. I think that felt good. I also want to see, I really want to know, is there like a happy medium here? Because it felt like either I know this is going to be a loss, or like kind of going through the motions and it's probably going to be a win. And I want to see, do we find ourselves in that medium area at any point or not? Winning is weird. Exactly, Allison. 1, that's not on brand for me at all. And 2, feels weird. I don't know how I feel about it generally. So I think we're back in the sort of same place we were last time, where I'm going to take a short break, run to the washroom, you know, that sort of thing. And then when I return, I'm going to try one more time, see if we can extend to 4 wins, you know? I think that we got rid of that fortress. That's huge. This little boon that we got from failure has made things significantly easier. And we did add quite a few like specialists to the deck that are generally better than what we had. So I feel like, you know, overall, probably we gained more positively than negatively through the story of that last game. Like that fortress made things way harder. It's gone now. We do still have to do the stockpile, but we gained stuff for stockpiling food last time, and we probably will again. So I'm feeling pretty good. Bring on another massive L. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Jared. Thank you so much. I knew I could count on you. On that happy note, I will be right back in just a couple minutes here, and then I will show Jared how it's done and get another win. See you soon. All right, friends, we are back. Ready for another amazing victory, I think. Little, like, what Jared said notwithstanding. Sure, he's wrong. And we're going to make this work. It's going to be great. So, let's see. I mean, that game, getting a free building on, like, turn 1 seemed like an outrageously fortunate thing. We won't be able to count on that, and we're going to actually have to, like, you know, play in a clever way this time, which that might be hard. But we'll give it a go. Give it a go. Also, we'll see. I think there is quite a bit of, like, luck and variability in this game, you know? Like, if we get that mean barbarian early, or, like, when you have that fortress, that's a rough time, you know? And just not knowing the contents of your deck here. If you get something that's really skewed hard one way, I think it's hard to make that work. So, I don't know. Don't love that, but the resource optimization puzzle is super good. And I do love that. Having all of these outposts was definitely worth it, but I feel like very difficult to achieve in normal circumstances if I didn't have that early hut. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to replicate that ever. We'll see, I guess. So we do have to achieve this time. What don't I like? Oh, I was saying that just, like, it's interesting that it does feel like in a given round, like, let's say, like, I'm playing my 5th game. I've won 3 and I've lost 1, and, like, you know, for the given state of balance, like, you know, you lose, you get some stuff that helps you, like this card. You win, you get, like, the fortress or whatever, things that make it harder, right? So in any one of those given games, it does feel like there could be quite a bit of variability just because of, like, how the barbarians come out or what's in your starting 10 cards or whatever. And obviously you have an opportunity to like respond to that or whatever, but it seems like I think it's more variable than it would seem at first glance, I guess. And maybe that's a bad take, I don't know. I really haven't played it that much, obviously, but it does seem like that first game, I just couldn't keep the cards in my deck that I wanted to. And hey, wait, do I have another 1 and 2 card? I do. Okay, I thought I only had the 2. Anyways, it just seems like I couldn't keep the cards in my deck. I was, you know, I wanted to get yellow workers because I hadn't gone for outposts, and I was adding them to my hand, but then I was just top decking them when I was throwing out cards, and I was just sort of like, it was unlucky, right? And the composition of your deck at the start, like, you might just have a ton of provisions and not a lot of workers, or, you know, you might, for instance, need yellow workers on all the barbarians you draw and not have any in here just because that's what you happened to shuffle into your first 10, you know? For instance. I don't know that I would say that I don't like that. It's just interesting. Like, it's manageable, but it's sort of like, it feels like the buildings and stuff are sufficiently difficult to get that by the time you realize, oh shit, I need this thing, it might be hard to course correct. You know? I guess my 4 games so far have felt very peaky. It was either this is a win or this is a loss. The first one was feeling really good, and I almost lost, but only because the story events did, you know, arbitrary things that I couldn't account for, obviously. Oh, my favorite cards. How I Know and Love You. All right, huts. We took a lot of the huts out. I think we only have 5 left now. Yeah, the first one you were very provisioned for. Yeah, I think the first play I was spending too much time trying to eliminate these barbarians when they were expensive instead of just riding that out, whether it's by ransom or getting rid of cards, until they were, you know, where they were more affordable to manage. But yeah, I don't know. That last game, getting a free building, like I got this free hut like on turn 1 basically, and that was like such a huge boon. It's hard to, you know, I feel like last game gave me like almost like it fooled me into thinking that like I could repeat that, but I don't think so, because the thing that made me get there quickly, like I just got such an injection of like gaining these resources to get that hut and then have that spot where I get the additional shells as well, would normally take me several rounds to achieve, and I just got it immediately, and it's like it cannot be overstated how much of an advantage that was. But we'll see. And yeah, I suppose that's the thing too. It's like, you know, obviously there's a learning curve to this game, and recognizing what's in your starting deck. The first time or two, you have no idea. And obviously it's going to take some time there to figure that out. Yeah, anyways, whatever. I reserve the right to change that opinion as I get my butt kicked this 3rd time today. Oh, speaking of provision heavy, looks like we found it. 4 provisions on turn 1. Hope I like provisions. Cool. So, let's think this out. Now, we know we only have 2 turns until we have to build this first segment. I'm not building it this turn, because I only get provisions and not shells, actually. Having these in my deck feels nice, but it also feels terrifying, because if I have a bunch of other provision cards here, I'm going to be so worker poor. It is going to be unimaginable. So I have to find a way. I think I just have to assume that that's what I've got and find a way to get this farm out like yesterday, right? Now, that said, I have nothing but workers at the top. No resources that I can gain. I can get 1 wood here if I discard this card, but I can't get both a wood and a clay. So I don't think I will be doing anything about that farm round 1, and I will instead just be enjoying my surplus provisions. The favor cards offer a nice decision space. Using it at the cost of not being able to, and the rest of the campaign is cool. Totally agree. I obviously am in favor of the idea of keeping them because I want to maximize the advantage of that. But like, you know, this ability to remove a barbarian could absolutely be like a one-time, you know, difference between a win and a loss. Like, totally could be, right? So it is very interesting. I want to see how this continues to evolve. I just, I guess it felt like, I suppose, admittedly, I only had, like, you know, I only knew whatever I knew at the time, because I've played this 4 times now, and, you know, the first time or two, I really wasn't familiar with the deck and what I was looking for or whatever. It is not clear to me whether I should be going for huts and income or outposts. It's non-obvious. I don't even know if there's a clear, like, superior one. I'm not sure. But what I would say is that the win-loss changes have felt like a nudge, and then I felt like a bigger variable in how the game goes has been, what does my starting deck look like? I guess that would be the way that, like, that, and that may change. That might just be my impression so far. But that's how I would summarize what the play has been like so far. And I don't know that I love that. Anyways, we have a ton of provisions. We're gonna do this. We're gonna get some clay and shell income, and try and get that early hut again. We're just gonna see what happens. We're gonna take a blue worker. Gotta remember that they're all different again. I don't get a majillion different things. But I'm gonna take this provision, and I have 6 provisions to spend. And I don't think I need to spend 6, but I think I want to spend 4. I think we just buy the cheapest 4 cards and add them to our deck. I don't think I want to spend all these provisions because it would be... I mean, I'm not going to really deal with the barbarians. I can do nothing about this guy. He cannot be bribed. I'm just going to lose a card. But I don't think I'm likely to get so many provisions again that I'm considering buying the 5th card. So I'm not going to bother this time. Because then I can for sure still get 3 next round. I'll buy these 4. Also, I just have to say, I love this man. I love his absolute, like, something that I wish in life. I think about this as a parent a lot. I think about this as a parent a lot. I want my kids to just be comfortable in their own skin, to know what they like and just like it unapologetically. And this man, he just loves that rooster. And I'm so happy for him. It's wonderful to see. It's wonderful to see. Okay, so I had a pretty worthless turn 1. I mean, I got a bunch of cards, but like there wasn't a lot of min-maxing to do here. A lot of decisions to make. Oh, hey, I do get a shell when I get that, when I take this action. So I can for sure get this and not lose next turn, which is cool. Unfortunately, I do have to get rid of a card because I simply, oh no, it's our friend with the massive amounts of wood. Old man has massive wood. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. All right. Ah, this is also black and yellow. So I guess we need black and yellow workers. I hope those are in our deck. Hey, found all the yellow workers again. I mean, here's a bunch. We found some. We can add them. We can get there eventually. Let's see what we get in terms of income. Oh, I never put this out. Whoops. All right. All right, that's a little bit of a mix. We definitely got some of those resources we need if we want to be building that farm, which we desperately want to. However, it's going to be tricky to do because of our worker constraints. We might have to throw away a card in order to get a worker. But let's see. So we get to collect our income. We get 1 worker, 1 shell, and 1 provision, plus our 4 cards. That's it. Nothing exciting this time. Now, same as usual. We know we need to do the old barge, the canal rather. I always say the barge. It's not a barge. The barge just indicates where it is. We're going to ignore these guys again because we just don't want to deal with them. We can't. I don't want to pay 3 provisions. I only want to pay 2. We're just going to leave it as is. We might pay our guy here as a ransom, though. I'm not sure yet. But I think we can do this, gain those resources, and use them for the farm. And then that gives us a little bit more options here. Because, yeah, we could, like, maybe... We probably have enough here that we could get this hut. But I don't know if we have the bandwidth from a worker perspective to, like, do it, you know? Do we? We would gain... Oh, we don't even have a white worker to build with. Well, we can maybe get one. We can get one. Okay, so we would have 1 clay and 1 wood. And then we have a clay and a wood here. So we would be 1 resource short, which is 3 shells, which we most assuredly do not have. Oh, hey, I didn't get the clay and the shell from this. What am I doing? I did not. You and I noticed at the same time. Okay, so I could definitely do this then. I have the extra clay that I need. Do I go with the turn 1 hut? I mean, I think I also had the barn at that time. The farm or whatever these are. Because I got this one for free and I'd already built... No, maybe I just got that first. Let's just do it. Let's lean into this. Like, we have been presented with an opportunity to get another early hut. Huts give us extra shells when we use the worker placement thing. It also gives us an opportunity to tuck a card. So let's just go for it. Let's lean in. We're going to spend our workers and shells to get this. We get 1 of each. And then we discard a card. Okay, worker. Not a huge loss. I don't know. And then we have 2 spaces to build on. Cool. We can do them in whichever order we want, but I don't know that it matters. So these will get us a wood and a clay. Okay. So now we have everything we need in order to build this gorgeous hut, except we do not have this worker. However, we can spend a provision and throw this guy out. That gets us that worker, and we're living the dream. We're just going for it. Do we have enough workers to actually use these spaces? I have no idea. Are we doing it anyway? You bet your ass. We gain a shell. And we'll put this here, gain a provision. Oh, did I pay for this? Did I pay a provision for it? I did. He is free. Man, what happened to me? I'm just getting... I'm losing my edge here. I don't know. Okay, so let's take this guy. Or wait. Before we do that, do we need this? Last time I did this, last time I made this mistake, and I don't know if it is a mistake or if that was just that one time, because I took the, the white worker income as a tucked card. I don't think I want to do that again. I think that sucked, actually. Because I think I can get that income here. I mean, mind you, I could get a whatever color I want income instead of that one also. And then I would have 2 spots where I can get any colors. Decisions. 3 games of this in a row would dominate my brain. Hats off to you. I like this a lot. This is like, it's funny because I don't feel like the decision space here is huge by any means, but there's like enough that you like order of operations things to figure out that there's a game here and it's interesting. And this is like, it's not super heavy, but this is like the exact type of game that like I want to play, where yeah, I'm like min-maxing every turn and figuring it out and, doing a little bit of deck building, a little bit of engine building. There's some uncertainty where it's non-obvious what's best. I love it. This is like, is this the best game I've ever played or something? No. Are all of the terms I would use to describe this game exactly what I look for in a game? Absolutely. Right? Okay, we're going to keep this guy as ransom because I don't want to lose 2 cards. We're not going to tuck this dude. And I feel really foolish, but we're going to do it anyway. We're going to take this as the worker. We're going to use that here to get another worker. We're going to take the yellow one so that do I take the yellow? Yeah, we're going to take the yellow one so that we can eliminate this guy next turn. And I am sorely tempted to just put this here and never have to worry about provisions again. I'm very tempted. I don't know. Can I look through? Am I allowed to look through my deck? I think I am. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to go with yes. I got 2 burly provision cards. And mostly everything else is workers. There are no yellow workers, which is a problem. And then one of each resource. So I got like a pretty balanced thing. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. And I'm going to do this just because I want to start adding these cards to my deck. I want to build a huge deck immediately. And I think this is going to work for me. We're going to go here. We're going to get a provision and a shell. Winning and happiness? Who is this imposter? I would like the real off-cost back, please. Nice. You appreciate the finer details. I felt the core puzzle was too samey for me to play multiple times in a short period. I would say it does feel very samey. It does feel very samey. Like, if there was a couple extra actions to take, or if, like, I'm 4 games in and if I had unlocked some other thing, like, this is like, hey, you have another thing to spend your cards on. But if there was some extra, like, oh, now there's another thing to use to take actions or some other decision to make with your workers, I'd be okay with that. Definitely. It does feel samey. Okay. We're back in. We have 4 provisions. We're not dealing with these guys. We refuse to negotiate with terrorists. Or actually, we totally negotiate with terrorists. We refuse to eliminate them until it's cost effective to do so. So we're going to spend our 4 provisions because we're trying to build a mighty deck. We're going to spend our 4 provisions. That's 1. That's 2. Which of these is better? We don't have yellow in our deck. We just added 2 though. And did we get rid of the black one? No. Okay, we're going to take this one. We're going to add those guys to our deck. We're going to live the dream here. And then I don't think there's anything else we want to do. We could convert to provisions or something, but we can't do any of the cool trades yet. We can't get a worker or anything. So I think we're finished. We also don't have... Yeah, we don't have enough workers to get... Like, it'd be cool to get this income right now, but I don't think we can do that easily either. So we simply won't bother. We'll just leave it at that. So, we have to suffer the consequences. We will pay this one guy as a ransom. We're trying to build a fat deck. Now, that does mean we lose the 1 card to the unbribable grumpy grandpa guy there. Okay? But he is in get rid of him territory. Oh, we get another unbribable. Okay, so we're just... Despite having all these provisions and trying really hard to add cards to our deck, unless we want to spend those provisions to remove these guys, we can't bribe them. And that just sort of sucks. All right. See what we get. 1 white worker. These guys come back. A shell, a provision, a clay and a shell, and a provision and a shell. We have lots of provisions, lots of shells, lots of bartering potential. We need this guy. And we have what we need to get it this turn. So we're gonna. Did you say you wanted big deck energy? Oh boy, did I ever, Allison. I'm glad you picked up on that. Oh, I guess I need to put these out. Okay. So, we got... Maybe my shuffling was inadequate. But we got pretty samey things here. So, let's just collect our provisions. We know we're gonna. We know we're gonna need some to eliminate this nerd. We have the things we need in order to do that. And we could potentially do this before we've lost too many cards or anything. We can go through our deck one more time. Next turn, we potentially have 2 turns before we have to do that, if we don't pick up any cards. Mind you, we're going to destroy cards from these guys. So we have... Next turn, we got to do it. Because there's no way we're eliminating both of these guys and paying 5 provisions for the privilege. I don't think I want to do that. That seems unnecessary. What do we got here? 5 provisions. We would need another yellow, which we could get. Do I want to do that? Mind you, then I can't pay this guy's ransom and I lose a card anyway. Right? What would be 5 provisions? These, a blue, and a yellow from this. I could get rid of both these guys. I would get very little back from them. But we do have so many shells, we probably can purchase these cards anyway. Right? Where am I going to get the other yellow? Oh, here. But then I can't build my stupid thing. Oh, I guess I could, because I get another one. Let's see. Do I want to do that? Or do I, on principle, 2 cards is really expensive. Like, I'll save 1 provision by waiting for it to be here, but by losing 2 cards, I'm losing, like, you know, a provision or 2 per card anyway. I think I do get rid of these guys this turn. And I don't do this. Okay, so I need a yellow. This does still leave me with I'm losing a card, but at least I'm only losing 1 and not 2. And I can still build my farm, which will help me eliminate that other guy next time. I get a shell for my trouble, too. Okay. And I think I didn't take the shell for this from my bonus thing here, so I'll do that now. I can't get this provision without an extra guy, which probably ain't happening. But provisions are kind of not like a huge worry for me. Just feels good to use that every time. Okay, so let's do this. Yellow, black, 2 provisions. This guy's gone. You nerd, you get 1 shell. Blue, yellow, 3 provisions. I'm going to spend shells for them because we're running out of shells. 6 shells. This guy's gone, or lady. That gets us a shell back. We still have 5 provisions, 5 shells, and nothing else. Hello, I was lurking and was thinking, do you have listed your material for streaming, like camera, computer, etc.? By the way, the game looks nice. I do not have it listed, but I'd be happy to share about it. Are you intending to get into streaming, like analog things? I don't know, because obviously, like, you know, most streamers are streaming, you know, just doing capture from their PC playing whatever, Fortnite. And obviously, it's a little different when you're getting physical things on the table. Welcome in, by the way. All right, so we have this guy. He's going to take a card from us, so we're not going to be. We have to advance this next turn. But we have these. All of these are extra provisions that we don't like. We can just spend. So we're gonna. So 2, 3, 4. This guy's free. We're just going to add them to our deck mindlessly under the assumption that we'll be happy that they're there later. And then we suffer the consequences of that dude. We lose a red worker. I think we gained another one, though, anyway. We get to put our barge back. I probably forgot last time. And then we put out 5 new ones. Hey, do we want more provisions? Oh my god. Okay. I know we were mindlessly adding cards to our deck, but like we're going to be really over-indexed on provisions after that. But they're going to stay there unless we use them. Unless we either take them and set them aside, or add them to our deck. And I'd rather add them to our deck anyway, I think, generally. But I don't know. With my wife, we are looking to stream board games. Yes, we're French, so sorry my English is bad. Okay, so language barrier is going to make it difficult, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I would say that overall, yeah, I'm going to take a minute to tell you this because I really like streaming and camera gear and getting this set up and all that. I would say the two biggest obstacles you're going to have are a physical space to stream. You need a big table, lots of space. And then you probably want something like an overhead camera like this, right? I'm using Sony mirrorless camera, but like most people honestly start with like a webcam, right? Because they're easy to mount. Because basically those are the first challenges, is the physical challenge. Where are you going to do it? And how the heck are you going to have your camera like mounted above you? Or some people do it off to the side or whatever. I like the top down, really practical for seeing what's going on. But your English is fantastic. Takes assigned seat for Tech Talk. Yeah, I agree. Also, yes, your English has not been bad at all. If you hadn't said that, I wouldn't have noticed. So, and I hope nobody minds. I'm eating some orange pepper while I play/talk. But yeah, streaming physical things is like you can spend as much as you want on camera gear and whatever. I have I have 3 cameras, right? I have 3 Sony mirrorless cameras. I got the slider cam over here, which isn't super useful for this game, but is useful and interesting, I think, visually. I got the overhead cam and then obviously the front cam as well. And, you can spend as much as you like because you can always have a more sophisticated setup or a better camera or whatever. So I'd say figure out the physical location first. Where's it going to go? How the heck are you going to hold a camera in the air? What are you going to use for a light? All right, where was I? I was taking income. Right? We just put those cards out. 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. One of these workers, this guy comes back. A shell and a provision. A clay and a shell. And a provision and a shell. And then we also get a worker of our choosing. Any color. We're just about to pick up some yellow ones. We also need black for that guy, though we're on principle probably not defeating him this turn, like we've talked about in the past. Maybe we take the blue worker so that we can feed him a ransom and not lose a card. Let's do that. Hey Allison, what have you been painting lately? Hopefully something awesome. I'm sure it's awesome. It's just a matter of what kind of awesome, I suppose. Also, is it disgustingly loud and gross when I chew an orange pepper? I'd love to know. Yes, we tried once with webcam and smartphone, but not the quality we wanted. So now we are looking for camera top on the Canon RP, but I don't know if it is enough to start with a table support to have a view from the top like you have. I don't hear when you chew. Perfect. That's great. I'm super self-conscious about it. So I would say, so my top-down camera, I have it like mounted to the ceiling on like a somewhat serious mount because I stream twice a week and I've been doing it for over a year and like whatever. I have a dedicated space to do it. What I used to use is I have it's really hard to use like a tripod or something. If you want something better than a webcam, then it's heavy, like a mirrorless camera or something. I don't know what a Canon RP is. I'm not sure, but I'm not a Canon guy. Totally Sony. But basically, I have I've got a wall-mounted boom if you have a permanent location where you can do it, then I had a boom arm that I could move. It was like semi-permanent. I could like swing it out of the way, and then it wasn't in the way when I wasn't streaming, and I could, you know, take the camera down if I was using the camera for something else, and then I could put it back up pretty easily and like just swing it into position. And I use something like that that's like 20,000 times easier than trying to do a tripod, because getting a tripod high enough up on an arm so that you can get it top down is basically impossible. I wouldn't try. Hopefully that makes sense. All right, where are we at? We're gonna do things and stuff. We do not have the resources we need for this, so we're gonna ignore that. We're not gonna attack the barbarians, but we do need to advance this turn. So let's start there. Is that gonna cycle our deck? No, it is not. So let's do that now. Two of those and two of these. Take the barge off. We gain a clay and a wood, one of each resource, and we lose a card. So let's see what we lose. Just a normal worker. That's not too bad. I wouldn't mind getting this other farm out just for the worker income. We have lots of provisions. We don't have a ton of worker income yet, and we need to be working these as we get these huts. We're also dangerously close to getting another hut. So I think we need this guy next. I think Zakun was right, and we never build this because we don't want to waste our building spots for one provision a turn. It'd be better to get a hut if at all possible and like tuck one of these under. You get more from it anyway, though obviously at a higher cost. Okay, so we don't need to deal with the barbarians. We're gonna pay one a blue and 1, 2 things. We're going to set our ransom aside and not forget about it this time. Tonight's painting, the try-hard model of a witch not being very nice to a baby ent. Ooh, okay. Are you painting that now? Can I see it on Instagram? Or on Discord or something? Feel free to drop a link if you want, Allison. If you don't want to, no pressure. But I'd love to see. All right, so we could get this hut this turn if we find a way to get another worker. That would mean not getting this, though. Does that make sense? No, we need the worker more. We're worker shy. We're not hut. Oh, geez, that's gross. I'm sorry. We're not hut resource shy necessarily. We need the worker more. So we should do this. That means we still need to find a way to get that, though. Which is basically this. I think this is our only way. Right, because it needs to be a white worker. And this, when we build it, we get a multicolored worker back. That doesn't help us, though. So let's do this. Let's throw this out of the game. We gain a brick and a white worker. And then we're going to spend... Oh, we have it right here. Look at this. Look at it. We got the hut right there. We get a worker when we do it. And then we have to build that before we get that. I'm so tempted to do this. I want to, but I know it's the wrong move, so we won't. We'll do the other one instead. We get a worker of any color of our choosing. Now we're going to gain 2 yellow and a black. We need blue. We got 1 blue, but we need blue and red for this. We don't get any worker income generally. So probably we want black or blue or red or any of those. Let's go with black. Because then we have enough for sure to at least eliminate one of them. Unfortunately, we don't own our home, so we are looking with a camera support mounted on the table that goes high enough to see all the table. Is this board game only for 1 player? Yes. Legacy of You is a solo game only. It is a campaign game. Look at the cover here. This is a campaign game by Shem Phillips. Garfield games, and you play a series of games, and you try to either get 7 wins or 7 losses. 7 wins in order to win the campaign, obviously. You're not trying to lose. I said that kind of oddly, but get it. Okay, we took our worker. We're not defeating these guys this turn. I think we're going here and getting another worker, which is probably blue. And then we get a shell when we do that. And then we're going here and we're getting a provision and a shell. And things gonna move. We're gonna add 2 barbarians and we're gonna kick these guys' butt next turn. So we probably just want to cash these in. 2 yellow and a black. That's nice. And then we want to add these cards to our deck before we cycle it, like usual. The plan is still exactly like it was before. For as long as possible before the barbarians are out, we want to be trying to add as many cards to our hand as possible. Now, an unfortunate thing is that these ones all give us just wood and provisions. I don't love that. We already have provision income, but it's still better to add them to our hand than not, I think. So we're gonna need 4 provisions next turn to defeat these guys. I think if I was better at this game or had a better memory, I would remember. I think our provision guys are both out. Yes, they are. So we're not going to get a ton of provisions because we could buy 5 cards while they're getting good. We have the provisions necessary to do so right now, or we could just buy 4, right? And I'm not sure which is better. I don't know if we need all those provisions in our hand, you know? It just seems like a lot. Because we're only drawing 4 cards. And if we draw like this as our hand, we get no workers and our turn is pretty worthless, right? Let's just do it anyway. Let's just do it anyway. Is it like a legacy game? In every game you're improving or worsening the next one? Yes. Oh, Allison, thanks for that. Thanks for that link. I'm going to check that out. I can't show it on stream right now because of how this is set up. But thank you. Oh, you literally just posted this. Awesome. That's a cool looking mini. He really is doing mean things. There's some scale there that I didn't notice at first. Wow. And yeah, the cool thing about the Legacy of You is that it's a legacy game, but it's fully resettable. So mostly, I think you're in an ad right now, but mostly there's this deck of cards and you add or remove cards to it that control how the game works. Okay, I gotta focus up here or I'm gonna mess this up. We were gonna get all those cards. We were gonna take the opportunity while we can. We're gonna spend, we didn't go for the provision heavy build to not spend our provisions. Boom. We don't have any other actions we can take. We can't build. We do get more worker income. And I think we're done. So these guys are going to attack. We pay this guy off. We pay this guy off. They slide over. We add 2 more because we get the second barbarian now. And we get these guys. We're going to take our income, put the barge back out. This gets moved. We get 1, 2, and then how many cards do we have here? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 cards. So we've added 8 cards, a net of 8 cards to our deck so far. There's only 30. 18 is a lot. That's really good. At least it's good for what we're trying to do here. We're just going hard on provisions, adding cards to our deck. I think this is one of the times where if we added extra card draw, we'd probably be okay with it, but we'll have to see. So what other income do we get? We get 2 workers like this. These guys come off. We get one of our choosing. We'll figure that out in a second. We get these guys. These guys. And these guys. There we go. We got a lot. We got a lot, but we do have to go beat up some barbarians, and it might not be as easy as we think, especially if we have like nothing but provisions here, which we don't. That's actually that's pretty swell. We don't have the workers that we would hope to see, but it's not a complete disaster at least. That's cool. And the waves aren't going to move for another like probably 3 turns we have yet to get it. At least 2, right? Comfortably 2. And yeah, I think this is a great solo game. It's obviously 1 player only. You're either gonna like the resource management puzzle, or you're gonna hate it. There's gonna be little in between, I think. I'm very international. You know what? Zakuna actually used to have one of those. The little add-on that said where people are watching from, and I took it off because it was like, you know, it would always be like I'd have 10 viewers and it'd be like 9 are from the US, 1's from Canada, and it was just like it was never anybody else. But yeah, you and Risto and our new friend here, DJ. I don't know. I mean, mentioned he was French. I don't know where from necessarily, but spoke French, I guess. Anyways, okay, what are we trying to do? What is, as I've mentioned, I was playing Terra Mystica with my mother the other day, and what I told her, because she was having a little bit of a rough time, was to remember, like, what is your win condition, right? Which is often a good question to ask you. Only DJ is fine and from France. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate you, DJ. That is very international. That is a, for the number of viewers we have in here, that's a big chunk from you know, elsewhere. It's funny because, yeah, I feel like English stream on Twitch at the time I'm streaming, usually, I mean, I guess now, kind of interesting timing, but usually it's US almost exclusively. And the Canadian viewers are like my wife, Martina, and like, you know. All right, so what are we gonna do? We cannot do this without a red worker, which we do not have access to here. We got a disproportionately high number of riders, the black workers here. We do need to defeat these guys at the top. We want to get rid of the ones that cost only 2 provisions to get rid of, right? So that's the cost for one of them. And then the cost for the other one is 2 blue and a red, which I don't think we took this. We were going to. We're going to take a red. So we can get the blue there. I feel badly. I was distracted with conversation and not trying to cheat. I'm quite certain I didn't take that, but feels yucky anyway. We're also going to have to pay a ransom of 2 shells and a brick. So we've got that easily. Then we don't lose any of these cards from our huge deck. Yeah, this time you won't have a lot of French people. Exactly. Hey, what about me? Oh, Jared, listen, I thought you had taken off. I wasn't losing fast enough. But it's true. It's true. And I guess I was sort of speaking, you know, in retrospect. I had the little add-on that showed where viewers are from, like, you know, 6 months or a year ago, and then I got rid of it because it was just always US, you know. But okay, so I need to get another blue worker, and then I need some additional provisions, but I can use this to do that, right? So, and I can get some provisions here as well. Do any of these work for this? This guy does. Do I need that wood? If I get that wood, I can get that hut maybe next turn. Maybe, probably not. A big challenge for me right now that is staring me in the face is that I need red workers for this. I need lots of red workers for these guys. 2 here, 2 here, 1 there. So 6 red workers across that, and I don't think I have very many of those in my deck. So that's a real challenge. But a challenge for another day, I think. We'll just have to worry about that later. So, we're definitely, like, we might use this for this. Maybe let's just do that first, right? We know there's no pressure to move this barge immediately, though the sooner we do, the better off we are because we get more building sites and without additional barbarians. But let's just solve this. Let's see what we get here. Maybe we get something good. And if we don't get something good, let's do it early in the turn where we can manage it. So 51. We have to pay the respective resource, you know, in order to get the stockpile that resource narratively and gain some sort of benefit or curse. We don't know yet. All right, so 51. Since the raid on the bandit camp and my visit there to recover supplies, I've had a feeling of being watched. So this is a bad one. And today I was proven correct. While helping bring in supplies this morning, a sharp cry and a flurry of movement from the tree line drew my attention. I walked over and found an inquisitive monkey sitting on the branches watching us work. There it stayed for the rest of the morning, ever watchful. It was not until I had sat down to eat at noon that I noticed the monkey had left. I was saddened, as it had been a strange comfort to have that little one watching over us. But I was not sad for long. I turned back to see the creature making off with my meal. I gave chase and he dropped it, but didn't go far. I couldn't help but laugh in the light of recent events. I offered out some of my food, and before I knew it, the little bandit had made its way onto my shoulder. Looking quite at home, it seems the ancestors have a sense of humor. Find card 65 in the story deck and add it to your hand. If this was already added, instead gain of provision. So we get card 65. I hope this is a monkey that lives on my shoulder. Please be a monkey that lives on my shoulder. It's a monkey. If I wanted to get lots of shell income, I could get 3. It's cute. I don't know. What do you think? I like it. I now have a pet monkey. What should I name it? I need a good name for a monkey. I don't know. I don't know what to name a monkey. All right. Let's go defeat this soldier, I think. 2 black and a yellow. 2 provisions. This guy's defeated. We get 2 shells and a clay. Love that for us. Daryl the monkey? Paul? What? Who are you guys? What? A poo? I'm not calling it a poo. That's my favorite townsfolk card. I always smile when he would show up. Yeah, totally. Who doesn't want a nice, friendly monkey that's, you know, occasionally throwing poo at you from a nearby tree? I don't know. Sounds good to me. Yeah, I don't know. Daryl, Paul, Apu. I don't like those ones. Stinky Fingers. I mean, that's what he's got, but I don't know if that's a good name for him. I think we'll call him Robert. We're gonna name this monkey Robert. He looks like a Robert to me. I don't know why. All right. So, what else were we doing here? We were thinking about gaining another, you know, removing this guy from the map, this next barbarian. Alternatively, though, we could use this to build the barge, or build the canal, and then we could just... We discard 2 cards, who cares? We're going to have to do it anyway. And we can just pay that guy's ransom. Our monkey brings us a ton of shells, and these guys only cost shells. That's actually, these are really inexpensive barbarians. Let's do that instead. Let's build the canal, resolve the story thing, hope nothing terrible happens, and see what we get. So, we get to build this. We have to discard 2 cards. Blue worker, blue worker. Hope we didn't need blue workers next turn. Unlucky. That's okay. Story 36. Let's see what we get. So yeah, this is the way that this game is like a legacy game. Whenever you're resolving cards that have like this sort of icon on them, you look up something in the storybook, and generally that card gets replaced with a different card that then makes the, you know, makes the game harder or easier or whatever. Robert, is he an accountant? He looks smarter than my accountant. I'm my own accountant, by the way. Have fun. Gonna play Plate Up with the wife for a bit. Hope you get win 4. Thank you, Zakun. Have a good time. All right, what were we reading? 36. Today, as I woke, I greeted the dawn as it rose red and warm. It would rain today, and my heart was as heavy as the sodden earth beneath my feet. This is sounding really dreary. I don't like this. All I could think of was the rain wearing down the work we have been doing. However, this weight would not last. Through the roar of the rain came cries of joy. As I walked out to see the source of this commotion, I came to the edge of the camp to see that our workers had returned. The work on the western canals completed, they had traveled with all haste to rejoin us. I could not contain my own joy. As the rain fell, we all took a moment to rejoice. Okay, so we file this card in the history box. And we get card 69. Nice. And we get to take the top 2 cards from the draw pile and immediately put them into our exhausted pile. Hey, that was our friend who has the 2 wood. That's nice. And a red worker, which we need, but we won't be seeing that card for a long time. And we have a new canal now, instead of the one we had. Okay. Adding 2 cards to our deck for free is like, we already had a huge deck. Now it's even better. And now we can build here, though doing so requires a worker that we don't have. So we probably won't be doing that. But we can think about how cool it would be if we did. Right? All right, Robert, go collect shells for us. Accountant, get out of here. Okay, and then so this is our the rest of our bribe. We got all of our bribey things. We need milk for our next thing over here, which we don't have, but that's okay. So we can gain these 2 workers. I mean, we'll need them eventually. I don't know what else we can really do productively here. Not very much. This is 2 black workers, and then we can get a provision. And we're basically kind of stuck paying our bribe, getting 2 new barbarians out, and suffering the consequences. I don't think there's a way, like, we can do these actions to gain a little bit of resources before that happens, but we don't yet have the under this spot we can spend 4 shells to gain a white worker. We don't have that yet, so we can't do that, and we can't get one here. We can only get one of these ones. So let's go here and get a blue worker. Or maybe we take red. That's more flexible. We need it for all of our upcoming ones. These guys are cheap. We might just want to kind of face tank them for a while. We also get a shell when we do that because of our card. And then we can get a provision and a shell. And then we're back to, this is one of our last opportunities to add lots of cards to our deck. So we're going to do just that. We're going to spend our 2 provisions and just put these in. What I would like to do in the near future here somehow, I want to get this hut and I want to put a card draw under it. I don't know if we actually have any card draw present anywhere. I don't know how realistic it is for us to achieve that, but we're gonna try and find a way. So we'll see. Let's see. Okay, so we get a barge back. The barbarians attack. We're gonna pay a clay to bribe that guy, and we're gonna pay 4 shells total to bribe these 2. They're gonna move down. Remember, if we ever get to 7 barbarians, we lose. So we do have to deal with the barbarian menace this time, and we got the really hyper mean barbarian. So this lady wants to stab us real good. Any 3, which is a little easier to do, but if you don't do it, she takes either 2 cards or like you have to pay 2 provisions to bribe her. So extremely expensive. We're gonna deal with that one next turn for sure. So what do we get? We get 4 cards. We get 2 white workers and one of our choosing, which we're going to take red because we know we need red. And then we get 1 each of these, a clay and another shell, and a provision and another shell. Our income is feeling pretty good. Especially when we can work these. Getting this hut is going to feel nice. We need a wood. I also, hey, there's the wood we need. I need to put out these 2 cards. Like that. Okay, so let's figure out a way to not lose the game. We have to defeat at least 1 barbarian. Okay, and we really want it to be the nasty barbarian. She's not nice. She doesn't love us. She's a mean lady. We also want to build this desperately. We don't have our lucrative card draw in our hand, but we do have any color of worker we want, basically. So that might not be a bad idea. So if we do want to get this, we need a wood. So let's discard this for a wood. And then we have a white worker, 3 clay, and a wood. And we can remove this, put it here. That earns us a provision for our trouble. We get to flip this over and get something. What do we get? Draw a card. That could have been an absolute tilter if it had happened at a bad time, but it didn't. So, sweet. This also lets us get resources on it. So that's cool. And we can tuck one. Oh, and the card we drew has card draw income on it. So we have this huge deck. We want to get 5 cards every turn and hope that we don't regret that later. Because it does mean the waves will move faster. Like, for instance, well, we'll still get 1 more turn. And it's not going to crash into us next turn anyway. So we're fine. Okay, cool. That worked out about as nicely as I could have imagined. So let's figure out how we're going to crush some friends up here. We don't have a lot of provisions on our cards, and we have none unless we're willing to discard any, which we're largely not going to do. We can get some here for free if we need to. This girl's 3 provisions and 3 of any color. So I think we want to figure out who's the other guy that we want to get rid of. Probably this guy more than anything. And we want to not use those. So we want to keep the blue and black. We can get another blue here. Mind you, this guy, are we going to kill him? 6 provisions? Yeah, we could do it. We could do it. So we don't want to use these ones. And we can basically use anything else. So let's, before we screw this up, let's go here and get another blue. worker, and we get a shell for our trouble. This thing is like the best thing that's ever happened to us. And then we could just use these workers. Does it really make a difference? We need red and a little bit of yellow for these guys. So we kind of don't want to use them. But we're going to get a bunch of red and yellow as well. Why don't we defeat this girl, and then she adds a card to our hand. We'll see what happens. So we're saving these. Are we going to be able to build something else? No, because we don't have a spot for it to go. So we can use this one. Oh, we can't use this one. It has to be a colored worker. So it has to just be these three. We don't have a choice unless we use these cards, and that doesn't help us anyway. So let's just use these. Red, yellow, black. 3 provisions. Actually, we'll spend our shells. Spend 4 shells and a provision. And this lady is defeated. And we immediately gain a card from this deck. The draw deck, which is really thin. 4, 8, 9 cards. There's only 11 cards that aren't in our deck right now. So that's pretty good for our, get a huge deck strategy. We get to draw one of these into our hand. We got that one. Gives us a white worker. It's actually not bad. We've been kind of short of them lately anyway. So this also is milk. We could do this. We could just get that out of the way now. We don't have to rush for this. We don't want to rush for this. This gets us a barbarian. I think we'll do that. Let's do this. Let's spend the milk. We just earn a provision when we do it. And then now we'll need a fish, which we could do this time if we want. But, let's tread carefully on that. I don't know. We'd be done this stupid thing. It's one of our victory conditions. Even if we kill no more barbarians, we only had 2, so we wouldn't lose. But we'd like to get rid of another barbarian. And we'd prefer for it to be this one. But we have enough to do that. Right here. Right? And then we have enough left over to pay the ransom. So there's no compelling reason why we wouldn't just do this immediately. Alright, we're back in the storybook. 14. What do we get? This should be the last thing we need to do for food storage. Or that's what it was implied, at least so far. Bo Yi came running to my tent in his usual fashion. I waited patiently for him to relay to me that the food store was full. Overflowing, in fact. Yi tells me that the forage parties are not all back yet, and there is already no more room. It seems we must celebrate. For it would bring a curse to waste food when we have gone wanting for so long. A feast tonight, then. The workers can celebrate, and we will honor the spirits for their providence. We now have one focus alone. The flood will not rest until it has devoured our entire land if we let it. But we will not. We will rise up to meet it and slay this beast. First, I think I will just soak in the peace of the camp, knowing that we will not go hungry again. So we completed this food shortage card. These guys get discarded. And then we add 2 cards from the townsfolk draw pile to our hand. Okay, so that's a huge boon. And we don't have to do that as a win condition anymore. We don't get any replacement card. Basically, somebody was stealing all our food. We've foraged for more with extreme effort, and we've managed to address the people who were stealing it. And now we don't have to worry about that anymore, which is huge. So, get rid of this guy. I don't want to... I mean, we'd actually have the wood ransom now. Maybe we get... Oh, we can't get rid of that guy. We need red. We need multiple reds, which we do not have. We would have them if we hadn't locked up that other guy, but we did. So, okay. We can't build, but we can still go here and here with some workers, which we can get. I think we just eliminate this guy like we had intended to. I guess we have clay income. That's why. That's why we don't care. And we have lots of provisions, so let's do it. We'll spend 2 blue workers and a black worker, 3 provisions. We'll eliminate this dude. That gets us 3 shells. Okay. And then we can just gain the things off of these. A red, yellow, and blue worker. And 2 wood. That's a bunch of resources. Now, if we pay the bribes here, which we will, I think, we've got 4 shells left over and these 4 workers. Now, we want to use these 2 spots, which means we won't have enough to do this turn, which is fine. That adds extra barbarians anyway. We want to stockpile some resources first. So, let's go here. We get a provision and a shell. And let's go here. And, do we want to just keep going hard on huts? We have lots of income. Lots of cards. I think we do. I think we do. So, we're going to need another clay. But we also get a shell for our trouble. And then, we can add a couple cards to our deck. We don't have enough here. These are the wrong colors and whatever. Can't eliminate any of these barbarians, which feels like a bit of a shame, but whatever. But we can take this card for free, add it to our deck, and we can pay 1 provision. We'll pay these shells instead to add this one to our deck. And then I think we're done everything we can do. Even if the thing advances, it's not even caught up to us, and we're not going to even advance it next turn. We got 1 more turn to play. So we could stockpile resources for a little bit if we want before doing that. It's up to us. Depends how gamey we want to feel about it. But let's pay a clay and 4 shells as our bribe to these guys. We get 2 new barbarian friends. This one we need to pay a wood. This one a provision. So that's really easy for us. Just like these, it's effectively the same cost. So it might be worth eliminating these guys this turn. We'll see. We want to get rid of the ones on this side of the board because they cost fewer provisions to get rid of. But they're also really cheap to bribe. So, you know, we're more comfortable bribing terrorists than we thought we were going to. Anyway, these come off the board. We add 2 new ones over here. We have most of the deck in our hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 5. We get 5 cards because of this. So we have a larger hand to use. That's big. 2 workers. Play. Provision. And an extra shell. A worker of our choosing. What do we do yellow and try and get? All right, what do we get in our hand? This draw sucks. Damn. So we can get basically all of the provisions in the game into our hand. But we got no workers here. So that's sort of shit. And we have to kill some barbarians or we lose, right? Because we'll add 2. But we're definitely worker shy overall here. Now we can get this other hut, right? We'll need 1 more brick, 1 more clay rather. So let's just go here. We're not going to do this turn. We don't have to anytime soon. We get a clay and another one of these because, you know, that's necessary. And then we're going to build this hut. So 3 clay, a stick, a white worker. Wait, we can't build this hut. What am I doing? We'll still take that clay, but we can't build it because we don't have a spot for it. Whoops. We're really shy on workers, so we don't want to deal with that this turn. Okay, we're gonna throw this card out because we have so many cards anyway. By discarding this card, we get to do both things on it: the red and the black. That means we gain a black worker, and we get to draw a card into our hand. Oh my God! It's more provisions. Jesus. Okay. We gotta shuffle really well. We have 5 cards that have 8 provisions on them. For reference, there's only 9 provision tiles in the game. Fuck. Okay. Let's find a way to not lose to the barbarians. How's that sound? So, we know we can bribe these guys. We know that. We also don't care if we spend provisions because we got extras. So 2 yellow and a red, that's this dude. We're really shy on red workers generally. But we could probably get rid of this guy. There's only also 2 cards we can buy. We can buy them for a provision. You know, now we could get workers with these. They do have workers on them. That's probably worth doing, actually. We really don't need the cards in our deck. But we are about to cycle it. But we have lots of cards. So let's pay our 1 provision. And we can just gain... One of these is free. One of them we have to pay for. But we'll just gain them, their value, instead of putting them into our deck. Okay? So... Now we could eliminate either of these, doesn't make a difference. We have clay income, so this one's harder. And we don't care about the provisions. So, 2 yellow and a red, 3 provisions. We're going to spend mostly these shells. All these shells, 6 shells. Okay, this lady's eliminated. We gain 3 shells back. Perfect, exactly what we needed. We're living the dream here. So, I guess we actually want to have as many shell tiles in our hand as possible because we're probably going to convert them to resources because what else are we going to do with them? Now this is this guy. No, it's not. I have 2 blue. I have 2 blue and a red. I could get rid of this guy. In either case, the cost is the same. So let's get rid of this guy because he's cheaper. So 2 blue and a red. And 1 provision. And that guy's eliminated. We get 2 of these. And a wood. Sweet. God, we have so many provisions in our hand. It's ridiculous. Provision time, exactly. Gotta bounce, don't lose while I'm gone. Oh man, Jared, you're gonna be angry if you leave and I lose while you're gone. It's happened once. It's gonna happen again. Now I feel really doomed. Thanks. Thanks for hanging out, Jared. Appreciate you. Okay. I think we're just gonna end up with 1,000,000 provisions. I don't know that we can remove any of these other guys, right? We don't have any other workers. I mean, if we throw one of these out... No, they don't get us the right color of workers. So I don't think we can actually do it. So what do we have? 2, 4, 6, 8 provisions and 2 shells. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, and 2 shells. It's basically everything. I think we just take it. And then we have all of this. We've already spent these, like we've already bought these. We can't spend provisions here in order to you know, defeat those guys unless we have the requisite workers. We can get 1 worker, and we can, I guess we can use our provisions to turn these white workers we have into the right colors for these. So we can do it. We can make this better for us. Okay, so if we take these 2 guys and spend 2 provisions, we can make them red. And then if we take this guy and put him here, we can gain a blue worker. Okay, and then we have what we need to defeat this guy. So we'll spend 2 additional provisions, but we'll spend them as shells. And then we can defeat this guy. And hey, we get 2 shells and a brick back. We have more than enough resources for these. We're going to build this next turn, and life's going to be good. We don't have a ton of workers, but we don't have a ton of options about what to do about that either. So we're going to put this guy here and gain a provision and a shell, because why wouldn't we? And we have lots of resources, lots of provisions, lots of shells. We actually are not going to get income from shells next turn because there's not enough in the game. But we don't have anything we can... I guess we can buy a resource. We can buy resources to put more shells back. We can spend 3 on a wood. That we're like, we have lots of wood for the rest of the game. We have clay income. How many do we pick up? We pick up 1, 2, 3, 4 shells. So there's enough shells back now that we can actually, you know, get some. Because there's 6 here. And we do collect 2 provisions, but we won't be doing that. We can't convert from provisions back to shells. And I think we're basically done. Oh, I guess we'll put this provision back. So we will. We'll be totally maxed out on provisions next turn. And I hope we pick up some workers, essentially. So, we're done. We're going to pay these guys off. We pay a clay and a provision. These guys move over so that we can fit their new barbarian friends. This one can't be bribed, but doesn't require a lot of workers. So that's actually probably pretty good for us. And this one requires clay, which is also pretty manageable to us. And then we put out 3 of our friends here. They have some workers on them. That's pretty good. And it's next turn. So we draw 1 card. We'll have to shuffle the rest here, which means this advances. So we have till the end of this deck before it advances again. And we're drawing 5 at a time. So we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 21. So we have 3 turns probably before it advances, but we're not waiting 3 turns. We've already stockpiled like everything we can. We need to get some more workers. And worker income is generally not very easy to get, right? So we'll build this hut, probably both of them, and put some workers under them maybe. I think we could do it. So we get 5 cards. We gain 2 white workers. We get these guys back. We get a worker of our choosing, but we're going to wait a second before we do that. We get a clay. And the thing... You know, we just get all the provisions. We know it. We already calculated it last time. So we just need to take a worker of our choosing. And what we've got so far is 4 white workers, a red, a white, and a black. We need a blue worker because we know we want to advance the canal. It's time. We're not waiting any longer. We don't need to wait. We're over it. You know? But that will put us in the territory where we are going to be adding 3 barbarians. So, we will need to remove at least 1 barbarian or we will lose the game. Okay, so that's important. But I think we can just do this immediately, see what happens, and like figure it out from there, right? We can always for sure get rid of at least this guy with our worker and a red one from here. We have provisions, a lot of provisions, if we want to do this. The only thing that might be worth doing is, I guess we're putting shells back in by doing this too. So yeah, 2 white and 1 blue, 3 shells back in the supply. So there actually exists a supply now. This barge comes off and we gain a wood and we discard 2 cards from the top of our deck. What do we lose? Tell me it's provisions. It was wood and a yellow worker. So no, it wasn't provisions. Damn. That's okay, happens. The good news is we freed up 2 spaces for buildings. And we are going to use them. So we can get this hut with 3 clay. So 1 white worker, 3 clay, and a stick. What do we get on the back? Story 41. And we probably want the red worker. So, what do we get from story 41? Let's find out. The flooding continues to displace whole villages. A father and his 2 sons, a hunter and a farmer, arrived in camp today. The father will be a great asset to the camp, and the 2 sons bring honor to their family. They are eager to help where they can and bring news of a rise in raiders. This news is concerning. So we put this card away. And we get card 60 from the story deck and put it into our exhausted pile. So this guy is going to be good at something. He's also good at finding clay. We're getting like these better workers that are slowly getting added to the deck and being available for purchase. I suppose there's probably more than 30 cards now too, but yeah. Okay. So we got that hut. Now we can get additional income there if we want. This lets us draw a card. I don't think we need 7 cards worth of draw. We want this guy. Gaining the wood resources would be cool, but we're just going to tuck that guy under there right now. We're not going to think twice about it because we want to get that yellow worker income. And then it's probably time to consider building an outpost. Outposts make our workers equivalent to one another, right? So right now we need the specific color, but if we build this, then we could use white or black workers interchangeably, right? So I don't know what order of operations to do for the colors here. I think it's often really tricky because you kind of need all of them, or not all of them, but like 3 before it's meaningful. Now we get yellow income, so that is tempting, but then, you know, that still leaves us with all of our other ones are worthless. So I think we do yellow second. Right now we get something other than yellow, which we probably need either black or red the most. So let's just go with black. So 3 sticks, a brick, and a white worker, and we get to remove one of these. We put it here. We gain a black worker when we do that. This also gives us more shell income because, you know, we didn't have enough. And then we have enough workers here so that we can at least remove 1 and not die. But it'd be better if we could get rid of 2. So let's figure that out. We can get another worker here. Like we could get rid of this guy with a red worker, and this one will turn into a yellow one. And then if we could find another worker somewhere, somehow, like a blue one, we could get rid of this guy as well. Or we could discard this card, get 2 red workers, and get rid of both of these 2. That's what we'll do. So, we'll throw this out. It's gone. We get 2 red workers. We'll discard this one. We gain 1 white worker. And then, hey, clay and provisions. Man, provisions, we really need those. So, we're going to use this guy down here. We'll get a yellow worker for our trouble and a shell. We also can spend 4 shells for a worker, which probably we're going to do a bunch because what the hell else are we going to do with them? So, we got 2 red and a yellow. 2 provisions. You know what? Before we do that, we're just going to pretend I had done this correctly. We're spending our 4 shells for a yellow worker. But anyways, or for a white worker rather. We defeat this guy. He gives us 3 shells. And then we have enough to defeat this guy, the one we cannot bribe. And we don't have enough to defeat anyone else. Unless we want to pay a provision to like color change them. But I'd rather just get rid of the one that we can't bribe anyway. So red, black, and 3 provisions. And this one's out. We only get 1 shell. What a cheap ass. And we're going to add 3 dudes. So that will put us at 5 barbarians. A totally tolerable number. We got a long time till this advances, and we can work on that next time. So, we do have all these shells. I think probably we're not defeating anyone else up here this turn. We don't have the right colors of workers. But we can spend 4 shells again on a white worker. And I think we'll just activate all of these things, right? We'll go here, we gain a provision and a shell. When we discard this, we're going to get 2 brick, or 2 clay, rather. So, I don't know what we get here. Let's do this one first. We draw a card, and we gain a shell. So we'll use that to get another worker. And then, what are we going to have to pay? Clay and provision. So let's go here and let's get a clay. It also gets us a shell. Living the dream. And then, so yeah, we've got a clay and a provision as the things we're going to pay. We got lots of workers. We can discard this lady to get an additional provision. And then, because we can't even collect our full shell income, I think we just get an extra worker here. And I don't know if we get the other extra worker. We're not going to collect that many shells, and we can always do that next turn. So I think that's it. And, oh, we need to do these. So we want to add those into our deck again. I mean, we could also just take them as workers now immediately, so that we're better positioned to deal with this. What do we get for worker income? We get 1, 2, 3, 4 workers, and we have 6. And we want to be removing like 3 barbarians each turn, which is 9 on average. We'll end up with 1 extra plus whatever's on our cards. Let's take these guys just as workers this time. So this guy we'll put into our hand as a fodder card for free, and we'll spend 2 provisions, and we'll just discard these guys over here, and we gain a white and a blue worker. Because then we can probably do this immediately. We don't have the right colors for anything we're looking to do, but that is a problem for tomorrow. And we're super tapped out. We'll pay our ransom. Provision. Brick. These guys slide over. We get new guys. That guy takes a worker as hostage, and this guy cannot be bribed. That's kind of mean, but we'll deal. It'll be fine. And we got to put out 3 new guys, but gotta shuffle. All right. And then we get our income. Well, this barge goes back out as well. We can do it this turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards. So we will cycle the deck. We got one more turn before we do it. And then we still, it doesn't matter. It's not going to crash into us until we go through our deck a whole additional time. We get these guys all back. We have a ton of white workers. We'll get 2 more. We'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shells, because we get one additional one from having our outpost built. We get 2 provisions. And we still need a clay, a yellow worker, and then a worker of our choosing, which we have what we need in order to do the barge, the ship, the canal. So we want to remove... Oh, you know what? I mistakenly only added 2 barbarians. We're supposed to add 3. Okay, so we want to focus on these ones if we can, which require yellow and blue. Let's see what we got in our hand. Oh, provisions. Sweet. So we're going to take a yellow. Brutal. Okay. We're getting this provision hand every now and then, and it's not doing it for me, you know? Thanks for that hydrate. All right. Let's get this out of the way, because that frees us up to do 2 more buildings. So yellow, black, white, white, 3 shells. We can only build the canal once per round. This gets removed. We gain a wood, and we lose 3 cards from our deck. 1, 2, 3. What do we get rid of? Provisions, that's good. No, the monkey. Aw, and provisions. Okay, so we got rid of some provision cards that we would have drawn next turn, which we don't need. But we got rid of a monkey, which makes me... Robert! Poor Robert. That makes me secretly sad. It's not even a secret. It just makes me sad. Okay, so the question is, do we want to actually build this last hut? Or would we instead like to try and get another outpost so we have more flexibility in terms of how our workers can be used? I don't know what the answer is. I know for sure we're going to take this guy for a red worker. And we do have lots of provisions, so we can potentially shift these white workers into other colors. But we need to remove at least 2 barbarians to not lose. I want to get rid of the unbribable guy. That's a red and a blue. And 3 provisions. They just tilt me. I don't like them. We can bribe these 2, so let's not worry about them. We got 2 clay. Clay's not super useful for us anymore. It's less useful anyway, especially if we're going to go to outposts. So we're going to get rid of this guy. So we need either 2 red and a black or 2 black and a blue. Now, black and white are interchangeable. So the easiest thing here would be to try and get another blue. That's also the cheapest one. So we can just send one of these guys here in a blue and a shell. And then that is what we need for that other guy. And he gets us a worker back, so let's defeat him now. So blue and black and white are the same. 1 provision will defeat this guy. We get a shell and a white worker. And then we're going to defeat this guy because we don't want to not be able to bribe. He also costs us 3 provisions, which I set aside over here. And he gets us a shell. Woo! All right, so we get a ton more provisions and a brick from our cards. That's it. We might as well just take them now. 1, 2, 3, 4 provisions, 2 shells, all the shells in the game currently sitting in front of us, and a clay. Not our best group of stuff. Now, we can build. There's 2 spots available. And if we build on these, we can actually defeat this girl. We'll need 2 provisions left, and we'll need these 2 workers. Can we actually build twice? I don't think we have enough resources to do it, but we can maybe trade. We probably want an outpost. I think we wanted the yellow one too. But maybe red makes more sense because of who's left. So we'll do a red outpost. So we'll trade 3 of these. Actually, no. We'll do this first. No, we will. We'll trade 3. This is hard to know what's the best way to do this because we can get the resource we need here. But we don't want to use up all of our guys, right? I don't know. Let's go here. We'll get the wood we need. Oh, I remember why I wasn't doing that. Because there's no shells, and I get a shell bonus when I go there. So let's just convert 2 shells to a provision, and then go there. And we get our stick and a shell back. And then we can build our outpost. 1 white worker, 1 brick or clay, and 3 sticks. And we're going to build this one. It's going to go here. Gets us a blue worker. I don't know what the plan was to get another worker of that color. Maybe just color change with a provision. Oh, it was to build another building. That's what it was. Robert's accountancy service will surely suffer. I can't believe I missed that comment, but yeah, it's true. They hijacked him and they're going to put him to work doing their books. Deeply disappointing. Okay, so I would love to build another building there, but it would have to be, well, I want it to be an outpost, because that gives us like a hilarious amount of flexibility. Just like we had last game, that's how we won. So 3, 6, 9. We could trade all of our shells. Let's just do it. Trade all the shells for 3 bricks. 9 shells for 3 bricks and a clay, or 3 wood rather, and a clay and a white worker. And then do we do blue or yellow? I don't know that it makes a difference. Let's do blue. Gain a yellow worker. Oh wait, I meant to do yellow. Still gain a yellow worker, but this way we can substitute this other guy as a yellow worker, and we can still pay this ransom. Because now they're all equivalent. Only blue we need that actual color. Yellow, white, blue are 2 provisions. This lady's dead. We gain a shell and another white worker. We're down to only 2 workers our 2 barbarians out. That's cool. We're also way ahead of this. Like, it's wild. So, we want to add these cards to our deck. They give us workers. That's important for us. We'll spend 1 provision to do that. And then this is our ransom and our ransom. So what can we do with these guys? We could draw another card and see if it gets us another worker. Or we could just take a provision, but like, why do we want to do that? I don't think we do. So, though we are like, we're at the point now where we're going to have fewer provisions, I'm sure our cards will help us. Let's draw a card and see what happens. We get to draw a card into our hand. We also get a shell. And then we can spend this to get a blue worker, which we can then use here to gain a provision and a shell. We're really trying to min-max here. And then with these resources, we're going to use this action. We're going to spend 2 provisions and 2 shells, and we get to add a card from here directly to our hand. It gets us a wood, which isn't super useful, but who cares? What else are we going to do? I think we're very done. We don't have anything else. We've added all the cards. We got our bribes lined up. Let's pay those. Yellow worker and clay. These guys are going to move over. We're going to put out 3 new barbarians. They need blue, which is the one that we didn't build for the outpost. So, super shitty. That's really unfortunate. But we can also just defeat the other guys anyway. I'm sure it will work out. What could go wrong? We couldn't, like, lose because of a dumb mistake at this point, right? All right. We draw 5 cards. I think that's all we have left. Yep. We're going to cycle our deck soon. We need to cycle it 1, 2, 3 more times without building this in order to lose to the water. So we really only have to worry about the barbarians. The biggest problem for the barbarians is worker income. So we're going to have to figure that out. We can't build this or this until we get this. And by that point, it's too late anyway. So blue is just going to suck. Just the way it's going to be. But let's get the rest of our stuff. We get 2 white workers. Our cards. These guys. And we get an extra shell for each outpost we built. So that's 3. Then we get a clay and a shell. A provision and a shell. An extra shell, I already took the card. And a yellow worker. Okay, so we need to be gaining or spending 9 workers on average. And we have 7. We have 9 across our cards here because we got 2 in our hand. Worker income is really tough in this game. So forced accountancy is such a problem. Free the accountants. It's true. Hashtag free the accountants. We basically have to assume that these ones are going to stay. Because there's no way we're coming up with 4 blue workers. We could come up with 1, maybe. Right? But that's it. Also, we can, like, I think pretty freely just throw away our cards. Like, we're not going to run out of cards. We need to end up with 3 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We have a 20 card deck. We're going to have to discard 3. I don't think we have to worry about that too much. But in order to win, we need to finish this last canal and then survive the turn. So when we finish it, we need 4 spots for 4 barbarians. So we're adding 3 barbarians every turn. We really want to get to a point where we have to eliminate at least 3. We want to have a turn where we eliminate 4 if we can. So I think we'll spend a provision. Actually, we'll spend 2 shells. to gain this guy. That gets us a blue. We can get this one for free. That gets us a white worker. We got lots. Blue are the only ones that aren't interchangeable. Okay. So we need 6, 9. What do we have? 6, 8, 9. We have exactly 9 workers. But we can get some extras here. We can get a black and a yellow. And we can get more if we have to from these by discarding them. But we probably don't want to. Okay, so that's dude number 1. That's dude number 2. This is lady number 3. And this is all the extra that we're left with, is just these 2 guys, which if we want to kill these guys, one, they're more provisions, which we don't really have this turn, and we need blue workers, which we haven't got. Now we can get some workers. It's not impossible, you know. I think probably what we do here is we go here and we gain a blue, because we know we're going to need it and we don't get any income. We also get a shell. And then I think are we going to try and kill that guy this turn? We would have enough provisions to do it. We would just need 1 extra worker. We could just throw this guy out and do it, and we could kill 4 this turn. The problem is that that doesn't actually help us that much. I guess if we kill 4 this turn, let's think this out. If I get rid of these 4, then I'm going to add 3, 1, 2, 3. If I kill 2 and do this, we can still win. So probably it is worth it. We're going to draw a bunch of cards, which is normally a problem, but it isn't because we're so far ahead of the canal. Never heard of this game. What's it about? Sounds challenging. Demonic Bro, welcome in. Nice to see you. This game is called Legacy of You. So it's sort of like a Euro resource management game. It's only for 1 player, solo only. And it's like you're trying to not lose, okay? Your goal to win the game is to build this canal here along the center of this board, all right? So, like, we have 1 section left to build. We have to pay these costs shown at the top in order to build it. And you can lose a number of ways. You can lose if there's too many barbarians at the top here, you lose. If this water catches up to you, you lose. And if your deck is empty and you need to draw from it, you lose. We're in a pretty comfortable spot here where we've got a lot of cards in our deck and we're way ahead of the canal. And as long as we don't screw up on these barbarians, we're probably going to win the game in a turn or 2 here. So we're just trying to figure out how to make that happen. And I think it's defeating all these barbarians, basically. So let's give that a go. So our workers, normally you have lots of restrictions on colors of your workers. Like to defeat this barbarian, we would need red and black workers. But because we've built these outposts down here, whoops, come on camera, we can just use whatever workers we want. All of them are equivalent except blue. Blue are the only ones that need to be blue. We can use whatever we want for any of the other ones. So we're going to use this as 2 red and a black. Pay our 1 provision and defeat this barbarian. That's going to earn us a shell and an extra white worker, which is actually probably really important. Then we're going to defeat this next guy. Same deal. The white workers can be whatever. guy gets defeated. We gain a shell, and we get to draw a card from our deck into our hand. Now, our deck doesn't exist right now, so we'll shuffle it up. That moves the wave forward, which if it got onto where our barge is, we would lose the game, but we're well ahead of it. Every time you cycle your deck, it moves forward. We're way ahead. So we got to draw a card. That gets us a brick, which is the last thing we needed. But this is my favorite card in the deck. Guy just is living his best life. Living the dream. All right. So, same deal. We're going to defeat this archer next. 2 provisions. That earns us a shell and another worker. And then I think what we want to do, let's cash in this card. We'll gain our 2 provisions. And then I think what we want to do is defeat, we could get rid of this archer, but we could also just get rid of this guy, right? They cost the same, 3 provisions either way. So let's do that one. So 2, actually no, let's keep these ones. We'll spend the 6 shells. And that gives us a shell and another card. That gets us a worker, that's better. We're like on the cusp of winning here. We used this, if we had used this blue worker instead, I think we could win, but we didn't. Maybe we can do it anyway. So the way we have to win the game is we need to have, when we build this last section, we're going to place 4 barbarian cards. We need to be able to place 4 and not fill the board. If you get 7, you lose. So right now, if we finish this, we win. So I think we can do that. We can't use this blue worker to help us here, so we can just use him here to draw a card. That did not give us the card we needed, but it does give us another shell, so maybe that'll be useful. Super worthless card, actually. But we can get a red worker. That's 1. And then we can get 2 other workers if we discard these. And then we can buy a 4th worker. Okay, so we can do it. So we'll throw this guy out of the game. We get 2 wood and a worker of our choosing. We'll just take red because whatever. Or we'll take yellow because it feels better to have the closer to the correct colors. We'll throw this guy out of the game. That gets us a clay and a white worker. And then we'll spend 4 shells to gain a white worker here. Oh, no. No way. Are we a shell short? No, we're not. Okay, we are. We need this group of workers and 3 shells. We only have 2. But we can exhaust a card to get a shell. I'm going to keep this guy because I love his attitude. He just loves his chicken. And I'm going to discard this one, or exhaust it rather, to gain 2 shells. God, that was such a near miss. And then now we have exactly what we need, the 4 workers. It didn't even matter. They could all have been different colors. Anything but blue would have worked. And the 3 things. We move this aside. This gets built. This means we gain a wood and we have to discard 3 cards from our deck. If we didn't have cards to discard, we would lose, but we do. We'll take the wood just on principle, even though whatever. And we got nothing left here. We are like very done with all of our stuff. Well, we've built the canal and we just have to survive the round. So we suffer attacks from the barbarians. We pay this one off. We'll give her a wood to not cause any damage to us. And we'll put out 4 new barbarians. Normally I would shuffle. I'm not going to bother because we put out 4. That's not 7. It's the end of the round and we win. We just won the game. Now, this is a campaign game. It does evolve. And that gets us to 4 wins. We need 7 wins in order to win the campaign. But I think we got 2 wins and a loss today. And I feel like that's plenty. I don't need to... honestly, my voice is getting pretty strained. So, GG, thank you. But yeah, it is getting a little hard to talk after that. I monologue a lot as we play, and pretty happy with how that went. We won again. I guess I should do the victory card. I should do that first. What am I doing? I'm forgetting. So, we get this victory card. So we read story passage 15. So generally when you win, the game's kind of self-balancing. You win, it gets harder. You lose, it gets easier. All right. Beloved Tushanchi, today was an auspicious day. The canals we have been working on so hard are starting to show their merit. This region's floods have been tamed and many villages will flourish in their protection, for this year at least. This celebration is only tempered by my long absence from you. I do wish it was not so, but my duty is to my emperor. I am also troubled. In my focus to complete the canals, I have neglected the peace of the surrounding clans. While they will benefit greatly from the completion of these works, the charismatic voices of the dissenters attract more and more people to their cause, and stronger barbarians rise up to lead them. I fear in the year to come, I will face foes of greater might and in greater numbers. I don't love the sounds of this at all. All I can do is hold strong. Without peril, one does not acquire peace. So, this victory card gets filed in the box. This is like a resettable legacy game, which I think is cool. And we get cards 6 to 9 to add into the barbarian draw pile. They don't cause damage and cannot be bribed. However, they increase how many barbarian cards need to be added when refreshing the card row each round. Yikes. Okay. Let's take a look at these new recruits we've found. Yeah, op cost for the win. Gonna need a cheerful and win-oriented channel point redeem. It's true. I need to take a look at all that stuff. Redeems, emotes, whatever. It's like it's not been on the agenda so far lately. Okay, so these are the new barbarians we get, and while they're present, they add an additional barbarian card to the draw, which is like that would be a really easy way to lose. So yeah, the fact that they don't do damage, like, who gives a shit? The extra barbarian that they put out is going to do the damage, or you're going to lose. So, I don't love that for me. They're mean. I don't like that at all. Trombone will be happy. Stronger barbarians. It's true. It's true. All right. So, 4 wins, 1 loss. I feel like it's likely that I can win this game 3 more times before I lose 6 times. Now, maybe that's me being an idiot, and I'm gonna, suffer the consequences for having said that. But I don't know. That last play kind of, further sort of cemented in my mind that it does feel like you're either sort of like, it's sort of a bit of a win more game. If you get ahead of the curve, you're fine. And if you're behind the curve, you're going to probably just lose eventually. It does feel that way. I don't know if that's fair, but it does seem like that, Anyways, GG, we won. I'm happy. 2 wins, 1 loss. Not bad. And I think, I don't know. I'm tempted to try this again. I kind of want to complete this campaign. I'm tempted to try it again on stream next Sunday, but I'm not sure that I will, just because that's a lot of legacy of you, That's plenty. I don't know. We'll see. But I had fun. And yeah, Allison, to your comment, I need to look at redeems. I need to look at emotes. There's a couple things I want to do with like overlays and stuff for shoutouts. that I've been meaning to do for forever. And honestly, it's been hard to find like time for those sorts of things, right? Prepping for stream is a lot of work on its own. And then finding the time to do some sort of like additional stuff in between streams just hasn't been happening. I feel bad. But it's true. One day I will get there. Well, I've used up almost all the hut cards. Like, I don't really have to shuffle. There's only 4 now. How many do you use? Alright, so I guess we should find a place to raid. Which is always interesting late at night on a Sunday. Not late, but you know what I mean. And, yeah, before I do that, I guess, what do I have on the go? I don't know. The usual streams this coming week, I think. Sarah and I have been streaming on Wednesdays on YouTube. So we'll be doing that. I'm not sure what we're playing this week. In fact, I could check. I should check. What are we playing this week? Am I a sleeve guy or not? I hate card sleeves. Like, loathe them with every fiber of my being. I couldn't be further from... Yeah, no way. I want those cards raw. Oh, and I missed these ones. Shit. No pressure intended. Life and work gets in the way of my hobby time. Darn job. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's the thing. I'm working full time, right? Like, it's funny because not that long ago I was like between jobs and I was streaming a lot. I was streaming like 5 days a week, and I had all this free time to dedicate towards like resources for stream and things like that. And I'm working full time, and I have 3 young kids. So between full-time work, young kids and their activities now, and streaming, extra time is fleeting. So, okay, let's see. What am I going to be playing? What am I going to be playing with Sarah this coming week? And what the hell am I going to be playing? Am I going to do Legacy of You again? I don't know. So this coming Wednesday, we're going to play Marco Polo, which I haven't played in a hot minute. I actually sold it and recently rebought it. Sarah and I are trying to play quite a few of the games in the top 100 on Board Game Geek, just to like round out her experience and try some sort of, I don't know, better games. We often play games that are of interest to her thematically. She likes cats and unicorns and stuff. And it turns out that if you play like most games that are just the only thing holding them together is the fact that they're about cats, they aren't that good. So we're going to be playing Marco Polo on stream on Wednesday. And then I'm going to do something this coming Sunday. No idea what. Probably Legacy of You, because man, if I could sneak in those 3 wins and just finish this campaign, I'd love it. I think that's highly unlikely. I think I can win the campaign, probably. I don't think I can win 3 games consecutively without another loss. I think that's super unlikely, but we'll see. Anyways, that was super fun. Glad you guys could join me. Had a couple new follows. DJ, nice to see you. Also, we hit our goal of 350 followers. That's cool. That's nice. Let's see if I can set up this raid without hating my life, because the new raid UI on Twitch is just the worst. So what do we got? Oh my gosh, I hate it. It's so bad. Allison, I really appreciate you, by the way. You're always hanging out in here, giving the like positive energy. The only one, really. There's occasionally Martina says something nice to me, but it's usually only you, and I appreciate it so much. Why don't we raid Board Gamer Steph? We haven't raided into Steph in a while. She's been going for 4 hours, so she's probably wrapping up soon, but it's slim pickings. Great night, everyone. Nice to discover you tonight. Yeah, DJ, nice to see you as well. I'm happy to chat more about camera gear or whatever. I don't know how super helpful I can be, but happy to talk about my experience. If you've got questions, shoot me a DM on Twitch, or you can join the Discord. The links should be in the chat, and you can DM me there. I'd be more than happy to help you out. And yeah, we're gonna raid Board Gamer Steph if I can get this thing to work. And oh, come on, Board Gamer Steph. There we go. I hate this new UI. It makes me really angry. Oh well. All right, raid started Wednesday, 6 p.m. Mountain. Sarah and I will be playing Marco Polo over on YouTube Live. I'd also love a follow there if you're so inclined. We've been streaming lots lately, and I am trying to get back into long form content, so I'll be doing more of that soon. And then I will be back next Sunday, 1 p.m. Mountain, for probably more Legacy of You, but might be something else. I don't know. In the meantime, thanks for being here. We're going to take you over to Board Gamer Steph. He plays oodles of games, and I hope you enjoy. Thanks for being here. We'll see you guys next time.